It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. Feeling good. And I'm feeling good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 2 of the ISREC, brought to you by us, Two Ravens TV. This week, and for round 2, we are here at the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo de Dino Ferrari, otherwise known as Imola. I apologize if I butchered that, because that sounded pretty butchered. This is a 6-hour race early in the morning here in the Italian countryside. It's currently 5:21 in the morning. And we're going to have some really, really good, really close racing today. Joined in the commentary booth beside myself is my good friend and main producer, Spencer. How are you?
Doing well. Excited for some fantastic racing here this evening.
That is very good to hear. Later in the booth, we'll be joined by JR and Amber, our two other producers and commentators here. They'll be around the halfway mark if you are interested for that. Current track temperature is 24 degrees and ambient is 23. The conditions are partly cloudy at the moment, so it's going to be some good weather to throw down some super quick lap times here. As we're in qualifying at the moment, we're in prototype qualifying. Fuja putting out a 151.084 for their provisional poll at the moment here. We do have 45 minutes of qualifying, however, that is not everyone on the track at once. It's split up evenly between the prototypes, so LMP1, P2. Actually, no, I think the P1s, no, the P2s are separate, and the GT Pro and Am. So I'm starting to see some time stick through. Sorry, my apologies. LMP1s are in here as well, as Sapphire SimSport puts out is that a 41.2, I think? Yeah, that is a 41.27 Sapphire SimSport put out. Verve following them with a 43.69 to have provisional P2 at the moment. There's no way I can increase that. That's okay.
Indeed, some prototype qualifying underway here. They're going to have the first about 25 minutes or so to take over the track and put some laps down here.
You see how much air the prototypes are catching over the chicane. Forgive me, I forget what the corner names are here. But you saw in those previous shots there just the amount of air that they're catching over those the curbs, just trying to get every inch of the track. As we're going to have an onboard lap here, I think. Not sure who's setting this lap at the moment, but coming up through.
Riding with the Fuga SimSport LMP2 car.
There we go. We're coming up to the, I dare say, lowest point in the track? No, not lowest point. Second lowest point in the track. The one of two. No, the only hairpin. Sorry. Jeez, my mind is not right. the only hairpin here at Imola, coming up over the top, coming downhill now to there's a really technical section
Rally.
here. Thank you.
Mineral water, as we say here in America.
Let me get some corner names up. Give me 2 seconds. I should have done this before.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very historic track here at Imola. Tamburillo, one of the most famous corners in all of racing, probably more infamous than famous. The Villeneuve chicane, again, probably more infamous than famous. Going through the Ravazas, 1 and 2 there, down the main straight towards Tamburillo.
We're on the...
And Fugasim Sport giving up on the lap there, not being able to improve. So the sim racing team with a good looking lap.
Coming through the Villeneuve chicane, coming up to Tosa, I think Tosa, I'm going to start calling it.
Yep, Tosa.
Tosa coming up to Piratella here, just got that run up the hill. It's a really big run up the hill. It's really hard on the cars because you are accelerating uphill. The toe does really help, but you're mainly fighting against gravity. But coming through Piratella, through 9 and 10, coming down into Aqua Minerale, it's really easy to get the car unsettled through there because you're really braking through turn 11 to get it slowed down enough for turn 12, as it's deceptively a really slow corner. You look at it on a map and it's like, yeah, it looks like a 3rd gear corner. And you actually hit it and it's like, oh yeah, hang on, this is like a low 2nd gear corner. Coming through Valiante Alta through 14 and 15. Again, another high contention area. I think we'll have a lot of overtakes through that section there today. We've got another car giving up on their lap there. Again, I'm not sure what car's who at the moment because there's no graphic for it because it's being consumed by the by the timing tree.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Jacob Money on a full-on purple sector here.
Yeah, I think he sets
fastest in the Fugasim Sport. Yep.
Yeah, setting a 1:21.532, the fastest lap that we've seen here today. Now, forget me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure if prototypes have actually ran here before.
In real life, I'm not sure, but in iRacing, this is a combo that we see somewhat consistently.
So I can pull a lap record here.
Certainly, as the 524 International Racing finishes up their lap. Good looking lap, couple green sectors. They should be improving on that time there. Possibly an off track though, invalidating the lap.
So I have a lap record from an LMP1 from the 2011 6 Hours of Imola. It was set by Sebastian Bodias in a Peugeot 908 LMP1 race car. The LMP2 record is a 1:34.799 set by Nicolas Lapierre in an Orica 05. It was in 2016 4 Hours of Imola. The GTE, so the Le Mans GTE lap record is a 1:41.024 set by Matthew Griffin of the 2014 4 Hours of Imola. That was set in a Ferrari 458 Italia GT2, which we'll see them shortly. We've still got the prototypes lapping at the moment. And the GT3 lap record time is a 1:41.397 set by Michel Beretta, set in a Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the 2017 first Imola Italian GT round. I don't think we actually have GT3s. I forget. Do we
Nope,
have
no
GT3s?
GT3s, just
Okay.
GTEs. So
And there's the Pro and the Am. So that was from the Grand Prix circuit layout, which is from 2008 to present. There has been a lot of track changes over the years, mainly noting the chicane at the start of or on the Valiante Barca straight, right in front of the pit lane, and right on the start-finish straight. You might see a bit of concrete go off to the left and then straighten back out again. That was used once upon a time as the real race circuit, and I think if you go back and play some of the old like Formula One, like 2004, I think would have it. It has an old version of Imola. Sorry, I keep trying to pronounce it wrong. But they've since revamped it to this version, which is the version that we've seen today, and the version that Lewis Hamilton has set his fastest lap on, which was a 1:15.484, which I don't think anyone's going to touch here today, considering it's a way different class of vehicle compared to the LMP ones.
absolutely, Iker Estefania, World of Sim Racing Team, sticking it on LMP2 pole, the 130.28. Absolutely impressive lap, just stringing it all together there.
It's a good lap, just beating out Fuja Sim Sports by almost 1/10 of a second there. Fuja with the 130.3 for provisional P2 at the moment. As I believe we're going to...
Christoph Shakura over the line and improves. 524 up to 7th place now.
Very, very good to see. I'm going to mention, I believe we are coming to the end of the prototypes here in a second. We will see them. We'll hear the call over the radio, and then we'll see them all file in gradually, and then the GTs will then go out and set their lap times for the start. But and this is probably a controversial topic, just to fill time while people set their times. Do you think that qualifying matters in endurance racing? I think it does. What do you reckon, Spence?
I think qualifying is always one of the most important things you can do. In terms of positions per time, it's easily the most efficient way of gaining positions in such a short amount of time. So I think it's really important to just get ahead of all the craziness going into especially such a tight swooping section here, back and forth, left, right, like we have at Imola. So anything you can gain here in qualifying is going to help.
Yeah, and especially if you're a fast car, but you either get disqualified from qualifying, or if you just don't qualify at all, while you may be a faster driver, you have to navigate through everyone else, and that there's no way of getting around it. It slows you down because you can't pass everyone all at once. You have to play it right. You can't just dive bomb everyone at once. As much as Forza drivers think they can do that, you really can't do that. You gotta be patient behind the wheel, and then they will just lose you more time to the guys who were actually in first, who qualified first. So it's definitely important to get out in front, and it's also good for strategy as well. If you're in front, you can set the strategy, and you can be like, okay, I'm going to pit now, or I'm going to pit a lap or two ahead or behind the guy in front of me. So you can really play and do what you want. So
Definitely holding the keys to your destiny in the control is key. Prototypes going out for their last final laps now. Ruslan on a good lap here. Purple sector just went away, but green. Cross the line, they will improve. Maybe not. No improvement there, but banger of a lap.
There's Jacob setting a purple first sector, but not setting good sectors throughout the rest of them. He has a 131 to beat at the moment, I think. I'm not sure how to read these graphics. Yeah, these graphics really confuse me. Oh, wait, no, I get it now. Sorry, I'm making sense of it.
The bottom ones are just like the F1 qualifying graphics you see. We have 5 sectors down there at the bottom that from Imola, and yellow is just a normal slow sector. Green is a driver's best sector, and purple is the purple sector of the class, so the fastest of the class.
And then when their times come up, it's their current time on the left, and then on the right is their class's fastest time. And then when they cross the line, it tells you how far off they were from it.
Exactly. So. Yep. Not sure what's going on here with Jacob Money, though. Kind of in a class of their own. On I don't know. They're coming up as P2s, but they're not. Or sorry, P1s.
Jacob was really confusing me though, because it was coming up as a 1 minute 31, but the P1's fastest time is a 21. So I'm not sure. Anyway,
iRacing will do some of these things along with our registration and the process behind that. So sometimes these things happen. We apologize, but appreciate you just kind of sticking through it.
Except the fact we're all human and we all make mistakes. Sometimes it's not us that make the mistakes, it's the software. When in doubt, blame the software. Anyway.
Always.
I believe as we're coming up to the final laps. I think we keep saying this a lot. We don't actually know when they're stopping because everyone's in one session. I'm gonna have a run through of the fastest because I think the laps are pretty set in stone here at the moment. The Fuji SimSport LMP1 car on provisional pole at the moment with a 121.532. P2 is the Sapphire SimSport Alpha with a 122.016. P3 is the Verve Racing Team Black car with a 122.995. And P4 is the Team Racing Black with a 123.332. In the LMP2, the World of the World of Sim Racing Team. Do they have a color behind them? I can't actually tell. Yeah, the World of Sim Racing Team with a 130.280 on provisional P1. The Fuji SimSport LMP2 is a 130.386 for provisional P2. The hashtag racing, LMP2 car in P3 with a 1 minute 30.452. And the Vector by RSR LMP2 car with a 130.592 as your top 4 of the 2 classes at the moment. We should be coming up. Yeah, it should be 2 minutes if it's split evenly.
Indeed, it will be. Yeah, just under 2 minutes now left in this quali session for these prototypes, so they will be finishing up their lives trying to get anything they can. But not sure. I think the session's heating up as we go. They're definitely not improving their times as they go. So
thank you ISRC TV for clarifying the 20 minutes for LMP quali and then 5 minutes for a break and then the final 20 minutes for the GTE cars. Thank you. And also, Callum, we are aware that the Sapphire SimSport Bravo is scuffed for some reason. Not sure why. Blame
I believe it might be a late driver addition to their lineup. Possibly when someone else gets in the car, that could correct itself. Cross our fingers. Zhao on a bit of a banger. Purple sector there in the middle. Will it be enough to hold him over? I don't think so.
that'll be a
131.5,
no.
not enough.
Still a P3 job though, so but not enough to get onto the middle step there. No, the middle step, no, the P2 step.
And that should be just about it for quali runs from everyone. Nicholas Reeves wrapping one up for Verve Racing Team.
He's setting some personal fastest times here. Hopefully, should be a bit of a banger. See if he can maybe hit P2. See if he wants to hit it. He's using all his boost there, and that's
Not quite enough.
unfortunately. Say 23.6. He needed a 22 flat or better to better his time, but he unfortunately could not. As I think everyone will be boxing now, and we will have the quick 5-minute break in between qualifying, and then the GTs can go out and go play pretend race cars and set their fastest times. So we've just got the call here for the LMP qualifying to finish, and for the GTs to line up at the end of the pit lane here, like this Ferrari is doing, just by those green cones, until 20 minutes to go on the in-game timer for the session. So we're at 23. No, we're at 23 minutes elapsed. So it should be coming up here in a second. So we'll wait till that starts. as we tick over to the 20 minutes mark here, I believe, and cars have started to roll away. Exactly one car has has taken off, and not sure about the rest of them at the moment. It's kind of just chilling in the pits there. As you can see, the BMW there, stereotypical impatient driver. As we get the official call from the race director that there are 25 minutes left in the session. Sorry, there are 20 minutes left in the session, and that the qualifying there has commenced. As Fedor Coleman has a picture there on our overlay. That is very cool. I forgot.
Yeah,
this
fill out your driver profile on iRacing, and it's included. So.
Oh wow! I'll have my ugly mugshot there on there as well. I bet if I race.
Real fancy stuff here, you know.
Only the best here on True Ravens TV. We're just watching the GTEs pick up or get up to speed and to warm up all their tires. There's no doubt their tires will be very cold there, as we have one actually going off. Going off at Piratella there. I'm not sure what car that was there, but that definitely was a
It's
GT
the
car.
Manatee Racing ISRC team. Evo Brower. You can see he just reset and just gonna go out and give it another shot. That's one of the beauties of sim racing there.
That is what cold tires does to you. If you're not careful, it will definitely catch you out, and drivers will need to be wary of that as well, coming into the start of the race, as also coming off from pit lane as well. But we'll get to that once the racing commences. We can see everyone setting personal best times at the moment. As we've got the first GTs passing through the start line to start their flying lap, as they've set their blistering fast 4 minutes 6 as their out lap.
GTE AMs and GTE Pros here in the same spec of cars, so we will see a good intertwining of classes here, just depending on driver skill. Porsche clips some grass and into the wall. That's a tough bit, but pushing every last bit there.
The 27 Motorsport White coming up a different color again. That is very weird. I think our overlay definitely is on something that it shouldn't be on. That's giving us false information. Anyway.
And I believe it has to do with some late registrations, so.
Hopefully it should be cleared up in the race when they change drivers and whatnot. So we're looking at my timing sheet here. I've started to see some times come through. Provisional pole at the moment is a 155.8 set by the Martini Racing ISRC car. Followed closely, well, not closely, but followed by the JD Sim Racing car, set a 2 minutes flat there as well.
And now some pretty respectable times coming in, 138.277.
Yeah, that is looking a lot more respectable than what I expected as well. Helps I look in the right spot. Fuji Sim Sport at the moment here with a 138.277 here for provisional pole, as we start to see more and more times come through and filter through here as they start getting up to speed and start putting some laps down here. Just over 15 minutes to go in the qualifying session here for the GTEs. As .exe there jumps up to a 138.62. That was a good drive there to get him into P3 provisional at the moment.
Marius Brewer absolutely just pushing this Porsche to its limits, giving it everything it's got. These GTEs luckily able to push consecutive laps, so he'll see if he can string something together again and try and get pole.
Yeah, these GTEs are bulletproof, dare I say. Just don't hit the grass. Unless we've got Frito here on a bit of a banker, coming through, setting a 38.613 in the hashtag racing car, which will set him. What is that?
P3 at the moment.
It'll give him It'll give him P3. Sorry, I think I said the wrong car. But they just keep coming through.
Non-stop.
Everyone's constantly improving their times. You can see the tires getting warmer. There's more temp. As we've got a BMW off on the inside there of, I believe that was Aqua Imrali, if I can be corrected there.
Looks like Tamburillo, the first chicane, so I'm not sure if that's cars just kind of giving up on their next lap and wanting to reset, or an actual mistake. Kind of hard to tell there, but Marius Brewer with a .exe banger of a lap puts it on provisional pole.
And provisional pole at the moment is a 138.27, 271 there, again from the .exe car. Very, very banger lap there.
Top of that, 277 from Fuga Sim Sport GT. So tight battle here at the top. It's only going to get tighter as they try and improve those last few tenths.
They want to be as far ahead in their class as possible to avoid any mix-ups, any collisions, any hold-ups through the traffic as they navigate through during the race. But again, this is qualifying, so we're going to worry about qualifying here. Patrick is on a bit of a banger lap, setting a 140 flat for the WS racing car. Doesn't put him anywhere near the top, however, though, but is okay. Still got 12 minutes to improve, so everything will work out. Just change your setup. Spence, in qualifying sessions like these, do you ever find yourself changing, going back into the pits and changing like garage setups midway, like taking off anti-roll bar, adding anti-roll bar, etc. Do you find yourself doing that?
It's tough to tell. At this stage, you'd hope to have enough practice under your belt that things are pretty stable and you're comfortable with the setup of the car. But as conditions kind of change here, you're not really sure what you're going to expect on race day. Kind of being comfortable with some of those changes is definitely something. It's an advantage. You can gain those extra few tenths just being comfortable with the car. Making it predictable and fitting your style. So I do think that cautiously that's something that can be done, but I stress the caution.
Definitely some good words of advice. 1 or 2 clicks, yes. Whole different setup, no.
Exactly. Well,
As we've
well
got
said.
A verbal warning from the race stewards directed at the number 66 FTR esports car in qualifying. It was the second incident of the session.
They were out a little bit longer in qualifying than they were supposed to be, I believe, if you didn't notice. When all the other prototypes had cleared the track, it looked like that FTR Esports LMP2 stayed out there a little bit longer. Not sure if that was error in judgment from the driver or a pit wall error. That's up for debate, but a mistake nonetheless. Luckily, they get away with a warning. Racing Aqua sticks it on pole at the moment.
38.205. That is a very respectable time around here. Beating out the .exe, who are on their outlap by less than 1/10. As we come just under 10 minutes to go in the qualifying session. I'm struggling to find where the
Flavio with hashtag racing with a nice lap, putting it P4 in class. Celio Mendez, Core Motorsports number 2 with a decent couple first sectors. Dan with Orion Racing Team, giving everything he's got in the last 2 corners. Couple green sectors here. Looks like an outlap.
You see him just overextending their, trying to get every inch of track. Grand Slam 38.6. Unfortunately, won't get him anywhere near the top. Unfortunately.
Some Sport leapfrog in .exe eSport red there. 138.248. Marius Brewer here with a couple green sectors. Not going to be enough to get back at him.
Yeah, so just to confirm that was a qualifying infringement from the number 66 FTR Esports car. It's got confirmation from the commentators. Sorry, not from the commentators, that's us, from Race Control. As they comment that the stream is looking good. Thanks, commentators. Thanks, Race Control. Wow, it's going to be a long night for me.
I was waiting for you to catch it, but you did. Well done. Yeah.
I was trying not to do a cliche me react, so it's all good.
Could have been worse.
Exactly.
Vito Coleman here, our Ventus Racing 116 on a good lap. Couple green sectors. Just one.
We've got, what is that? What does it work out to be? 6 minutes left in the session of qualifying. Yeah, six and a half minutes left in the qualifying session. So that'd roughly work out to be 4 laps to go, I think, in qualifying here at race pace.
Certainly gonna have to push it for those 4 laps. If you're in the pits now, you might want to get going. It's gonna be one of your last chances. So
we've currently got the Aquila Racing Aquila Racing Aqua car on provisional pole at the moment with a 156.25. The Fuji Sport GT car P2 with. Wait, hang on. Sorry, my bad. That was their previous time. Aquila Racing Aqua with a 138.21. The Fuji Sport GT car with a 138.25. And the .exe Esports red car with a 138.27. So the level of competition in the GT Pro series, or the GT Pro class, is very, very close here. So I'm gonna hedge my bets that this is gonna be a very close race. Even extending out from the top 3, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cars are all within 3/10 of each other. So it's going to be
extremely tight, and
there's just another one added there as well. So that's another one on top of that. It's going to be some very close racing from the GTs if everyone keeps the same pace here. So it's going to be something to look out for, I think. As Fuja just goes even faster here with a 138.13. Taj pushing it over the edge there and coming through with that time. Very respectable lap set up by him with only 4.5 minutes to go. We've got quite a few more people in the pits. I'm not sure if they are... well, some of them are on an out lap. Some of them are just chilling in the pits. They might have accepted their fate, or they might be dropping fuel and trying to go for an all-out final lap. Because obviously when you're qualifying, you want to have as least fuel in the car as possible. While you can't run many laps consecutively, you have no weight because, of course, fuel adds weight to the car. So you're going to remove as much as you want or as much as you need before you go out. As I've just witnessed on my end, a slight 3-car pileup coming through Aqua Minerale. Which unfortunately I don't think the stream actually caught that, but it was a very slow and progressive 3-car pile up there through 11 and 12. So
those things will happen.
yeah, as people get more and more feisty and racy at this end of the qualifying session, they want to try and set as many fastest laps as they can. I think Fuja's trying to go out again to try and set another lap.
Oh, they're going to dive into the pits and give up on it.
Was that Aquila's gone into the pits?
Yeah.
Well, P2 is still a very respectable place to be.
Probably happy with that P2 and, yeah, taking that pit entry practice while they can.
Because they're still on the front row, so there's really nothing to be lost. It's just what side of the track you're on, which I believe P2 is on the left side, I'm going to go with.
Marius Brewer improves. .exe jumps Aquila Racing Aqua there. Couple green sectors and ends up P2.
A very respectable time there, a 138.179. So again, that puts him into P2 here, which will knock off the Aquila Racing Aqua into P3. So I bet you they'll be gutted. They didn't continue on with their time. Then again, their relative might have shown otherwise, but they could have went for another one if they had fuel.
Absolutely. So. If you're in the pits, now's your absolute last chance to get out there for one last lap. Stephen Brumfield with 2 green sectors here. Not enough to get them over.
Still, unfortunately, in P20 here with a 138.4 from a mid-runner. Still in the pro class. We haven't really seen many any AM cars set times. As I said, that it flashes up on the overlay. There are some cars showing up as a black class, so I'm not sure what is going on with that. But we'll go through all of the cars when they all grid up in just under 2 minutes. We've got just a minute left here, so if you're in the pits now and you can hear us, it's probably already too late, but still go give it a go anyway. See if you can at least turn one lap, because one lap is better than no laps. Actually, Avengers pulls out way as the 117 Porsche catches a lot of air. I think it's rallycross there. Aventus Racing pulling out a provisional pole with a 138.081. Edging out Fuja Simsports, who we can see on screen now, trying everything they can to try and get that provisional pole back again.
That's a mega lap from Yannick van der Zand. Just absolutely a sneaker from him. Didn't really set any crazy fast sectors, but just strung everything together there. Kept it consistent, and the time showed.
The proof is in the pudding here. As we watch Fuja Simsports, their car come through Rivazza here, coming onto the Valiente bus straight. as he jumps into the pits there on the final chance that he can. Obviously, wasn't a good time from him. It's unfortunate
Thomas
to see,
Jensen here with Platinum Racing Team. Couple green sectors here, gonna improve on a 138.9.
puts him up to P32 overall.
There he's the
Not sure
jump,
what puts him in
P30
class.
now. And that looks like a P1 in class for the GTE AMs. So fantastic lap from Thomas Jensen. Platinum
As
Racing One.
the checkered flag flies, everyone who is on their current lap can finish their lap. But you can't start another one because it's finished. So as we'll wait for everyone to finish all their laps, and then we'll get underway to gridding and then starting the 6 hours of Imola just in a second. So we've got Igor here with the FTR Esports car, who's one of the last runners out on track here, trying to set a time. He hasn't set any personal fastest times, so it's unlikely that he's going to improve, and does throw it into the pits at the last second. So definitely just driving it back into the pits, which is okay in this case. So we've got everyone else in the pits. So we're going to cut to the grid setting that will set the 6 hour start. I don't know if I said that right. So I don't know if you want me to read all of these because they're going really quickly. So as we're gridding here with the new BMW pace car here, which does look really nice also. P1, again, as mentioned, the Fuji Simsport LMP1 car out in front again here. I'm not sure. I can't actually read that. I'm not sure what time he set. He set a really fast time, though. You can probably read that for me, Spence.
Don't worry about the times. Let's just get on with it. And yeah, as they're grading up and getting ready to go.
All right. P1, Fuji Simsports LMP1. P2 is the Sapphire Simsport Alpha, and P3 is the Verve Racing Team, and P4 is the Team Racing Black Car. P1 in the LMP2 is the World of Sim Racing Team. P2 is the Fuji Simsport LMP2, and P3 is the Hashtag Racing LMP2 car. Do you want me to do all of them, or?
Let's cover GTEs now.
Yep. So P1 is the Aventus Racing number 117. P2 is the Fuji Simsport GT, and P3 is the .exe esports car. Whereas the GT, these are the top 3 GT pros. And the GT AMS, P1 is the Platinum Racing Team, and P2 is the Chicane Online Racing car, the number 269, and P3 is the Backmarker Racing Team, the number 224. Those are your top 3s and 4s for each class, as we're waiting for everyone to grid up and to get ready for the start of the 6 hours of Imola. We're just patiently waiting. As the pace car now decides to pull away. Side note, I've never actually seen this new pace car before. Kind of makes my mod redundant that I made for Theo. Seems to be a custom BMW, but like.
Oh no, that's the iRacing pace car. It is completely generic and just a
I swear the rear end
generic
looks like
iRacing car.
I swear the rear end looks like a GT4, and the front end looks like a Ford. Anyway, onto the start here. Pace car dives into the pits, and the start is in control of the Fuji Simsports car, as he has every right to hold up traffic to the line. I'm not sure what they were briefed on in the briefing, but
I believe drivers were given a start zone roughly in this area. But again, drivers going to want to hold on to it until the absolute last second there. Patrick Pelchat giving it a go. Probably dumping some boost.
yeah, passing the control line and getting out into the lead here. And Patrick just driving away, gone into the sunset here. As you can see,
Tight here
the
back
P2.
in the P2s.
Well, there's been, as the Fuja is off through the Villeneuve chicane there, just saw him just out of frame there, just drifting the car through the Villeneuve chicane and unfortunately burying his nose into the wall. That is such a devastating start for the Fuja Sim Sport car. They've been strong all qualifying and all of last race, the 12 hours of Road America. So it's unfortunate to see them undone like this. However, coming back into the LMP2 field here, the Fuji Sim Sport LMP2 car is looking pretty good though, in P4 in class. So we're coming around to the Valiante Alta chicane. You can see them all hopping over the curbing there, and there's the Sapphire car. And you can see Fuja trying to get it spun around there after his mistake there. I wonder if we can go a little bit further back. I'm not sure if we can do that. Here we go. That's some GT traffic here. Coming up and just losing it on the inside. That looks like he lost it under braking, collecting another car with him, unfortunately. Yeah, just got loose under braking and just locked the brakes. With the GTEs, if I do recall from when I used to drive them, they don't have ABS. They only have traction control, so it's a bit challenging on the brakes to get them slowed down in a quick time, in a quick manner, especially when they're cold. I'm not sure if iRacing does model the brake heat as ACC does, but anyway,
It'd be real tough here for Patrick Pelchat now. Gonna have to work back up through the P2 field as he's doing, slowly but surely. But he's gonna fall back from the rest of the LMP1 field there.
It's so devastating to see that. He's going to get caught up in all of these corners here just because of the P2s. There may be just a little bit slower through the corners, but they're still slower than that Fuji car through the corners, and that's where he's going to be held up the most here. See him trying to work back through. He's on board with Nico, coming in, completing the first lap for the P2s. As the LMP1s have already passed, and the GTEs are not far up the road. For coming into the Tamburino chicane, coming out of it now. Geez, that was so quick that I couldn't even think of how to pronounce it in time. So you can just see how quick these vehicles are on that bumper cam. Just how quick they gain and lose speed. As we have another incident for the number
I believe
66.
something is wrong there. This should be for the 33 team racing black drive-through. They were penalized for signing up 2 teams today. Not sure if that was a mistake or not, but yes, a slight issue here with our graphics. So apologies, but yeah, that's a drive-through for number 33.
As all drivers are remembered, and again, if you are watching this, everyone is remembered, or everyone is reminded to only ensure they sign up 1 car to the race. It makes everyone's life a lot easier, especially our life, because we have to change all the graphics and whatnot. So, well, theoretically, it should do it automatically, but just to make everyone's life easier, just make sure that you only got 1 person designated to registering for races. Anyway, as The Vector by RSR car is in the lead at the moment through the second lap here. He's very in contention. He has to defend from the World of Sim Racing and the hashtag car. They're all within 5/10 of him. So he's got to be very mindful about where he positions the car and where he leaves himself vulnerable to the other drivers. So he's got to play really defensive, which will slow him down, which will allow the rest of the field to catch up to him. So he's got to find that balance of defense, but also speed as well.
Everyone just toe-to-toe here in the prototype classes. FTR Esports Red, one of those teams there that kind of didn't focus on qualifying, but charging back through the field here and showing pretty well.
Seems to be working out for them. Currently 5th in class. And as we hear again at the Valiante Alta chicane, we would see those cars bump over, but back into the GT Am field here, riding along with Diego. It's currently, I believe, P4 in class. It's coming up to Tosa, trying to keep it defended from his rivals behind him. As the .exe car, piloted by Marius, is ahead currently and currently leading the GT Pro field. I'm going to go with GT Pro here. As I believe I've just seen 2 LMP2 cars off at T2. There's a lot of incidents going on at the moment. There's someone off in Valiante Alta and people off in Tamburino as well. Sorry, just coming back onto the screen here, you can just see the LMP1 just charking it down the inside there. Is that an LMP? Yeah, that is the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car, charking it down the inside. You can just to see how much difference there is between the P1s and the other class. They can afford to throw it down the inside because they know they've got the brakes and they know they've got the power to power through the corner as he drives off into the sunset into Tamburino. As you can see, the
already catching the back end of this GTE field, starting to play a factor here, all this traffic, so it's gonna kind of change the game here. It's all gonna be working through traffic here.
As Verve is almost 6 seconds back and seems to be caught up in traffic as he's just losing more and more time here. As again, yeah, Sapphire just driving off into the sunrise actually, as we are currently at 6:20 a.m. in the morning. I wonder how Fuja's going. Fuja's ahead? I'm not sure if that's correct or not. I don't know. Anyway.
Talking GT?
How are my GT friends going? GT friends are going very well, it looks like. The Fuja Simsport GT car.
Not for Fuga Simsport GT, down 16 places already. Not sure if they were caught up in an accident, possibly that spin in Tosa that we saw. Actually, I do have this. Could have played a factor. Oh.
Look at that BMW off there on the exit there. I believe that would have been them. We come back to live here as we watch them lap coming onto the main straight here. Just looking at those cars just lined up one by one, just one in front of the other, just is very satisfying to me. You won't see that for much longer though, as the race progresses on. All the cars obviously will find their own groove and will find their own pace to contend with. As Sapphire still ahead by at least 10 seconds here. He's 10.3 ahead of Verve. Lorik just absolutely just driving the wheels off that Audi. I don't think we have any Porsches registered. I think they're all Audis. Yeah, definitely all Audis registered for in the LMP1 field, which is very interesting to see. of course, I believe I mentioned this last time. I'm going to mention it again. At the Porsche and the Audi LMP1 regenerates very differently their energy, and actually have very different drivetrains. The tractor, as everyone calls it, as you can see on screen now, has a V6 diesel engine. I believe it is. It's either a V6 or a V4 diesel, which gives it that real low end punch with the torque, and doesn't regenerate its energy under acceleration. It just regenerates it under braking, whereas the Porsche regenerates it under acceleration as well. So we've got Alex just passing the line again to start his next lap here. As you can just see, the GTs very, very close to each other. So we're going to cut to a replay at Valiente Alta, I think. Yep, maybe. Oh.
Not sure what happened there.
Must have been a ghost incident. The ghost went off track, I don't know. As we can just see them one by one. They're still very, very close here. And this is what I was talking about in qualifying, that the level of driving here is just so similar at the moment that they're all just going to be just single file pretty much the entire race. But that's what I hope, actually, is that they're going to be single file the entire race, because that is interesting stuff to watch.
It's quite thrilling, isn't it? Just absolutely neck and neck, toe to toe. It's anyone's game. It's 6 hours down the road. It could totally change.
Oh yeah. Doesn't help that everyone is in the tow of each other, so it's only really P1 that really loses out because they don't have the tow. But again, they get past, then they've got the tow to get P1 back. So it's a game of fair trade until something happens. Strategy is going to play a big part in this. If people are going to pit early and then offset their pit changes, their pit timing to everyone else, or if everyone just pits at the same time, and everyone just splashes and dashes to the end. I'm going to try and get some interviews later with some drivers a little bit later into the race to see if, well, just to see how everyone's progressing and what their strategy is going into this, etc. But for now, on board with Alex here, just coming through Tamburino chicane, coming up to the Villeneuve chicane, corner turns 5 and 6 in that Ferrari. Spence, what's your favorite GTE car in this field right now?
In this field right now, at this track specifically, I gotta go with the Porsche. But overall, I'm probably gonna say the BMW, just due to its consistency. But it's just got such a weakness here with these super fast turns and combination with the slower turns. It's really a dream track with this Porsche.
That shows the difference between the drivetrain layouts of the Porsche and the BMW. I'm more of an Audi. An Audi? I'm more of a Porsche guy myself. Where the Porsche is a rear-wheel engine, rear-wheel drive car, so you can really be fast and nimble around those high-speed corners because you haven't got the engine hanging over the front axle to upset the geometry of the car. Whereas with the BMW, you have that engine over the front axle, so you may get better grip through corners, but you're not as nimble, you're not as quick to respond as the Porsche. So definitely something to consider if you're coming into a series, what car you want to drive and whatnot. As we've got a steward announcement here with the 99 Antagonist Racing Team Orange and the 77 and the number 77 524 International Racing car. The 524 International Racing car was given a warning for causing a collision. Must have been at the start of the race with some of those collisions. As Jacob has a very, very out there suit. Do you just want to go back to that onboard for a sec? had a very bright green suit. Definitely won't miss him in the cockpit. Combined with his very purple helmet, I do like the look of that.
There's quite the contrast, and yeah, highlighter green.
I do like my green. It is very nice. Yeah, you can see every car just slow down for Valiante Alta. There is no way you can take that thing fast with that very, very quick but slow right-left change.
Indeed, a super challenging complex there. We've seen it trip up even Formula One drivers. You know there. He's famously putting it in the wall. So it's a tricky corner, and it will be interesting to see how drivers navigate it over this 6-hour period.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if people try to go for a dive there, which is probably not the area you want to go for a dive, but it'd be interesting if drivers get a little bit unnerved, especially
like
if they're in a
that.
higher class. Exactly, yeah. As
Over onto the grass.
Lorick just pulling onto the grass to make it 3 wide coming into the Villeneuve chicane. Yeah, if drivers get sort of uneasy during the race, if they'll just send it down through Valiante Alta and try and make it stick, which it can work, but it's not ideal. You're going to scare a lot of drivers doing that, so just don't do that, please, just for the sake of it. As we've got another incident involving the number 67, the Charitable Gamers, powered by K-Bro car, and the number 65 WS Racing Esports car. That incident is under investigation, and they're requesting 1 driver from each team to be in the waiting room. So if you're listening, please get an elective, just throw them in the chat so they can discuss it. The P2 there, making it 3 wide, coming onto the Bassa straight. Am I saying that correct? The Bassa, or like the Variante Bassa straight.
I believe that's correct.
You also were saying Tamburino, and it's Tamburello.
My bad. I'll put that down to my map is really small. I'm
This
also
is
joined here by
the ghost of Roland Ratzenberger. Oh,
as I'm also joined here by Alex King.
hello. I heard that a few times. Hello. I just heard that a few times, and I thought I was like, maybe I should correct him like some nitpicky Debbie Downer. But Italian's a hard language.
It is a very hard language.
But there's a lot of Italians, I feel like, in Australia. So, like Danny Rick.
I mean, I know like 2 Italians, 1 Italian, I think. So.
All right, well, time to learn Italian.
Maybe then you can pronounce the full circuit name. Autodromo Internazionale de Enzo e Dino Ferrari.
Exactly.
Autodromo Internazionale de Enzo di Dino Ferrari.
You did. That was really beautiful.
That had some Italian.
That actually sounded like music. Well done. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
So how's the race panning out for you guys? What do you think the big chases here are?
Definitely the GT class I'm keeping my eye on at the moment. In qualifying, they were very, very close together, so I'm hoping that it's going to reflect during the race. Which should result in some very close racing.
The GT classes have just been ducks in a row, and so it's been wild to watch the prototypes work around them, specifically the P2s. I've been keeping an eye on this. The battles developing there have been absolutely insane. Positions being traded all up and down the board. So just watching them duck in line and kind of work together here for these first few hours is really impressive.
Yeah, and that's where mistakes will be made, and we got a little time to make up. We had a little spin early on, so we're working back up from that. But hopefully it'll be a good race for us in a few hours. We make some progress back.
Garrett Alessandro with FTR Esports Red up 4 positions from the start here in the first 20 minutes.
That's what we love to see. That is what we love to see. So with that
Alex,
biased news, I'm out of here.
I was going to ask you some interview questions, Alex. You are technically our first driver in the commentary booth here. So alongside being a commentator, Alex, you are also a driver for a team. I can't quite recall what team. So do you want to describe that?
Yes, it's FTR White, I believe. Yes, and we are driving the BMW M8, the big wide girl, and we've got a setup that works pretty good, and we're just hopefully gonna just have a solid race. We had a really ragged race at Elkhart Lake, or at Road America. So we're just trying to, finish this one. So we just have a very simple strategy: finish the race.
Well,
go hard and go home after the race.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna do my best in the car. I think a lot of people have been practicing pretty hard. So, mistakes will be made in traffic when there's just attrition. So that's what we're hoping for. Hopefully we make less of those mistakes, but who knows? It's rolling the dice here because this place is like, there's not much time off on any of the parts of the track. You don't really have huge long straights. Even the main straightaway is not quite, the easy straight line thing. So there's going to be a lot of fast cars moving through the slow ones, and hopefully there's trip ups, and we'll take advantage of that. That's what we have to hope on now. So we'll see how it goes. That's my feeling, but there's some good races going on. Like the GTE class is so tight that maybe there's some races going on that they're gonna take gambles and actually trade track position rather than just in the pits. So I think we'll see how racy it gets.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the strategy, the pit strategy between all of the GT cars, if they can sort of upset where they sit on track and they can make something work for them to benefit themselves on track position. It'll be definitely interesting to see that.
Yeah, let's see how it all happens, because this is a tight track, and these cars, the speed difference is just pretty massive, especially under braking. You just have to make decisions if they're going left or right, and if they're going to pass you, and if you have to give them room, and so I'm looking at my teammate right now, and I should be spotting for him. So I'm gonna bid you adieu, and not be impartial anymore. So I'm gonna root for my guy, and we'll see you later. Hopefully it'll be a good race for y'all.
Well, hopefully everything works out for you.
We are gonna get you those ratings, guys. Ratings. Yes, viewers, 29 people. Hell yeah, we love to see it. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are watching this around the world.
Everyone say hi in chat right now.
Let's see it.
Drive up the.
Come on, who you rooting for? Who you betting on? Come on.
What is your favorite graphic on stream right now? Everyone comment.
I wish you could go down far enough to see our car like in 49th place. All right. Well, I'll see you guys later.
Boy. So we've got a few announcements from the stewards here while we had Alex there in the commentary booth. Sorry, I was going to cut to a quick replay here before I read those announcements out. What's going to happen here? Oh, it gets untidy over the Villeneuve chicane there on the inside. Collecting another P2. It's just,
That's that huge curb bounce off the floor. There could be some significant floor damage there. For those unfamiliar, the radiator on the LMP2 is on the floor as well, so that could be a cracked radiator. They could see some engine problems throughout the race.
We've got Keys here saying that the iRacing watermark is their favorite graphic on the stream. Thank you, Keys. that is also
for those unfamiliar, iRacing released a streamer's guide or something kind of media guide similar to that, and yeah, they especially said the iRacing watermark has to be up there for the entirety of the stream. So there you go.
It's a little bit of a tidbit for you. As I'm going to walk through all of the incidents that have happened. There's been actually quite a few incidents that have happened. So we've got an incident between the 113 Core Motorsports and the 120 WS Racing Esports. The WS Racing Esports car was penalized with a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. There was also an incident between the 99 Antagonist Racing Team Orange and the 524 International Racing. I believe I've already mentioned this. It was a warning for causing a collision. Sorry, I just hiccuped. The number 67 Charitable Gamers and the number 65 WS Racing Esports car had a coming together, and the WS Racing Esports car came off worse. They got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, and they requested a representative from that team. That was at 10:26 p.m. local time to me. I'm not sure what that is. That's 26 past the hour. And they are currently reviewing an incident between the 72 Stage 1 Racing Junior and the 144 Orion race team. So
extremely tight racing here from Patch Pelchat and the rest of the top class. Fuga Simsport LMP1 battled back from that early spin already, only half an hour into the race. Battling P2. And not too far off the lead.
It's only about 7 seconds from the leader, who are still Sapphire Simsport Alpha. So very tight, very comparable racing between everyone in at the top class. So, and you can just see them just one by one just lined up, coming down the straight there. Slowly starting to separate though, which is a good thing. You don't want to be too close all the time. It gets tiring when you're a driver after a while. Once everyone sort of splits up and you find your groove, you can not relax, but you can sort of pull back mentally a bit and not have to worry about gaining positions, because obviously when you have the position, let's say you're in P10, if you got P9 in front of you, you're going to push 24/7. Whereas if you have just traffic in front of you, you're going to take a back step. You're going to just relax. You're going to go on autopilot for a bit, which, yeah, may not be the best for the car, but it's good for the driver. As we've got Nico here from WS Racing Esports coming off into Tosa. Not sure what happened there. Might have got loose under braking, which is what I reckon it would have happened. Again, the LMPs, both the P1 and the P2 don't have traction. So they do have traction control, but they don't have ABS. So you got to be really careful on the brakes, and you got to be careful not to lock them up. As Artie here, making a very clean pass through the Variante Alta chicane.
Weaving through traffic, Benedict. Team Racing Black, that's incredible.
Benedict weaving through traffic like 18-year-olds weave through the interstate here. Literally what they do.
I got that beamer.
They just boost through traffic, just ducking and weaving. And again, just you can see the speed difference between the P2s and the GTEs. There's just so much more speed. I believe the GTs get to about 270, I think, 275 down the end of the straight, and the the LMP2s are in excess of 300, coming to the end of the Bussa straight. I believe the LMP1s are hitting 340 on the end of the straight. They've got a really nice helicopter shot here of the LMP2s, as I mentioned before, climbing up the hill all the way up to Piratella and then down to Acque Minerale, or Minerale. Again, a really technical section of the track. I reckon it's the second most technical section of the track, only followed by Variante Alta. Then we hear Sapphire just pulling away, making distance between him and Fuja. Again, coming through Acque Minerale, you've got to be really careful through that, as you can upset the car if you hit that inside curb too aggressively while I'm braking. As we go too wide through, you didn't actually catch that on the stream, but I was watching it from my end, and that was too wide through Variante Alta, which is something you don't want to do, especially in between two different classes, because it's not even for position, it's just for track position. So there's just no point at all. As now we got the Vector car, the stage 1 car of Artie. As I just heard him on the radio, for a split second, he might have hit the wrong button for push to talk in his Discord, but obviously not too impressed over something that the traffic has done. Obviously, you might have moved over on him, I'm not too sure. For anyone who is in a lower class who is watching, please make sure you get out. Okay, don't get out of the way. Again, this has been coming from me not being at the driver's briefing, but be careful of your surroundings. Stick to your line. I'm not sure what Martin mentioned or Ewan mentioned, but just stick to your line. Stay safe, stay predictable is the main thing, really.
Gotta say, so far things have been better than the first race just a couple weeks ago at Road America. So drivers definitely learning from those mistakes that they made and improving. So that's always good to see.
Yeah, constant improvement is something that we definitely love to see around here. Even if you're the best, you can always improve. You can always learn new things. You can always hone your skills, and that's what separates a good racing driver from a great racing driver. They can see where they're lacking in, and then they can improve and better themselves. Sorry, I tried to repent a yawn then.
Interesting to see down here in the GTE field. Porsche top on the board. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Porsches, as you mentioned before, are very dominant around here. Just because of the rear layout, and even then, the top 4 are rear-engined, rear-wheel drive cars, as the Ferrari is there as well. The hashtag car pulling up the top 5 with the BMW there. Very
That's an impressive drive to kind of outdrive the car there and be competitive with a platform that is kind of at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, even compared to something like the C8. The C8 is still rear-wheel, rear-engined. So they are at a disadvantage. I believe the BMW is the only front-engine car in this race, actually. So they're at a very severe disadvantage, just because of that layout. Again, I'm mentioning the weight over the front wheels versus the rear wheels. You're a lot more nimble with the weight over the rear wheels, and you can put down power a lot better too. I'm not saying that the BMW doesn't have traction control, because it does. As we've got a Porsche here just darting back onto the track here at Tamburello. He went off at T2 and decided to rejoin at T4 just because why not. he's got a race to race, so he's straight back into it. Probably not the safest rejoin because he could have kicked up some dirt or or just got uneasy coming onto the track. As we've got Marius here coming through Tosa.
And that is the downfall of the rear engine, kind of debate that we're having. It can get away from you really quickly, and the back end just slides out, and before you know it, you're sitting parked.
Yeah, as again the majority of the weight is over the rear axle. Once it starts moving, you can't stop it. The only way to stop it is to park it up for a couple seconds and regain your composure. He obviously thought he was doing Formula Drift, which is not the aim of the game today. How cool would it be if iRacing introduced Formula Drift? That'd be really cool.
Of course, that would be something. I could see that being an April Fool's announcement.
Well, think of it. They've gotten the majority of the tracks there. Like, I think, Road Atlanta's got a layout. I know Long Beach has a layout for it. There'll be a few others that have layouts that I'm not aware of, but
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
It's workable. As I'm going to catch up with Stewart's announcements. There's been a few announcements since I last mentioned them. There's a warning issued to the 142 Orion race team JRT with an incident between them and the number 72 Stage 1 racing car for a unsafe overtake. There was only a verbal warning, so no other action there. Incident number 7 between the number 69 JD Sim Racing and the number 83 Stage 1 Racing senior car. There was a verbal warning for an unsafe overtake granted to the number 83 Stage 1 racing car. Incident number 8 is the Verve Sim Racing Team Black car and the number 55 Polder Racing car. And the offending team was the number 55 car, who was granted a drive-through penalty for causing an incident. We currently have the 27 Motorsport car and the Premium Deluxe Racing car, number 118 and number 220 respectively, and the 123 Backmarker Racing yellow car. So there's 3 cars in this incident here, and they're paging for representatives from each team. So if you are from one of those 3 teams, please jump into the waiting room chat if you are a representative, and they will drag you in and they will have a chat. I'll have a chat to you with that incident.
Super impressed with the stewarding. Very quick to act on a lot of just even close calls, and just having that conversation with these drivers and teams, and even if no penalty is given, it still cleans things up for the rest of the run. With 5 hours and 20 minutes left to go, it's important to take note of that.
As we are hitting the 41-minute mark here, Sapphire Simsport still out ahead in P1. They've taken that mistake from Fuja, and they've just profited on it, and they're going their absolute hardest here. As I tell you what,
Pit windows opening up for the LMP2 class, making things pretty interesting. Probably the longest pit road of the season for these cars, so a pit is going to cost a lot of time on track. Going to want to avoid a pit at all costs if you can avoid it in strategy.
I reckon this is probably the second longest pit road. Only that second to Spa, depending on what layout they're using, the endurance layout. So I think that's got the longer
That could be. That very well could be.
Also, I think Silverstone is pretty long as well from memory. It's pretty quick though, so that shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, they slow you down pretty early at Silverstone for no reason.
Oh, it's for safety, Spence. It's for safety. To make everyone safe.
Thank you.
As we can see, the LMP1 as well, the Sapphire car coming in and making their first scheduled pit stop. Putting Fuja.
Look at how tight that is off the pit road.
It's just very tight there. It's just bumper to bumper. It's like the M1 on a really bad day. If you get stuck in the domain tunnel, it's just back to back.
True Aussie.
And you can just see how close these GT Pros are. I believe these are all GT Pros. You just see how close they are. They're well within at least a second of each other. Being able to benefit from the tow is really handy for him as well. As one of the last GT Pros there decided to loop it on the entrance of Tamburello, which this stream didn't catch that, unfortunately, which is okay.
Probably lucky for that driver.
Unless you cut to a replay. Here we go. Just uneasy on the brakes and just loops it, parks it on the infield there. Fortunately, you can't get bogged in the gravel traps here, so you can drive out of them. Unlike in the real world, where there is a real possibility of getting stuck in the gravel traps, like as we've seen before in Formula One and in other classes as well. There's been another steward announcement. This is the 9th announcement here, as we're going to cut to a replay before I read that out.
Patrick Pelchat just jumped to the pits. Not really sure what happened.
It was very, very strange. I hope everything is okay on his end. Hoping...
Back out they go, though.
Hope it wasn't a hardware issue. They are still ahead.
That didn't look too good.
No. As I was really interrupted by the by the replay. That's all right. The 9th steward's announcement from the 27 so the number 118 27 Motorsports, the number 220 Premium Deluxe Racing, and the 123 Backmarker Racing Yellow Team. The number 220 Premium Deluxe Racing car was issued a warning for causing a collision. And there has been an incident between the number 90 Fuji Sim Sports LMP2 car and the number 92 #Racing LMP2 car. They're requesting one representative from each chat to join and have a discussion about that. As we've got Nico here from WS Racing. Sorry. We have Benedict here from the Team Racing LMP1 here, the good old faithful tractor that I do dearly love. Coming around, starting his next lap here. And Lorik in the Sapphire in P2 currently because of his pit window. However, following closely is ahead following is the Fuji Sim Sport car, who is back on pole at the moment. They have both made a stop, I believe. Yeah, they both made a stop. So they are very, very close on real time. And on track position too, as I yawn yet again, I apologize. I don't know why I'm so tired. I woke up at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock today.
I'm exhausted. I've been yawning this whole morning, so it's probably going through the mic to you, so I apologize.
That is okay.
But a heck of a battle here for overall lead.
This Fuja is leaving Sapphire to get caught up in all that traffic. They're currently 2.5 seconds back.
Really just shows you how it's really all about traffic management here.
Yeah, and that's where you're going to see some drivers get kind of uneasy and kind of unsafe as they're passing traffic. They might make a move to block, well, not block the traffic, but to block the opponent from passing the traffic because it's in such a sketch spot, and then they may have to jump off and make another move. As Ica from the World of Sim Racing team car makes a strange entrance through Ravazza, cutting the inside apex and then going out really wide. Definitely not a move you would like to make, especially in the real world as well. Thankfully, he has recovered and he's still on pole in LMP2 at the moment. As we're going to cut to a quick replay of that, you can see him just make the move on the inside there. I reckon he just got uneasy on the brakes there. He could have picked up potentially some floor damage from that transition over from the grass over that access road. So he'll have to keep an eye on his water temp there to see if that's creeping up. Because again, as we mentioned, the cooling radiators are on the bottom of the car for the Dallara LMP2. So you have to be careful when you're going over speed bumps and curbing. Because you can have
Esports Red knocking on the door now of the lead, thanks to that mistake and slip up from Iker.
Oh yeah, he's 6/10 back. He's definitely in contention for the lead at the moment as we come into 15 minutes.
He's battling in front though. This is what multi-class racing is all about.
This is what multi-class racing brings, is that there's 3 separate races in one race.
One going around the outside.
That's very cool there. The P1s, the 2s, and the 3s all passing at the same time. Was that actually correct? I think so. It did look like a P1 to me.
Yeah. There's a P1 there.
That is one of the coolest things in my thing, is that the P1, the P2, and the P3, sorry, the GTE, all passing at the same time. That to me is like, yeah, one of the cooler things to happen. It's like those lap comparisons between like old like V8 supercars and like the new ones and like a Formula 1 car. Anyway, back to the action. Ica still in P1 of the P2s. However, the FTR car again is still knocking on his door here, trying everything to get around and to get into the lead. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just wanting to save some fuel, as we've got a bit of an incident here relating to the FTR esports car and some traffic he was passing. And that's something that I mentioned before, is that drivers may get a little bit antsy while passing traffic, and that is definitely what's happened here at the moment. Watch here the Porsche, as you can see the FTR going down the inside. Porsche wanting to turn in but can't because there's traffic there. FTR locking up the brakes, clipping both the Ferrari and the Porsche there, and unfortunately offsetting both of their times, which could have been easily avoided by the LMP just easing off, sliding into the traffic, and then going on his way. That could have been potentially fatal. As we've got another incident here on the start-finish straight, just coming up into Tamburello, which unfortunately was missed on the stream as well. Just cars just going absolutely nuts. As we're going to cut to another replay here on the start-finish straight. Yeah, the P2 was off and just going straight on. There's just no chance to stop that car in that short amount of time. So...
yeah, you really are along for the ride through that gravel trap. So lucky that no one was coming from behind. But
yeah, you are definitely a passenger on that trip there. As I'm going to jump to the steward's announcements chat wall, as incident number 10 has been finalized between the Fuji Sim Sports and the hashtag racing team. LMP2s, the hashtag racing team was issued a stop and hold penalty for unsafe rejoin of the track surface. Not sure what happened there exactly. That was at 27 minutes into the race. And there's been another incident, the number 123 backmarker racing yellow and the number 178 Maniti racing GTE. They're requesting one participant from each team to join them in the waiting room so that they can have a chat to them and see what happened with that incident. You see the BMW there just getting a little bit uneasy on that exit of Variante Alta. Still maintaining his line and getting through the corner. Probably not the cleanest he can, but still pretty clean through there. As we've got Artie here. And Marius and Nico. We're cycling through all the guys very, very quickly. Coming through Ravazza. You just see the two Porsches back there just fighting at each other. I'm not sure if that's for a position or not, but that definitely does look like it's for position. Fighting at each other to try and get past. Try and get the upper hand on the team. As we are 55 minutes into the 6-hour race, we've got just over 5 hours and 7 minutes to go. Spence, we want to do a top 3 of each class.
absolutely.
So, in provisional, well, it's not provisional anymore, it's P1 at the moment. We have Fuji Sim Sports LMP1, piloted by Patrick Pelchat, who has done an excellent drive coming back from his first lap mistake. P2, following very closely, is Lorik and the Sapphire Sim Sports Alpha car, also in LMP1. P3 is the Team Racing car, piloted by Benedict Behrens, who just passed the Verve Racing Team Black car, who is being piloted by someone, who's being piloted by Nicholas Reeves, who is, I believe, on his outlap. No, he's not on his outlap. It said it was on his outlap, I'm not sure. Then Nicholas is in P4. P1 is Ika of the who's piloting the World of Sim Racing Team car, the number 52. P2 is the Charitable Gamers, piloted by Tim Perry at the moment. And P3 is a Verve Racing Team Black, piloted by Jacob Money, which has actually resolved our graphic issue because he was the driver who had the issue. P1 of the GTE Pro class is Marius Brewer of the .exe Esports Red. Again, very close and very tight in the qualifying there. P2 following closely is Saba of the Aquila Racing Aqua car, and P3 is the Aventus Racing number 117, piloted by Yannick Van der Zane. Zane? Yeah, I'm going to go with that. P1 of the GTM class is the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle team, piloted by that name. That looks very Jamaican.
Egidius? I don't know. I
There you
want to
go.
know how to pronounce it. I'm curious.
I really, if anyone from Backmarker is watching, get him in for an interview after, because I really want to talk to him. He sounds like a legend. Anyway, P2 is the Platinum Racing team, piloted by Thomas Jensen at the moment, and P3 in class is all the way down there in the Equiva Racing Cyan car, piloted by Martin Kammerhofer. Or is that P3? I'm not sure anymore.
You had it right.
Cool. So those are your top threes, as we are just under 5 hours and 4 minutes in to the race here. I'm going to leave you with Spence for 2 seconds while I go get a drink, because my throat is dry after talking for an hour.
And no worries, we will take just a hair of a break while I grab myself a little breakfast. We will crank up the iRacing volume here so you can enjoy the pleasant sounds of the race. And we hope you enjoyed the nice, lovely sounds of the race. So we welcome you back in the broadcast booth.
Welcome back. I have obtained my fuel of gamers. Well, fuel of me anyway, with my precious Coca-Cola. Not sponsored.
My Red Bull earlier wasn't cutting it, so I just grabbed myself a little donut, got a sugar high, I'm good to go.
Damn, I could go for a donut right now.
Hit the spot.
Anyway, just tipped over the first hour here at Imola. Again, for the 6 hours of Imola. So basic mathematics say that we have 5 hours left, which is true. At the top of the screen, you can see we have 4 hours, 58 and 54 seconds left of the race. Fuja Sim Sports still ahead here, only by 5 seconds to Sapphire, who seem to be catching them very easily. He seems to be caught up in a little bit of traffic here. As you can see, he's ducking and weaving through, trying to get through the P2 and the GT traffic that Sapphire will have to navigate shortly. I'm running on board with Melvin here from the Antagonist Racing Team Orange car. Seeing him overtaking a GTE just shortly before the if I can think, the Variante Alta chicane. By the way, me thinking is opening the track map so I can remember what corner names are which. So we've still got the World of Sim Racing team ahead in P1 in the LMP2, who's currently 11 seconds down from the Charitable Gamers. Is Jacob there getting a little bit uneasy on the curbs there, and upsetting his Dallara just a little bit. But you can still see, even though we're an hour in, we can still see that there are still a couple of GTEs lapping very, very consistently and very close to each other.
Still just ducks in a row out there.
You can see that that last vehicle there is in fact an LMP, and you can see just how fast he gains on the GTs. As I'm gonna read out some more steward announcements. We've got the 14th. Sorry, we have even more actually. So we have all the way back up to here. So we've got the number 123 Backmarker Racing Team Yellow and the number 178 Maniti Racing. That result was a warning issued to the 178 Martini Racing, as he was given a warning for excessive blocking. Which, yeah, you definitely need to watch out for, that you don't intentionally block your rivals, as it is it's pretty frowned upon, especially with the iRacing racing code. Incident number 12 between the 113 Core Motorsports, the number 123 Backmarker Racing Yellow, and the 178 Maniti Racing GTE car. There has been no further actioned upon that because there was a repeat report. Number 13, incident number 13 between the number 118 27 Motorsports and the number 67 Charitable Gamers. There was no further action from that, as it was a miscommunication between the classes. The 27 Motorsports is a GTE and the Charitable Gamers is an LMP2 car, so there's some bit of communication that you got to do with that. Incident number 14 between the number 65 WS Racing Esports and the number 171 Vector by RSR. The number 171 Vector by RSR was penalized with a drive-through penalty because I did not supply enough racing room to the passing traffic, which was the WS car. Again, WS is a LMP2 and the Vector is a GTE. And there's currently an investigation between the 178 Maniti Racing and the 123 Backmarker Racing Yellow car. If anyone is waiting, or if someone from the Backmarker Racing team is watching, please get a representative in there to discuss matters with that incident. I'm impartial, so I can't make a comment on that. I haven't seen it, so.
Anyway, battle here for the outright lead between Fuga and Sapphire.
So you can see Lorik just got a little bit uneasy there on the exit of T2, which is into, probably going to take Tamburello. It's getting it uneasy and letting Fuja walk away there, walk away 6/10 up the road to Sapphire. He's now up to a second. It is dropping though, as Lorik seemed to have gotten a better line and better run out of Tosa, and through Piratella now coming into Aqua Minerale. You just see him there. He just wants it. You can see, he's driving the wheels off that thing, getting up to 250 kilometers per hour before jumping on the anchors to get stopped to navigate through Variante Alta. Coming down
tight window there in that Audi. All he can see ahead of him is that Fuga Sim Sport LMP1 ahead. That's all he wants.
Yeah, these mirrors. Yeah, these windscreens on the prototypes, especially on the LMP1s, they're very small, very narrow because you're quite low in the car. You can see Lorik making a move. I think he's made the move on Fuja, getting around there through Tamburello, coming out for the overall lead, and strategically putting a GTE who's also just gone off the track, unfortunately, between him and Fuja. Well, obviously there's between many more. I'm not sure if that was contact between him and the traffic, or if that was just the traffic getting spooked, but we can see here Lorik getting the move done through T2 here, through Tamburello, and job's done, mate. No hope of getting out back at the moment.
That was absolutely incredible racing. That's what you love to see. Aggressive with the swinging back and forth to defend, but overall clean, and Loik sticks it.
Just makes it work. Makes it. Well, he's obviously made it work because now he's 1.3 up on Fuja, who is getting caught up in a bit of traffic, unfortunately, and will have to either overextend his boost or just let him go and then catch him back up with some strategic placement later. As we've got Boris here getting it through. Sorry, no, it wasn't for Boris. It was for a couple of other cars who are getting it a little bit uneasy through Variante Alta. You can see there was a BMW there just getting it uneasy, and look, there he is there. Obviously had it in the wall at some point and drove out of it. Judging by the smoke there, yeah, he was in the grass. He was backwards at one point. Here we go. You can see him up on two wheels, and just the transition just overloaded the tires and just sent him around. Physics.
See a little Yuki Tsunoda moment, and it just kind of upsets all the drivers behind him. That was the challenge there. Stacks up the field, and yeah, tough spot to lose it.
Definitely, because you got to consider as well, when one person crashes or spins out like that, has an incident, all the other drivers have to slow up. As there's a big shunt through Variante Alta that we just caught on camera there. I believe it was an LMP2 that was being shunted by a GTE, which I'm very strange to see, but still can believe it in that very slow speed section. I believe the GTEs actually have a little bit better acceleration than the LMP2s from a dig. So, but of course the LMPs have the overall top end speed. We've got cut to another replay here. Yeah, the BMW gets it uneasy, and sorry, it was a P2 that shunted another BMW. So it was that original white BMW there. I'm not sure who drives that, but who got uneasy, and just again it was a domino effect and just affected all the other drivers. Fortunately, that BMW driver did get out of the way and didn't cause any more pile-ups from him. So props to everyone involved with that.
Indeed. Verve Racing Team Black. Nicholas Reeves. Not sure if they've parked it or what, but the LMP1 class down to just 3.
That is it's a shame to see, unfortunately. I've mentioned this before. I personally am a LMP driver, so I do like to see when there's a lot of LMPs on the grid, and unfortunately, just LMP1 just isn't driven as much as what LMP2 is. As there's a knack to driving it, and even I can't drive it really well compared to these other guys, compared to Fuja, compared to Sapphire. You can drive. Everyone can drive a fast car, but there are only a few that can drive a fast car fast. So that is the distinction that you need to realize and you need to make when choosing a class. Is like, okay, am I worthy for the LMP1? Am I worthy for the tractor? If not,
absolutely.
then LMP2 is for you.
And some absolute top class drivers here racing, just as evident by some of the moves that they're sticking. So an absolute showcase for driving skills on display here.
And again, seems to be very chill in the stewards announcement chat. There's only been a few incidents here that I've noted, which seems to be way better than way better than Road America, which just happened 3 weeks ago now, I think. So
2 weeks ago, but yeah. Very much a cleaner race.
Just a shout out as well. We are well within an hour and a quarter into the race. If anyone is watching and would like to be interviewed, definitely shoot us a message in the contact commentators chat and we can make something happen. Because we'd love to hear from you. If you are racing today, we'd love to hear from you about the conditions, about the any issues you've had, etc. We'd love to hear from you.
We're probably coming up on some strategy checkpoints here in the next 15 to 30 minutes, especially for the LMP2 class. They should be diving in here. Yeah, like I said, probably about 15 minutes. Their tanks will be drying up and strategy will come into play again.
As Team Racing is up into P2 here, which I honestly didn't expect. I thought Sapphire was going to stick to P2, but obviously Sapphire has pitted, and obviously as a result, they've changed positions. But positions have changed again as Sapphire is now ahead again, and Fuja and Team Racing are now in P2 and 3 respectively. I'm not sure if it's the timing tree or if it's what's actually happening on track. But yeah, it's definitely good to see that there has been a lot of changes on track, and that Sapphire is now back out ahead with Fuja 6.5 seconds down the road behind him, obviously contending with traffic and contending with everything else. As you can just see, Fuja trying to get through there, the LMP2, trying to wrangle it through the GTE field. I would honestly say it's a little bit more difficult getting the P2s through traffic than the P1s. So we're going to cut to a replay of a GTE again, getting it all sorts of wrong here through Tosa. again, that's the thing we mentioned before, is that that's the downfall of these rear engine cars, my bad, is that they're really heavy in the rear, and once you get them moving, you can't stop them.
That's just overcooking it, carrying just too much speed into a corner that's one of the slower ones on the track. So, yeah, like you said, that rear engine is a little bit more difficult to handle, but that's the price you paid, you know, for those extra few tenths per lap.
And in racing, 2 or 3 tenths is years ahead. If you're 3 tenths in front of your opponents per lap, you are light years ahead of them on the timing charts and on track. So definitely worth it to get every single inch out of the car that you're driving. So
especially over such a long race, like 6 hours or 12, or you know, many of the lengths that we're seeing.
You've got to be very confident in the car that you choose. And that is one of the considerations, is do I drive a front engine car or a rear engine car? So that's something that you got to practice within your own time and to fiddle with and to hone. As we've got a big shunt coming from an LMP2 on poor Frank here. Put it in the tyre bundle. Fortunately, just the tyre bundle, not a concrete barrier. Although I suppose sometimes iRacing doesn't respect that at all. Fortunately, it gets it turned around, but scaring the poor BMW there, who was just trying to make it around. Fortunately, no other cars were collected in that. I am sure there is going to be something in this steward's chat in a second regarding that incident.
That's a tough one. Just the LMP2, it looked like, just misjudging the room they had. Possibly some understeer out into the traffic. Not sure if P2's Fuga just missing that.
I reckon that would have been a ghost 4X from that BMW there. There was another incident up here at Valente Alta. Fuja having to cut through the grass just to avoid the incident there.
That's probably well handled.
That's also what separates the good drivers from the great drivers, is that they can identify and action an evasive move in almost 1 or 2 tenths of a second, and it actually working as well. Case in point there, as we're going to cut to replay. This is the first. That's the BMW who had that first spin through Aqua Minerale through turn 12 and 13. Who Fuja avoided first, and then had that second incident there that we're going to cut to right now. On board with one of the offending drivers here, trying to come up the inside here, overcooking his brakes a little bit too much. Actually, no, it was the initial LMP car that got caught up. Not sure if the GTE.
It's like a 55. That is of Polder Racing, the initial lockup, and the 99 just kind of caught up in it.
Yeah, really just ran out of real estate. Couldn't go anywhere, unfortunately. Just coming back to the stewards announcements channel. Incident number 17 between the 251 World of Sim Racing car and the 71 Vector by RSR car. The 71 car was penalized from a unsafe overtake. The Vector by RSR car is an LMP2, and the 251 is a GTM class car. So again,
you can see the stewards sticking up for those GTE cars.
Oh yeah, definitely. Again, that's what I'm mentioning before, is the drivers getting antsy behind the wheel, trying to get every inch of road they can between him and the car behind him. And you're going to have issues like this where you're going to pass them in proper locations and result in actions like this where you actually lose more time than you've gained. And there is a issue between the 196 JD Sim Racing, the number 66 FTR Esports, and the number 224 Backmarker Racing. One representative from each team is to be in the steward's office soon. There's 2 currently, but there should be a 3rd one. So if you are one of those drivers, please make sure that you have a representative in there to discuss things and to work things out. So we're going to cut to a quick replay. Tom Johnson coming into the pits here, jumping on the anchors, and the guy behind him, unfortunately, I'm not sure who that was. I think that was someone else collecting the back of him because they misjudged the sign and their pit entrance. Something I think is probably very under practiced is that is the pit entry to any tracks. As we're going to have another replay, sorry, as the BMW getting caught up through the Villeneuve chicane, fortunately getting off the track before anything else can take place. But yeah, coming back to the pits, yeah, seems to be something that is looked over when practicing, as you're mainly focusing on lap times, and then you just stop and you just tow. So you really don't do many pit stops or pit entries. So something you should really focus on one of the things you should focus on is the pit entries. I was riding on with Fuja Sim Sports here, currently P3, who was a lap down actually on Team Racing and Sapphire Sim Sports, I believe. Not sure what happened there. Maybe Spencer can shed some light as I've been reading other various chats. But yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Fuka Sim Sport LMP1 dove into the pits on lap 52, so very recent. Sapphire Sim Sport and Team Racing Black still the pit. Looks like Team Racing Black may be going in now. We'll see.
Potentially, yeah, Sapphire is definitely in the pits right now. As they trundle down the pit straight at 85 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure what that is in freedom units. You can go convert that yourself. But yeah, Team Racing here, not taking the pit entry, obviously on a slightly different set to his opponents here. Which can work out in some instances. If you have an offset pit strategy, you may have a better track position at the end of the race. You may not have to stop and have a splash and dash to the end, and you may also have better tires as well, which will allow you to push harder and to defend a little bit harder as well going into some corners. But we'll see that all unfold soon. We're currently just over 4.5 hours to go here at Imola. Still very tight, very close racing with the GTEs. They're all within. I mean, they're not really close. Sorry, I'm moving my microphone here. I'm not farting, I guarantee you. But they're still within at least 10 seconds of each other, which is still pretty close. And yeah, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they how this race transpires for all of those guys who are fighting very close in those classes. So. Got a really excellent chopper shot of Ravazza, I believe that is, the end of the track. I really love the chopper shots at any track really, except when the cars are being blocked by the trees. because then you can't see the action. We've got Fuja there, still in P3, unfortunately, on their outlap now. I'm very interested to see how they're going to make back the now 40 second deficit to Sapphire. The timing tree is just very all over the shop. Yeah, they're definitely 43 seconds down from Sapphire. So if they've got one of their faster drivers in, which I know Fuja do have a lot of fast drivers, I wouldn't mind betting that they will be back in the lead probably before the last hour of the race here. So I'm keen, very keen as a bean to see that, as I always love a good fight at the top of the top.
Very tight here between Team Racing Black and Fuga Simsport LMP1. So yeah, definitely still some spice left. Fuga Simsport could be playing a strategy game here with pit stops.
It'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the course of the race, which of course the only way to experience is to sit through the whole race, which we will do for you to serve this content to you so you can watch it in the comfort of your own home, which is how our iRacing should be consumed if you're on track at Imola watching this. First off, props to you. Second of all, why are you there? There is no racing at the moment, at least I don't think there is. But that's very cool nonetheless. Take a picture and send it to me at... Oh no, my Twitter is private. You can't send it to me. That's private for a reason. Anyway. You can see Fuja just sending it down the inside, trying to make up every second he can on his rivals at the top there, sending it on that. Well, not really sending it, but the BMW really sort of held it open for him, so he took full advantage of that. Again, you can just see the grip levels compared to the GTs and even the LMP2s. The LMP1s have a lot more mechanical and aero grip to play with versus the LMP2s. But still, the LMP2s have a lot of grip to play with. So it's definitely a fun, very fun class to drive their prototypes. Well, also because you don't see them on the road because they're prototypes. The dream would be to drive a prototype on the road one day. That would be like the coolest thing. But I don't think it's ever going to happen, unfortunately. Unless it's for like a promotional event for like, I don't know, Porsche and their new hypercar, if they're doing one. I think Porsche are doing a new hypercar, are they?
You know, I'm not totally sure.
We can just see Marius here just trying to dart through traffic, just trying to make up as many meters to Team Racing, who was just up the road there. You can see Fuja was up 1.4 seconds in the first sector, but down 0.6 in the second sector. As we're gonna, as Benedict's is gonna come through the third sector now. You can really see the traffic playing a big effect on the times that these cars are putting out. And again, he is 0.2 down. He's still up though he's still gained on Team Racing, even though he does seem to be losing out here. 6 and then 0.8. Yeah, he's still a whopping 16 seconds up on that was lap 58. We're on lap 61 now. He's still up 1.2 seconds here, so we are gaining onto P2 here. The Fuja car is, sorry. So It is going to be a close race. Probably, I'm going to forecast about half an hour. Because if you're getting a second on a lap and he's 40 seconds down, that's going to be 40 laps. And if a lap's a minute 30, I don't know, you can do the math. Someone at home has a calculator, you can calculate it for me and send it.
Certainly very close, and yeah, they've got plenty of time to develop that attack and plan it out. Jamie Pounder, as we've seen with the Ferrari and rear engines before.
They're getting caught out on Tosa. Again, something that we've seen a lot here. And something I reckon we'll continue to see through Tosa. Such a not a difficult corner, but like an interesting corner because it's an uphill rise to the left, so you're really overloading those right-hand tires going through that corner, and that's where you see those spins coming up. So yeah, it's yeah. I'm doing administration, give me a sec. As we're riding on board with Garrett from the FTR Esports here, you can just see how much they overextend coming through Variante Tamburello there on that exit. That took a lot to actually save for some reason. Yeah, you can just see that they use a lot of traffic, a lot of track there. So using all of that's available to them without getting it off track as well. Another area which they would be able to gain a lot of time, but unfortunately they can't because there is an off-track limit. There is turn 13 on the inside there, just coming out of Aqua Minerale. We are currently not there. We're currently riding along with Ruslan in the Fuji Simsport LMP2 car, just crossing the line, making his way up to Tamburello again for the next lap around Imola for him. There is a drive-through penalty issued to the number 1 Fuji Simsports car for an unsafe overtake on the number 18827 Motorsports GTE car. That's gonna really set them back a lot. As again, they've got to stop and slow down to 85 Ks for the whole pit straight, which, as we mentioned, is one of, as well, we believe anyway, one of the longest straights for the on the calendar for the pit straights. As we have an interview here from the number 215 Platinum Team Racing. I'll just drag him in here. Am I dragging him in? Nope.
Absolutely.
Yes, I can. We're joined here by Marnix. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, Marnix.
Marnix from the number 215 Platinum Racing Team. How are you guys traveling at the moment?
I think Thomas have done a great job putting us in the front of the field of the amateurs field. And we're at top of the table at the moment. I think we have a great lead to the second team. I think he's doing a great job. I'll be getting in 30 minutes, and hopefully we can continue this form.
That is very good to hear. Is there any sort of main strategy that you're working on, or is that like a secret that you got between you guys, or what are you guys working on at the moment?
Kind of improvising. We didn't have a lot of time practicing. Today was our first practice together. We both did some individual laps, but maybe 10 laps just to get that 10 lap requirement in. Because you need to have done 10 laps in the practice sessions to be able to race. And we did that, and we didn't have any time to do any other laps. So yeah, I think we're doing a great job compared to what we've done and what we've practiced. And I think we don't really have a secret. It's just trying to get the car home safe, no damage, and minimizing the pit stop times. So I'll be doing only one stint, he'll be doing 2 stints. This way we'll be minimizing the time spent in the pits.
Do you feel at all disadvantaged in the BMW, or does that feel like just at this track, or does it feel like a strong car choice for the duration of the series?
Well, we're talking about the Beamer. It's a big one. It's a rough one to overtake, and you can make it really wide. But I think the Porsche, personally, it doesn't suits me well under braking. But in this technical track and a lot of traffic, I think the Beamer is a good car to pick, and Ferrari will be a good choice as well. But we both had the Beamer last season, and we had some time already in the car, so why considering changing and need to adapt to other cars, while you can stick to the same car and progress with that same car on other tracks, and just be safe with it.
Absolutely, seems to be working for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It is always a good idea to choose a car that you're very comfortable with, as going into a series with a car that you're not familiar with is, it's less than ideal. I'm not sure if Spence, you have any more questions. I've got my special question up my sleeve. If you
absolutely go for it.
What is your favorite meal from McDonald's? Make it quick.
Ooh, that's a difficult one, man. Jeez. If I have to pick 2, I'll be saying the McFlurry M&M. I always take the Big Tasty.
The McTasty? Yeah, we don't have the McTasty here, unfortunately. So.
And then the menu, of course, the big one.
That's a big Europe McTasty. Yeah, it's classic.
I'm missing out down under, unfortunately. Anyway, it's been really good to hear from you.
Yes.
I hope you can keep your lead out and hopefully take home a P1, which obviously will be good for your points in the AM class, because you'll be scoring max points for your team. So good luck.
I hope so as well. Thanks. Cheers. Good luck, guys.
Good luck when you take over.
Thanks.
Looking forward to seeing you.
All right. Thanks.
So again, that was the Platinum Racing team, the number 215. They're just in the commentary booth for an interview. I thought he was going to say Nuggets. Everyone else, except like one person, has said Nuggets to this day.
I was kind of expecting Nuggets too.
Not dissing Nuggets though. Nuggets are goated. They're awesome. So, anyway, back to the action here. P3 at the moment. The antagonist racing car. In P2, or in the LMP2, and P1 still, of course, is the Sapphire Simspot Alpha car, still out ahead. My timing sheet is still balked. I'm not sure of the exact gap to P2 versus P1. So you can see how much the car moves through Valiante Alta. Just kicks up both sides of the car. That must hurt going through that in real life if you take it that aggressive of an angle, or that aggressive of of a line, but obviously it must pay out to get that time. So, and obviously, if the thing that you're doing makes you faster, then obviously you're gonna do it. So,
Pain is only temporary, remember? Yeah, it's probably something that's worth it, just to get those extra few tenths. But luckily, this is sim racing. You won't need to go visiting a dentist for any trips over the bumps or anything like that. So why not?
although you could accidentally punch yourself in the face and then be made a fool online on purpose by iRacing. I can speak from experience with that.
Certain, yes, possibility.
Anyway, back from my demise. Riding on board with Garrett here of the FTR Esports guys. Currently sitting 5th in class. People are Steam messaging me. Who uses Steam these days? Anyway, sorry, back to this. Andy Gomez in the 524. Looking fine there, and Steph Jansen in the DC Racing is currently 29th in class. Wow, my computer is going nuts. 29th in class here, looking like he's taking a bit too much curb on the exit there. But it seems to be fine, seems to be working out. And sorry, I'm doing more administration stuff. Give me a sec. There's Marius there of the Fuji Simsport car. I'm not sure if he's taken his penalty yet. He was issued with a drive-through penalty between. There was an incident between him and the 27 Motorsports GTE car. It was meant to be a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure if he's served that yet. There was also a coming together with the Sapphire Simsport car and themselves. So the number 26 and the number 1. However, there was no further action required from that incident. So Simsport, so Fuji seems to be in. They were in P2. They were in P3 again. And the timing seems to be super off tonight. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but. Again, Fuji is they've got a lot, or they did start on pole, but they unfortunately have dropped those 2 places. I've just had a big incident with with GT. Anyway, they've lost a lot this race, and this is just the first hour and a half. Hour and 3/4 here, coming up to the 2-hour mark, just in about 15 minutes. As we are going to cut to that replay of the BMW losing it through Paratella. Just hits the curb a little bit too weird and just upsets the car, turns it around. Fortunately, people are navigating around that BMW safely and calmly, and he isn't making any drastic movements while he's being turned around. On board the Sapphire at the moment. See him barreling down all the way down to T2 here of Tamburello. Just navigating it so cleanly, so nicely. So you can see, I think that's the German flag there on that bumper there. I apologize if I upset any country for saying that. I believe it's the German flag, isn't it?
It looked like it to me, but again, I don't want to offend anyone. So.
Still, we can see that I actually believe that is the Fuji SimSport LMP2 car behind him. However, that won't be full position as they are, I believe, a lap or two down. Or that could be the team racing car. I'm not sure if that's the team racing car. No, that is definitely the Fuji car behind Sapphire, but it will not be full position because the Fuji car has been lapped by the Sapphire. Again, I'm not sure what's going on with the timing tree. He's just gaining positions randomly out of nowhere, so I don't know what's real anymore. Is existence a real, or are we all in a simulation? I don't know. All we know is iRacing is a simulation, and that everyone is safe. At least, hopefully, they're safe. Marius here coming down into T2 again. You can see the speed deficit, the speed difference between him and the other class who was in front of him. That is a P2 there. Lorik, they're still holding a lead between him and Team Racing, although Team Racing is 40 seconds back, so it's not really a fight at the moment. Although Fuji almost having it coming together with that BMW there. BMW is getting a bit loose there on the exit of Tosa and just almost sideswiping him, trading paint. However, not obviously not in this case, but almost came to it. So you can see the Porsche just dancing over the curbs there at Variante Alta. So majestic, so nice. You can't tell I'm a big Porsche fan. Anyway, coming on to the Variante Bassa straight is Lorik, and you can just see Lorik just darting through the traffic, and again with Fuji in tow as well. You can see the speed difference between the two classes there, the slowest and the fastest class. Of course, the LMP1s, if you're not familiar, have hybrid regeneration as their secondary power source. So when they brake, in these Audis, when they brake, they regenerate some of their energy through the energy recovery system, or ERS, as they reference it in Formula One. And when you're accelerating, it sends power to the front wheels when required to either increase the speed of the vehicle or to get it out of a pickle. I know some people use it as four-wheel drive to just point the car in a direction in a corner and just go. It scrubs the tires, but it makes it faster. That's what makes the difference. That's what makes some of the difference between P1s and the P2s. Of course, the P2s, they've got pretty much they've got some of the downforce. They've got the majority of the downforce of the P1s, but they just don't have that tech. It's only, I believe, a V8 engine in the back of the P2s, whereas it's a V6 diesel in the back of the Audi. Here, as we kind of come to a replay here of Evo, I'm going to go Evo with that one. Coming up to the Variante Alta chicane and just going straight on through that first bit. And fortunately tucking it out of the way of the other traffic so they can flow through just fine. We've got Marius here who's looking to improve his spot here at Imola. At Imola, sorry, I keep pronouncing it wrong. It's Imola. Who's navigating through traffic there, as we're on board with some of the traffic, not in that area, but in another area of the track. And just trying to stay out of the way of the P2s and the P1s. It's I believe it is been, if it's anything from the last race at Road America, it is both the responsibility of the passing driver and the driver being passed to maintain a safe racing line and to make the pass safe. That is kind of different to the iRacing rules, where it is solely up to the passing car to make it safe. Then again, it's not uncommon, and it's pretty common to hear drivers usually talking over the radio to sort of say, "Hey, I'm going to pass you echoing at this corner." That's what makes the in-game chat so useful compared to just not chatting, because you can actually communicate with the other drivers. If Formula One had that, I reckon it would be a hoot. Wouldn't you think, Spence?
If there was driver-to-driver communication, I can only imagine what they would say to Nikita Mazepin.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I have no more words for that.
But the entertainment value there would be second to none. So yes, I agree. I have toyed with the idea of just making a stream of just driver chats. You could have all the drivers in one just ginormous Discord and then stream it.
That would be very, very cool.
Be hectic.
As they say in Australia, they would. I mean, they'd probably say in other areas of the world too, but that's fully hackers, man.
We don't quite say it like that, but
no. They're usually
that's very Aussie.
It's usually associated with I mean, from where I've heard it, sound systems. It's like, oh, dude, that's some fully hacker doofers, man. Oh, you got that twin sub there, man. You got a 1000-watt amp back there. Oh, that sounds hackers, man. How they say it. That's how they speak as well.
The Aussie surfer vibe. I love it.
It's so scuffed. Anyway, I think I need a new seat. My backside is falling asleep. As Fuja Sim Sports, the people who qualified P1 overall, is currently in the pits serving either a scheduled stop or a penalty. I'm not sure what it is. I think the car did go up on jacks just then, so I think that is a scheduled stop. Probably a driver swap as well, considering we are 2 hours in. I believe it's been the same driver that entire time, so props to Marius for piloting the car for that long. I'd be surprised actually if he drove it out of the pits. Got Arca slotting it in perfectly there from the GTE of the BMW M8. Not holding up anyone, just slotting it in, making it work, and giving it a little bit of a tow to the BMW as well, just for good measure. There's a little bit of smoke coming through Variante Alta. I'm not sure if there was a slide or if there was an incident.
Arias staying in the car?
Staying in the car. Very interesting. Having a 108-second stop, I think that was. Although I'm not sure what they are timing to. Apparently he was stopped for 37 minutes and 54 seconds. Apparently, but I'm not sure if that's believable because he was stopped for just a little bit. Anyway, still in P3, obviously, as you don't gain positions when you're in the pits, and you only lose them. As we're going to cut to a quick replay here of Frank Herwig, who will probably explain the smoke that we saw before through Variante Alta. Yep, that would definitely explain it. Got a little bit caught on the curbs there and just went straight on, locked all four, and just kept it safe, kept it good, and kept it going. So as we're on board with Benedict here, with the team racing guys. It's coming into, again, the Variante Alta. Sliding in behind the LMP2 before promptly passing him on the inside there. And also passing the GTE as well before the hill. Won't make it to the next bit of traffic, but that is okay, as he's not really being held up there at all. Making some good moves there. He's up 2 positions from start. So 2 hours in, that's a very good move there. Putting himself on the second step of the podium. I mean, it's still pretty easy because there's only 3 running at the moment, but still, that's every point matters here in this in the ISREC championship.
Exactly, especially after Road America, it's important to, with so many drivers not scoring points there, it's important to get what you can here and then move on and see how the championship kind of progresses as things go on.
Yeah, as we are going to have our hourly run through of the top 3 of each class. So, Sapphire SimSport at the top of the timing charts, piloted by, so that is definitely Lorik there. I believe that's Lorik anyway. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Still in P1. Sapphire, if you're watching, I'd love to have a chat with one of your drivers. Please and thank you. P2 at the moment is the Team Racing Black car, piloted by Benedict here, just coming on to the Variante Bassa straight. P3 is still being piloted by Marius here. Of course, again, the Fuji SimSport car in P3, down 2 positions from the start. However, that is perfectly okay. P1 of the LMP2s is Ige of the Vector by RSR LMP2 car. Surprised to see that car ahead. I haven't been actually watching the LMP2s that much, so I'm honestly surprised and impressed that Vector is out ahead. In P2 is the Charitable Gamers car, piloted by Tim Perry at the moment. Still in P2, still looking really nice. Up 3 positions from the start. And P3 at the moment is the Fuji SimSport LMP2 car, mirroring their sister car in the P1. Only down 1 position and being piloted by Ruslan there. P1 of the GT Pro class is the .exe esports car, piloted also by another Marius, the number 168. He's up a position from the start, who has overtaken the Fuji SimSport GT car. That is the M class. There we go. Who's overtaken Fuji SimSport, who has lost a position, who he's piloted by Taj Edwards here, who is in P2. And in P3 is the hashtag racing of Flavio. In P3, up 2 from the start, looking very nice there at the top, looking very competitive there as well. P1 in the AM class is the Platinum Racing team, piloted by Thomas Jensen, who we were talking with their team about half an hour ago. P2 of the GT AM class is the FTR Esports white car, piloted by Igor. Igor Kos, I believe that is. And P3 is the Aquila Racing Cyan car, piloted by Jeremiah. That is your top 3 of each class. We're going to cut to a small break here. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the ISREC round 2 at Imola. Of course, being covered by Two Ravens TV. We've got some replays to cover over that short little while that we had a break for. So let's review those now. Here's the first one. Thomas Burling getting it all sorts of wrong in Variante Alta. Fortunately, choosing a good time to move out and to progress on with his race there. That was a good one there. We've got Diego. Not sure what is going on here. We're getting a nice overview of the track though. Oh, pirouetting. That seems to be out of Variante Alta and over the hill. Quick caught the grass on the inside there. We've got Michael Sembera here, barreling down to Variante Alta. Again, getting it all sorts of wrong through there. Fortunately, getting out of the way and almost collecting some other cars before thinking better of it and reversing and picking his line correctly. Thomas Burling, again, I believe we had this guy before. Coming up through Piratella, hitting the grass on the outside and just sliding it through Piratella, Formula Drift style. Unfortunately, no style points there. Didn't hit the decel zone, so he gets no points for that, unfortunately. Also have some more steward announcements too. Incident number 22 between the 72 Stage 1 Racing Junior car, the 67 Charitable Gamers car, and they just mentioned it twice. The 67 Charitable Gamers car was penalized with a drive-through penalty for causing a collision between those two cars. Incident number 23, the number 99 Antagonist Racing Team Orange and the 83 Stage 1 Racing Senior car. The incident, there was between those two, the penalized team was the 83 car for a second warning, which resulted in a drive-through penalty for the car for changing his line under braking, which is it's a pretty big no-no in this, or in iRacing in general. Incident number 24 between the number 188 27 Motorsport car and the number 67 Charitable Gamers car was a no further action, as it was a repeat incident report. So the two people reported the same incident. Incident number 25 involving the 215 Platinum Racing Team and the 120 WS Esports car. There was a warning issued to the 120 Esports car for an unsafe rejoin of the track surface. Incident number 26 between the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car and the Core Motorsports car. It was a warning issued for racing room not provided. There is also a tight battle with the LMP2 cars with the FTR and the Charitable Gamers car as well. They're well within 3/10 of each other here. And look, they're just bumper to bumper. We're 2 and a bit hours now into the race here, and they're really close, which I find very, very interesting and very impressive anyway, just to see why they're so close with each other. And look, FTR making the move into Variante Tamburello here and getting the job done and just walking away with it. Charitable Gamers.
Garrett making it sick there, and it just absolutely sends it through.
There will be held up by a bit of traffic though. Garrett will be able to sneak the car through. Unfortunately, the Charitable Gamers won't really be able to. He did manage to get through at the end, but still lost a little bit of time to the FTR car, as the FTR car again makes another stellar pass, as does the Charitable car. And almost overcooking it, just absolutely sending it through Aqua Minerale, but fortunately catching it before any lasting damage could be done to either car, and making the better of it. Of course, with this mistake, he's now 2 seconds down to FTR, which puts him in contention to be caught by the WS Racing Esports car as well. They've each got pretty much a second and a bit to each other between P1 and 3. And of course, FTR is 5 seconds down the road from Fuja Simsports, who leads the LMP2 category at the moment. Just coming back to the incidents, I believe there was one more that I didn't get to read between the 224 Backmarker Racing, the 251 World of Sim Racing team, and the 168.exe esports car. There was no further action required on that incident. So incident number 27. So I'll definitely keep my eye on that stewards announcements chat for any more incidents, which no doubt there will be. No one's perfect, as we mentioned before in qualifying. Hey, mistakes do happen. People not lose interest, but they get fatigued for driving the car too long. I know I get fatigued for driving the car too long. That's why we have driver stints. So, yeah. Again, if there's anyone who would like to have an interview, please let us know either in the commentators chat or in the general or in the questions chat. I know for some reason some people can't see a lot of the chats. That is okay. Let one of the admin staff know, or let either myself or Spence know, and we can get the correct people to sort your issue out for you. We'd be more than happy to have a chat to anyone who is racing. Even someone from Sapphire or from Fuja would be greatly appreciated to come in and have a chat. There was also an incident number 28 between JD, the number 196 JD Racing, the number 1 Fuja Simsports LMP1, and the 66 FTR Esports car. There was no further action required for that incident. As we're just riding on board with the LMP2 leader here, Luke Pennington, as my tiredness is starting to get to me, but that's okay. Leading the LMP2 category here with a whopping... No, he's not leading. My apologies. Vector has overtaken and has P1 now of Fuja. Sorry, P1 of the LMP2 class and is leading in that really bright green car. I really like that livery. I'm not sure if it's an intended livery, but I do love that livery. It's so nice. As we're now also following the World of Sim Racing car, who for some reason shows up as a different category in Aerovlay, which is weird. Again, probably a late entry. So, we probably didn't get a chance to assign them to the correct color. That is okay. Coming through Aqua Minerale now, there's just a big traffic queue of GT cars that he has to navigate around to be able to progress forward. You can see the LMP car behind him making that last-minute lunge, and I believe making it stick. Yeah, he did make it stick through Variante Alta. And Ariel will make the pass on the inside of that apex there before getting into the braking zone through Rivazza. Coming onto the straight of the Variante Bassa. I seriously do not know. If we could get an interview from someone who runs Imola, get them on here. I really want to chat to them.
That'd be awesome.
Or anyone who has designed a racetrack in real life. I'd really want to have a chat to every single person. They're cool. I have mad respect for them. Anyway. Still on board with Ariel here, who are P11 currently in class. Making it through the Villeneuve chicane perfectly and coming through Tosa again perfectly as well. Getting just a little bit of tire on the outside, but does seem to be fine as File Explorer makes an appearance. I'm not sure if that came up on the stream or not. It definitely did definitely did come up on stream. File Explorer P1 in the Windows Explorer class. Again, can we get an onboard? I would really like to see an onboard of the leader coming around here. I really would like to do a shout of the lap, as my co-host here, Spence, has dipped out of the chat. He might be restarting his computer. I'm not too sure. It's worrying because one of his computers is running the stream, so I'm now here solo. Anyway, still riding with Ariel here. The World of Sim Racing car. Oh yeah, he restarted Discord. Hi Spence, welcome back.
Thank you. Press the wrong button.
That is always less than ideal, but you know.
Things
What
happen.
button did you press?
Oh,
Close
close.
Discord?
Yeah.
Nice.
But it's okay. Good thing we have 2 stream PCs, so yeah, the stream didn't die and things are going well.
Exactly. So, still on board. I was saying before you left, if we can get an onboard of one of the LMP1s, preferably the team racing one, because now they're now as I mentioned it, they're now in P2. They were in P1, but they were in P2. Anyway, let's have an onboard lap of Imola here. From the onboard driver cam here, coming through T19 on the Variante Barca straight, crossing the start-finish line here. Almost hitting, I believe it's about 320, going to break at the 200, the 100 meter mark here into Valiante Tamburello here. Coming out of T4, making his way up to the Variante Villeneuve chicane, T5 and 6 here. Getting to one of the furthest points away on the track here, the Tosa hairpin, which is turn 7 here. Will now progress up the hill, up past turn 8, up past the timing board here to Paratella, which is T9 and T10. Around the corner, take as much curve as you possibly can. As he makes a big mistake here, has a big shunt with with a GT. GT didn't know what hit him. As you can see, he doesn't really want to stick his butt out on the track for him to be collected. However, that was pretty evident. That was, dare I say it, and this is subjective, but a pretty stupid move to have around the outside. Now, I'm not here to harpoon people, but objectively, that was a pretty bad move from the team racing car, and from the incident losing their bumper, as we saw in the pits. And we're going to have a replay of this. This would have been the car that would have hit them, I believe, unless this happened while we were having the shout, while we're having the lap. I'm not sure what's going on here.
I believe that was related, but possibly not. Here's the incident.
Here we go. So here's Lars here, and wanting to go wide, but the BMW just making his car extra wide here, losing the bumper on the first initial hit. The second BMW collecting his front right corner and also spinning out into Aqua Minerale. There will no doubt be a contest there between those 3 cars.
That might be the worst commentator's curse I've ever seen, Riley.
Yeah,
the fact that you asked for
say,
him specifically on the to follow along for a lap, and it was that lap that it all fell apart.
If I can be honest,
incredible.
The only reason why I asked is because on the timing sheet at that time, he was in P1, and he was also strategically at the end of the track to start the next lap.
Which worked out perfectly, but
It was.
what a commentator's curse! You can't write this.
Note to self: never do a shoutcast again. Always pre-recorded.
But how terrifying that was for Team Racing to be just turned around, facing that BMW coming straight at you. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, just nothing that you can do there. As we have a really nice screenshot here of 3 classes, as the Beamer, the Dallara, and the GT. That was actually really an unintentionally really good screenshot opportunity there. See the BMW flashing, trying to just make him aware that, hey, hang on, I'm faster than you, please move. Or they could also use the flashing as a deterrent as well. There's no rules. Well, I mean, I'm not sure with ISREC, but I know in iRacing there's no rules against excessive flashing. You could say that it is a like a bad sportsmanship thing, or you could say that it is potentially distracting to the driver, but there's nothing really against it in the iRacing sporting code. So having a quick gloss over the stewards announcements chat. Yeah, that is a very good screenshot. Like, that is screenshot worthy. Stats. There we go. Anyway, yeah, heading back into the stewards chat here. The number 55 Polar Racing, so the incident between the number 55 Polar Racing, the number 99 Antagonist Racing, and the number 268 Chicane Online Racing purple car. The number 268 car was penalised for a drive-through penalty for causing an incident. And the incident that we witnessed live on stream, the number 120 WS Racing Esports GTE car and the number 33 Team Racing car, naturally, through no fault of the GTE cars doings, the LMP1, the number 33 Team Racing car, has been penalised for a drive-through penalty for causing a collision that I unfortunately did curse. I apologise for you guys. That was incident number 30. Incident number 31 involving the number 72 Stage 1 Racing Junior car and the number 269 Chicane Online Racing Orange car. The number 269 car has been issued a stop and hold penalty for an unsafe rejoin of the track surface. There's currently an active incident involving the number 180 DC Sim Racing Black. My apologies. The number 180 DC Sim Racing car and the number 1 Fuji Sim Sports LMP1. They are waiting to hear from each driver. Never mind, they've come to a conclusion. It was the Fuji that was penalised. Sorry, wasn't penalised. They were issued a warning for an unsafe overtake. As we are 3 hours and 36 minutes to go. Almost at the halfway mark. Not quite, but we're almost at the halfway mark. As we're going to jump to a replay of Marinex, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Just getting all sorts of untidy there through Reverter. Through Riviera. My bad. And just just locking the wheels up and just going straight on. Fortunately, didn't put it in the grass at all, but just sort of got himself untidy and disturbed. As having some camera issues, but that is okay, as this is virtual, so they're pretty easily resolved. Riding with Stefan here of the number 178 Maniti Racing GTE car. He's currently 32nd in class. There were a lot of GT ease in this race at this current point in time, which is very cool. Yeah, there are a lot of LMPs, there are a lot of GTE cars on the field at the moment. That makes it very tight, very close racing. When there are a lot of cars on the track, whoa, hang on, we got a replay. I didn't realize we were going to a replay of Martin from the back micro racing car going straight on. Is that at Aqua Minerale? I believe that might be.
Like Tamburello, but yeah, just straight off into the gravel and no stopping, but able to keep it from hitting the wall too hard and press on.
That begs the question: is it safer to have gravel or tarmac as a runoff? As we've got another replay of Dion here in the P2, trying to blend into traffic, trying to make it safe. So trying to merge back onto the highway after you've gone on an off ramp. Spence, what do you reckon? Is concrete runoff safer, or is like gravel runoff safer?
You know, that's a tough one. iRacing doesn't really simulate gravel very well, in my opinion, to where as soon as you kind of start sliding, you're off. You know, there's really no saving it, and like you kind of mentioned earlier, there's no beaching it in the sand like in the real world. So it doesn't really seem to make too much of a difference in iRacing. I don't personally have a preference between gravel and sand, but if it was real life, I'd 100% want an asphalt runoff area.
Right, because with asphalt, when you brake, you lock up, you can recover from the lockup, and you can stop a hell of a lot earlier than you can with gravel, because obviously when you don't have much grip with gravel than with tarmac, because with gravel obviously it moves. It's a malleable surface. It moves under your tires. So with that, your braking distances increase dramatically and drastically as well. It's like braking in the rain. Your braking distances increase because there is that water between the tire and the track. Now, dry spots can appear once you're racing for a while, but you know, you're still going a lot slower because the track's cooler, your tires are cooler, you don't have as much grip. So yeah, I do prefer tarmac runoff, but that is, I mean, it's subjective, really. If you want a gravel runoff, because in some aspects gravel is better, because not all the time are you going to be pointing straight to stop your car. There are some times where you're going to be sideways and you can't hit the brakes and modulate your braking to stop the car in an ideal situation, because you're sideways going 250 k's an hour. And that's where gravel, at least in the real world, will come in, because your car would dig in, because it's more of a harsh, flat surface hitting the gravel, which would slow you down, potentially flip you, but and I mean, it'd look pretty cool, but it would stop you from going fast. And here we go, Marinex there. I think we already saw that. That's why we come back to live. That's okay. So, but yeah, each runoff has their own purposes, but again, it's personal preference. Also with tarmac runoff, like at Watkins Glen, T1 through Watkins Glen, people will just use that as racetrack. Everyone will use as much racetrack as possibly can, and then some. to gain every 10th and to get, well, maybe not even time, but for track position. People might overtake in that runoff area in T1, which is subjectively frowned upon by people. I don't really mind, but some people find it annoying that people are passing well out of the solid white lines that you find on the track. So yeah, but again, we're not at Watkins Glen. We are at Imola, and we are also joined. I'm not sure if he's going to unmute, but we are also joined by JR, our other producer and commentator as well. JR, say hi when you have a chance. Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen, or afternoon, or whatever it is for all of y'all.
You can do a Southpaw Racer intro. Say good afternoon. Wait, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Right. Yeah. It's morning for you right now, Riley.
It is 12:37 a.m. It is the furthest thing from morning.
It's still basically morning.
Technically, that is morning.
If you're splitting hairs, yes. So I've got someone in the chat asking if the Aero Pigs have returned for this season. I don't believe so. I've not seen their name on any timing sheets at the moment, Chris. I'm not too sure. I could be wrong, but I don't believe they have, unfortunately.
How are things been going today? Been pretty good race?
It's been some very close racing at the moment. We had very, very close qualifying with almost, I think it was either 6 or 7 cars in the GT Pro field being within like 3-4 tenths of each other, which was very nice to see. Everyone's sort of split out now since we're about halfway into the race. And in fact, we have actually crossed over the halfway mark, I believe. So there's 235 laps and there's 232 to go, so... as we're going to cut to a very quick replay, Thomas coming together with a P2 and unfortunately kissing the concrete barrier there on the entrance of Ravazza.
I want to try and get another look at this. I'm not sure if there was contact or if they were just nervous by the approach of that P1 there. No contact.
That was just nervousness. Just driving off the road, and yeah. So again, if anyone from any team is watching, and you are a slower class, or you're being lapped, just hold your line. Everyone else will pass you. Everyone else will navigate around you perfectly fine. Just stick to your lines.
Well, it's quite the busy scene there for them, so I'd have to imagine, just being able to keep track of all of those other cars is probably what led to that little bit of a hesitation in that rear lockup.
Yeah. As a quick check in the stewards announcements chat, incident number 33 involving the number 268 Chicane Online Racing and the number 233 JD Sim Racing. Not sure why the number 268 was mentioned in that, but the number 233 JD Sim Racing car was penalized for using the in-sim chat function that is banned in this league to use. You're meant to use your Discord chat at all times. And there was an incident between the 171 Vector by RSR and the number 1 Fujisim Sports car. The number 1 Fujisim Sport car was given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That was their second warning, which resulted in the drive-through penalty. So we're just 2.5 hours in the session at the moment, which we will be crossing. Have we crossed the halfway point? I feel like we have.
No, we have 25 minutes till then.
Sorry. I've been reading that wrong the entire time on the on our VOD replay stream here. That's 325, not 225. Anyway. Riding on here with Tom Voss of the Aventus Racing, number 117. He's 16 currently in class. 6 laps down from the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car from in total. Obviously, they're not going to make that gap back, but actually, sorry, they weren't P16. They were like P3, P2. I'm not sure why it is grouping the P2s and the GTEs together. Anyway, on board with the FTR here, just navigating through traffic coming up to the Tosa hairpin, getting it done before touching the apex there, and just kissing the curbing on the outside of Tosa coming up the hill past turn 8 to Piratella. Trying to find a safe way around the traffic here, making a nice move around the Porsche or coming through Aqua Minerale, which again I believe is one of the 2 most difficult bits of the track, shortly followed by, of course, Variante Alta, which you can just see the cars getting all sorts of air over them, well up on 2 wheels and then some there through Variante Alta, down the hill into the Ravazza section here, T17 and T18, then coming onto the Variante Bassa straight to complete another lap at Imola. In-game sim time currently is 8:49 a.m. with the temperature at 24 degrees ambient. The track temp is 28 degrees and still have some partly cloudy weather at the moment. The winds at the moment where I am currently on track is a southwesterly wind at 12 k's an hour. So you can, if that plays into the favour, you can expect either a tow from the wind or a headwind, which will make it more difficult to drive, therefore consuming more fuel. But ideally, in the best case scenario, it just helps you. It can also upset the car through corners as well, like for example through the Tosa hairpin. That could be a result of the cars getting unsettled through there, as the wind can pick up on the car and just make the car even lighter and just tossing it around like you do with a pancake in the morning. And again, you can just see, I keep commenting on it, but you can see how much height that those LMPs get through Variante Alta. So we got the P3 of the LMP2 class, the FTR Esports car, coming in for their next scheduled pit stop. As they come in, they potentially could be doing a drive swap again. I haven't seen Garrett get out of the car all session, so Garrett could definitely have a chance to have a breather. I might see if I can corral some more people into the commentator's booth for an interview. We have had a retirement, actually. I no doubt there's been other retirements, but a first noted and announced retirement. The number 180 DC Sim Racing black car is retiring due to terminal damage to the vehicle. They broke on the grass straight into a heavy curb, and there's too much damage to repair the vehicle. I'm going to see if I can corral some more people, so give me 2 seconds. in the meantime of me corralling people into the chat, again, if you want to have a chat to us, shoot me a message, shoot us a message in the YouTube chat, in the Twitch chat, in the main chat. I don't care. Get in contact with me. In the meantime, we're going to cut to a bit of a break here. So yeah, we're going to turn up the volume of the cars so you can just enjoy the sweet, sweet sound of the Porsche, the Dallara, or whatever. And we'll be back with you shortly. ISREC Championship in the round 2 here at Imola. I believe with our short break that we had, there are some replays that we can view and determine what actually happened with those. I believe we're going to get into those right now.
My bad. I didn't quite realize I had control. That's my bad.
You don't yet.
I don't. Oh, it is still you. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so Marinex. I am so confused at the moment. Sorry. We are viewing replays on the live. However, my one is like not up to date at all. I don't think. Well, I think now we're up to date.
We just covered all the replays. Nothing too serious. Just one big wreck in Tosa, and yeah, back to the action.
So we have an interview with one of the fellas from the number 71 Vector by RSR. I'm going to drag him in right now. So as mentioned, joining us in the commentary booth is EJ. I believe, is that how you say your name, EJ?
Yep.
Cool. You are from the number 71 Vector by RSR car, who's currently, I believe, in the lead of the LMP2 category. How are you guys traveling so far?
Doing pretty well. It's been a bit of a whirlwind start here in the LMP2 category. We did a really good start and then got some damage, and we've had a little bit of traffic issues. So found ourselves back to the lead, and we're just kind of trying to log some consistent laps and manage our way through traffic right now to kind of click off the time towards the end here.
Well, it's very good to hear that you've had a good comeback. Just coming back to traffic here, since you are in the LMP category, you are quite a bit quicker than the GTs. How have you been navigating through, or how have you been finding navigating through the GTs? Have they been good to overtake? Have they been bad to overtake? Like, let's talk me through it.
It's been, a little bit of a mixed bag, but for the most part, it's been pretty good out here. Everybody that races in these leagues are really clean drivers overall. You just have a really wide variety of skill level, especially with the GTEs having an AM category. You've got guys here that are, less than 2K iRating, and then there's some of us that are up in the, above 3K, 4K, 5K that are just like, it's just vastly different, the skill level there. But that just, it makes it hard to predict sometimes what they're going to do. So we've been managing our way through that. It's really just kind of understanding what your car is capable of and knowing whether you're better off to try and send it up the inside going into the corner and you can clear it without costing them too much time, or if you're better off kind of waiting a little bit, late apexing and really getting a good run off to get them down the next straightaway. And it's all give and take, just to, hopefully everybody loses as little time as possible in your interactions, and that's the main goal there.
Yeah. How have you guys been finding the increasing track temperature from the start? I've been looking, and I think it started at about 23 degrees, and we're now up to 29. So how have you guys reacted to that? Been changing tire pressures at all, or?
No changes in our setup. We made our setup really good for warmer temperatures. So when we saw that it was starting off in the 23 range instead of down at like 18 or 19, we were pretty excited. Knew we were going to have good pace this week for this race. So we were pretty well set up as the temperature rises here. We're good on tire wear, so we were able to actually triple stint our first set. So I did a triple stint, and then David got in the car for us, and we're trying to figure out right now whether he's going to triple stint or do 2 double stints. So we're kind of playing it by ear and see how the tire wear is when he comes in here, and we'll make our decision in that moment.
Okay, cool. And that also blended into my next question: is how are you guys going with strategy and with your pit windows comparing to everyone else? But you've really sort of answered that question for me.
So it seems like there's a real mixed bag of setups too. Some of the guys are running really low downforce, so they're a little slower through the corners and they don't use as much fuel, but they can't get on throttle as much, so they tend to be just a little slower. And there's some guys that are actually higher downforce than us that made it a good opportunity for us to overtake them at the start, but then you get into the race and they're really quick through the middle sector. So it's definitely a mixed bag out here, but it's been good for us so far.
That's good to hear. Do you, Spence and Jar, do you have any questions for him?
Not at the moment. Just want to wish you good luck. You guys got a comfortable lead at the moment. Hopefully you can hold on to it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'd be amiss if I didn't mention our sponsors and the RSR team, just helping us with setups. Vector's kind of a subset of that team, and so it's really good to get to do some setup work with those guys that are quite a bit quicker than the few of us that are on Vector. But also just thanks to Formula Hypersoft and Butt Kicker for helping fund some of these league entry fees that we get to go have fun and take part in.
I think you're the first guy who's actually shouted at sponsors in this interview setting, so definitely a first. I'm going to ask you my very, very, very personal question. What is your favorite meal from McDonald's? I've been asking all the drivers this.
I'm a big fan of the spicy chicken sandwich lately. That's got to be my go-to at this point.
I can definitely get behind some spice. I can respect. We don't have that exact burger here in Australia, but I can definitely respect that.
Yeah, it's a little different everywhere you go, it seems.
Anyway, it's been good having you in the commentary booth. I don't know if you've got anything for him, Spencer, but I think he's working on
nothing
stuff.
here.
No, cool. Well, I wish you guys the best, and hopefully you guys carry on to the win. So,
yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good rest of the broadcast. Appreciate you pulling me in.
All right, not a problem.
Have a good race.
It's been good having you in the commentary booth. I don't know if you've got anything for him, Spencer. But, so again, that was the number 71 Vector by RSR car, currently leading the LMP2 category here at Imola, just coming up to the Variante Alta. Very interesting to hear from the different drivers, and again, if anyone wants to have a chat to us, shoot me a message. I can make it happen. I'm more than happy to hear what everyone's like at McDonald's. Anyway, coming into some replays here, coming through Piratella, running a little bit wide there.
Made it easy for the LMP2 there.
Yeah, but it was pretty scary for the LMP2 as well. I'd be scared anyway. So with a rogue BMW coming back onto the track, that's like, what, 5.5 ton of car, it seems like. It's so big.
It's a big car, yeah. Coming into Aqua Minerale. Oh, so easy to do there.
Yep, just, again, I keep mentioning it, but it's one of the, I reckon, is the second most difficult complex of the track, closely followed by Variante Alta.
It's a big car, yeah.
So we are pretty much at the top of the hour, so JR, if you wouldn't mind running me through.
Let's go. One more replay.
One more replay? All right, here we go. Thomas Burling, again here.
That's really interesting. Just went a little too fast into Tosa and went wide.
I think he was also a little bit startled by the LMP2 as well. He is in the GT AM class. So he might not have expected that LMP2 to dive in on the inside, although he did leave the window open for him to pass. Anyway, the top three for each category here, top of the charts overall at the moment, is Lionel Freeze in the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car. Again, P1 overall.
I'm just gonna point out he has a Mercedes helmet on an Audi. Moving on.
I was gonna mention that, but it's.
Well, that was another thing with this onboard of them that we just saw at the nose. It's got a little German flag there. The other Audis don't have that, so I'm wondering if they added that or it's like something that's normally covered up. I just thought it was interesting.
I think they may have added that. I did mention that there was a flag there previously as well when you went here, so I think they did add that. So
yeah, I noticed that yesterday.
Yeah, it's like I think it's the same how like Jimmy adds like that like rainbow psychedelic bird to his bumper. I think it's the same thing. Anyway, P2.
Moving on.
P2 of the LMP2 class is the Fuji Simsport LMP1, piloted by Marius. Still in that cockpit of the Fuji Simsport Audi there. Had a bit of a demise there at the start, JR. Don't think he caught it, but on the first lap through the Villeneuve chicane, he did go into the wall. However, he's made it back to P2. And doing a really good job at it as well. P3 at the moment is the Team Racing black car, who I don't know where he is on track. I think he is in the pits as he did sustain. Oh, he's on track.
Going through Ravetza now.
Yeah, so he did sustain a lot of damage while I was shoutcasting a lap being performed by Lars. However, they are now back out on track. However, they are 7 laps down from the leader, so they really can't. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they can make up at least 2, or at least a P2. That'll be very interesting. P1 is the Vector by RSR, which we heard from just a moment ago, currently being piloted by David Dino. P2 is the Fuji Simsport car, which we've jumped to P3, or is that P2? I'm not sure anymore.
Here's
there
P2.
We go, P2, yeah. Is being piloted by Luke Pennington, and again, that is the Fuji Simsport's LMP2 car, much mirroring their sister car in the same position. P3 is the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car, being piloted by Tom Johnson. It's currently 46 seconds down from P2, I believe that is. Oh no, that's P1. P1 of the GT Pro, the GTE Pro class, is the .exe esports car being piloted by Marius Brewer. The 168 coming into Variante Tamburino. Tamburello, thank you. I struggle sometimes. I'm really good sometimes, and sometimes I just struggle, and it's so bad. Anyway, P2 of the Pro class is the Fuji Simsport GT car being piloted by Taj Edwards. It's coming through the Variante Bassa Straight. And P3 is the Aventus Racing number 117 being piloted by Tom Voss at the moment. 7 laps down from the Simsports Alpha car in P1, which is obvious because the LMP1 is faster. Anyway, P1 of the GTM class is the Aquila Racing Cyan car being piloted by Jeremiah at the moment. Still in the car from the last time we did the run through, so interesting to see the different timing or different stint sheets between each car. Anyway, P2 is the FTR Esports white car with our fellow commentator Alexander King in the car. I think we have permission to trash talk him.
We will. If we're gonna do, we'll do it to his. We'll do it to him. So
we'll do it to him. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do it to him if we do it.
Anyway, regardless, he is looking very good in P2 there for the FTR car. P3 is the Platinum Racing team, being piloted by Marinex. Yep, that's Heister, I think is how you pronounce the last name.
Heister, I think. That's how I
don't know. Anyway, yeah, he is in the Platinum Racing team car in P3 in the AM class currently. That is your top 3 for each class. If you have a very difficult to pronounce last name, please get in contact with me. I'd like to talk to you, and I'd like to see how to pronounce the damn thing, because it makes my life a lot easier if I know how to pronounce it. Or if you just want to just watch me and just laugh at me to try to pronounce it, you can do that too. You can do whatever. Anyway,
We're watching the battle for P9 here in LMP2, and it's getting close. Andre was looking up the inside there on Hoost. Oh man, I'm just gonna struggle with names. On the 67 car there.
Is that P9 or is that P5? No, that's for P4, actually.
Oh, yeah, my bad. It's P8 overall, but P5 in class. Yes.
And still, we are just about, no, we're just over, sorry, 3 hours into the race. So we're just over halfway, and there are still cars that are within at least a second or so of each other, which is quite impressive, really. I would have thought that at least by now they would have split up and sort of dissolved into their own groups. I mean, they really have. This is just one of those groups that just happen to have 2 drivers in it, which is I find quite impressive. And hats off to the drivers, hats off to the team behind these drivers, because clearly they've worked together, got them into a position where they can fight and still fight on track, and not just fight in the pits and just overtake everyone in the pits constantly. Because realistically, that's how these endurance races, or at least the Le Mans 24 goes. That's how they get all the overtakes, is that either through disqualification, through retirement, or through strategy. There's no real racing, inverted commas, that happens unless you have perfect strategy and the guy for position is right in front of you. So yeah, again, hats off to these guys for being so close halfway into an endurance race. Usually if you want to see close action racing, you'd go and watch an IMSA race or whatever, but again, this is impressive, and I really like this.
I will say probably the best racing you'll see is the real-life Mazda Cup races.
Oh, yes.
Those are crazy close. They're always crazy close. And they typically follow the IMSA Sports Car Championship, too, so something to look out for always.
I will say I'm very patriotic, and I will say the V8 supercars are also very close as well.
Yeah, that they are.
Because the skill required to drive them is just insane, as we see Andy Gomez darting in for his next scheduled pit stops there, hitting the pit speed limiter button perfectly and cruising down there at 85 kilometers per hour down the pit straight there. I respect all race car drivers. They just blow my mind. It's something that I want to do, but I probably can't, because I'm just not skilled enough. Hence why I'm a commentator, because I can talk. So, I respect all race car drivers. Anyway, I thought that the Vector car was drifting there over the rise of Piratella. However, it was just the camber of the road, and the him going downhill. It was looking like it was drifting, but it was actually not. Again, you can just see how much angle the car gets when he goes over those curves there at Variante Alta. Just driving the wheels off, trying to get as much distance between him and the Sapphire SimSport Bravo car as possible. There is currently, I believe, if that's to be correct, 43 seconds between him and Sapphire SimSport. Yeah, 47 seconds between him and Sapphire SimSport Bravo. And he wants to add as many kilometers between him and that as possible to hopefully secure a P1 in here. But again, there's still 2 hours, 52 minutes to go. So anything can happen at this stage in the race. A tornado can't come through and ruin the race because iRacing has not added that yet. I don't think a tornado has ruined a race to date. Someone can correct me.
But going to replay here of Marco. Oh, just
getting untidy and also nearly collecting up traffic as well. Getting untidy through Tosa, and had some encouragement from another passing car there on the inside, and just helping him turn around. Fortunately, getting as I say that, almost collects a Ferrari, which probably wasn't a fault of Marco, but probably more a fault of the Ferrari, as he could see that the Ferrari was turning around. Let's see how this happened. Oh, never mind. There we go. As we got the bumper cam from the Dallara. It looks like a mail, like where you stick your mail in the UK, because don't the UK don't use mailboxes. They have like slits in the door and you just stick the mail through the door.
Something like that. My favorite in-car camera angle is probably the Audi, for just how small that compartment is and how little you see.
Yeah.
But it's so unmistakably the Audi. Yeah, we can go to an Audi and we can go to nose cone.
Just any of the LMP ones, they're all Audis.
Yeah.
There we go. Look at that. It's like a prison cell.
Yeah, there's not much to see other than what's through that little window.
Nope. It's like a racehorse that's got blinkers on. And yeah, that's pretty much all. All I have for that, actually. Isaac, one of our main organizers and the owner of the ISRC League, says, "Enjoying the stream, thumbs up." Thank you, Isaac. I might have a word from you soon if I can get you out of race control for more than 2 seconds. If you are still in the stream, definitely come and join whenever you like. More than happy to hear from you. So let's see if they want to have a chat. Enjoying the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, Isaac. I might have a word from you soon. If you are still in the stream, definitely come and join me.
Let's give Alex some screen time.
Alex King here from California, all the way from California, flew out to Imola to race his BMW, his prized BMW here, catching a lot of curbing through Valiante Alta.
Yeah, I do love how GT cars can sling it through Variante Alta. It's so fun to watch.
They just attack the curbs. It's so good.
Yeah, the prototypes can't get anywhere near to the limit of the track there. Sorry, on the curves as the GT cars can, but it's just so fun to watch them sling it through there. Speaking of track limits and stuff, Riley, I'm not sure if you've mentioned it or you know more about it, but they said iRacing said they relaxed the track limits. Do you know where that was? And
I do not know. However, I can find out some more information.
Speaking of track limits and stuff, I would have to assume like everyone complained about Aqua Minerale, so I would hope it would be there, but I'm not actually entirely sure because I haven't had a chance to drive this track since the updates. But that was one of the patch notes they made for this track. Is they claimed they relaxed the track limits. I would have to assume like everyone complained about Aqua Minerale, so I would hope it would be there, but I'm not actually entirely sure because I haven't had a chance to drive.
I'm just glossing over the 2021 Season 3 release notes from the 8th of the 6th, 2021. Team Racing, iRacing, General, Forum, Simulation. Up to 8 different car models can now be used while creating hosted sessions.
Yep, that's new for the walk-in 6 hour.
As we cut to a replay of Alex here, giving him even more screen time, running wide.
Just going off at the aforementioned Aqua Minerale.
So they are reworking the off-track detection system. So
yeah, so that applies to Spa and Austria, which I drove Spa yesterday, and it is you can definitely push the limits in a lot more places than you could before. That being said, I was just driving around in the LMP2, and so you really couldn't. The LMP2 comes out of the corner so quick, and the curbing isn't very long, so you don't get the opportunity to push so far wide. It's a problem most of the time, but I can definitely see in a lot of other cars where the benefit of being able to push a little bit further will come out. For those of you that don't know or are curious, if you load a session at Spa and then just go to the rules tab, it'll show you nice pictures of where the four-wheel detection is. Currently, it's only available at that track and Austria. They said they plan on expanding that in the future as well.
So I'm just reading the notes for the tracks. So for Imola, game time checkpoints have been added to prevent cutting the chicane. So that would be at Variante Alta. I keep adding an L in there for no reason. And some track limits have been relaxed slightly in heavily contested areas. They don't mention where. Obviously, they don't want drivers just to go and start abusing them, so they're going to have to go and find them themselves. And I personally haven't driven the track post-update at all, so I'm not too sure. But yeah, that's all the notes from them. If we wanted to read, do we want to read about the new off-track thing that you were talking about, or?
We can. Let's just jump to 2 quick replays first.
Sounds good. Sam Helson here.
Nope, that's not. It decided to show somebody else. This should be the correct replay. Or not. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there we go. We'll rewind one more time. Cut to scenic, and then cut to scenic again.
I did see that right at the end there. Just again getting it all sorts of wrong into the Tosa hairpin at the end of the track. I believe that was that. Anyway, is this a different one? Ooh, that's through Aqua Minerale. And again, what I've mentioned, one of the most difficult bits of the track, and almost getting it undone again, trying to get launched away. Ryan moving over on the GT car, kind of startling him personally, and he just runs wide through the Villeneuve chicane and kisses the tire bundle on the outside there near the Tosa thing. We are joined by Martin Pearson. Pearson?
I'll take Pearson. I am also a person, as it were.
Yeah, that is convenient, so am I. Martin is one of the organisers and head stewards at ISREC. So Martin, how has the driving standard been throughout this race compared to Road America?
Oh goodness, you're going to throw me right in the deep end at the start. I'll be honest, I wasn't around for Road America. I had an endurance kart race that I was doing just down the road from where I live, so that took up my day. I did go through a few of the incidents though with a couple of other head stewards, and yeah, I think the tracks are very different. There's a lot less space here, and yeah, it's a busy circuit, that's for sure, and you've got a shorter lap time and shorter straights, and yeah, I think it is generally a little bit narrower. So there are a lot of battered cars out there, and it took the first 2.5 hours for us to actually be able to take a break. which was nice when it arrived. But driving standards, yeah, they've been difficult, but I think over the course of the whole race so far, it hasn't been too bad.
That's good to hear. Is there... Actually, no, I'm going to go with the driver's briefing. I wasn't around for the driver's briefing. Was there something that you mentioned specifically for, or do you guys mention specifically for Imola here that people have like adhered to or have broken, or what's going on with that?
No, I don't think there's been anything overly specific to Imola. I'll just have a quick look at the briefing notes that we put together beforehand. We did have one team at Imola penalised 5 laps for infringing the driver share rule in GTE AM. So that was noted. Other than that, just ping head steward in the Discord rather than try and DM one of us because we might otherwise be busy or whatever. Yeah, hold your brother. How was it? Blue flags, so it's not Formula 1 where, you know, if someone's up the inside, then obviously give them the space, but it's their job to make it pass safely. And then, yeah, just be predictable as ever in any endurance race and hold your brakes if you have an incident and end up in the middle of the road. Big ones, really.
Yeah, there's some, definitely some instances where I've seen anyway where people have stopped and then they've gone to move again and then they've collected some other cars, which is less than desirable. But yeah, it's
one of the things that we do look at in the steward's office is when we're observing an incident, it's like, okay, what would have been the ideal outcome to this, or what was the best outcome? Did you do as much as you could to avoid? You might have had a spin, but then did you do as much as you could be reasonably expected to not make it worse? And we're almost kind of looking at trying to think of when the adrenaline goes up because you've had a spin or you accidentally tap someone by missing your brake marker or whatever, then do you actually bring yourself down to a logical way of thinking and can move on and like make 2 wrongs don't make a right sort of thing. So yeah, we accept that incidents will happen and accidents will happen, but yeah, it's also about how you respond from them.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I know you are a busy person, so I'm not sure if Spence or JR have any other questions for you, but I've got my special question, and I'm not sure if I've asked this question to you before, but what is your favorite meal from McDonald's? I've been asking all the drivers this, and I think I asked Isaac.
Oh, goodness.
I think I asked Isaac last race at... yeah. So, shoot away.
McDonald's it's got to be chicken. I'm not a fan of their beef. I've got beef with their beef. Yeah, so like the chicken tenders or whatever they're called, the crispy things, they're quite good with a bit of curry sauce. Do love a few of those. Other than that, just a simple McChicken, absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with a bit of that.
Respect. We've had a lot of drivers say that they do like their nuggets as well, so. Nuggets are pretty good, but yeah. Anyway, I know you are a busy fella, so I'll let you go back to the race control booth and no doubt be handing out warnings that I've seen you guys do so oftenly. So,
yeah, it's been busy. All right, thanks very much. I've just seen a couple of incidents come through. Yeah, really enjoying the stream. It's really fantastic stuff, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race.
All right, you too. See ya. Anyway, I know you are a busy fella, so I'll let you go back to the race. And that was Martin Pearson. He's one of the head stewards and one of the organizers for the ISRC Discord that does more than just the ISREC, which is the endurance side. They do some smaller like Porsche championships and whatnot. So join the Discord if you haven't already. I don't think we have a link handy, but search it up on Google. You can find a link somewhere and get amongst it, and you can be one of us and come race every week. Anyway, JR, do we have any replays from that after that interview? Or?
Alex went off track, so let's go check that out.
All right, let's check it out. Got Alex here from California, getting it all sorts of wrong through the Villeneuve chicane there, just hitting the inside of the of turn 6, which upset the car because of the curbing, and Flavio here getting it all wrong through Tamburello as well. Again, just getting all sorts. I say all sorts a lot. Getting uneasy on the braking and just getting the car unsettled and cutting the inside of the track. As I don't think I've seen those gloves before. Can we just cut back to that? Yeah. I've never seen those gloves on the LMP2 drives before in that good quality.
Oh, I think what you're seeing is, hold on, let me find the right camera.
It's the driver cam. It was like their chest GoPro camera. I've seen those gloves before. Can we just cut back to that? Yeah. I've never seen those gloves on the LMP2 drives before. I've never seen. Yeah, look that. I've never seen gloves that high def before. It's like HDR on the gloves. It's so cool.
So we have them in focus. That's why most of the time. Let's see if I can find a good example. Let's go to the cockpit cam where it's a bit more general. Everything is in focus. So it's just a little camera set up here on the gyro cam just to make it seem a bit more driver's IE rather than just some random cockpit cam. Something Spencer and I worked on a few weeks ago before everything kicked off was going through all the cameras, making sure we have nice unique angles for you, like you see on the Audi that we saw earlier.
The prison cell cam on the Audi. No,
Yeah.
I love it. You guys do an awesome job producing. So with that, you guys, this wouldn't be possible. So I'd like to extend my thanks. 2 hours and 35 minutes to go in the race. So thank you. Anyway, coming back to the steward's office, I'm going to read out some incidents here that we have had. We are up to number 35 between the 120. Sorry, I've just had Keys in the YouTube chat say, I do like your unique camera angles. Thank you, Keys. Is that how you pronounce it? Or is it like Kess? I'm not sure.
I think
Anyway.
Keys is correct.
Yeah. So incident number 35 between the 120 WS Racing Esports car and the number 83 Stage 1 Racing Senior car. The number 83 was penalised with a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin of the track surface. Incident number 36 involving the number 269 Chicane Online Racing and the number 94 Stage 1 Racing orange car. The Stage 1 Racing orange car was penalised for if I can speak. That's like case. Okay.
Case, okay.
I'm going to guess you're from Sweden. That's my best guess.
That's a solid one, dude.
The number 94 was penalised with a drive-through penalty for causing a collision between himself and the Chicane Online Racing car. And there's currently an investigation. Actually, there will be a message in a second relating to this incident I'm just about to read, so I will wait. There was an incident between the number 55 Polder Racing and the number 144 Orion Racing and the number 120 WS Racing Esports GTE, with no further action required for that incident. Vincent says Sweden, lol. I'm from Australia. I don't know any countries, so like the names, like you could be from like Antarctica, and like I wouldn't know. So anyway, have a replay here of Callum Robbie.
Just running off track. Just running a little wide through Variante Alta. Nothing too much to look at.
Pushing his luck on the exit there, picking up an off track, and calling it a day. There is a incident limit here for this race. Sorry, there is a 48 incident point limit then you will get penalized for it's either a drive-through or a stop and hold. I can't recall which one. I think it will tell me. No, it will not. And then every 12 incident points, you will be penalized until you hit 72 incident points, where you will be DQ'd from the race. So, I don't think we've had many people have hit that incident limit. I should have asked Martin that earlier, but you know, I didn't because I'm dumb. So, yeah. But yeah.
I also meant to ask Martin the question too, but hopefully I'll get another chance.
My bad. I sort of like
swiftly... No, it's fine. It's fine. Spencer and I were working on something in the background, so.
Okay.
No, that's fine. Plus, he's a busy dude right now, so he's definitely got a lot of work to do. I bet he wish he didn't have a lot of work to do, but he has some work to do for this league. No, it's fine. It's fine. Spencer and I were working on something.
The onboard there with that gyro cam with Otmar here with the WS Racing Esports team.
He's a busy dude right now.
I really love that cam, and I really love the reflections from the glass on the windscreen as well. It just looks so nice. iRacing has come a long way since it's first started.
Oh yeah. I think people dog it for the way it looks, but like, I don't know. To me, it doesn't look overly saturated. It looks appropriately real to me. It's like, where Assetto Corsa, no doubt, a great looking game, but it just looks a little bit much to me at times. It looks like there's like studio lights everywhere, and that just doesn't sit well with me. Just with the way stuff reflects and everything. But no, I think iRacing is a good looking game. And speaking of, well, how I kind of wanted to circle back a little bit and a good looking game, I wanted to talk about Austria. That is a beautiful, beautiful track. I was honestly jaw dropped when I came out of the pit lane and saw those mountains. So I'm really looking forward to. I haven't seen an announcement in this Discord, but I believe that's where they're going next. How I kind of wanted to circle back a little bit. Sorry for that TBA race that's on the calendar. They're going to be going to Austria, so I'm looking forward to that. If that ends up being the case.
I've got Vincent in chat saying, "Wait, you're from Australia? Nice. I thought the US." Spence and JR from the US, but I'm from Australia. Also, by the way, we can hear the stream resonate on the background. We can hear the sound of the stream in the stream. Does that make sense to you, JR?
Yep.
Cool. I'm yet to drive Austria. I've bought so much stuff. I'm just gonna save a lot, I think, for like the next couple of weeks. Anyway, I believe the engine, for going back to what I was going to say with the engine of iRacing and how good it looks, it uses code, and I thought this was the case, and I've confirmed this now from all places, Wikipedia. It uses code from NASCAR Racing 2003. And apparently, at least from whenever this was modified, it still retains the multi-body physics system of NASCAR Racing 2003, as well as some of the track's presentation and multi-user packet code. But everything else has been changed, like the tire model and the engine, the graphics engine and whatnot. So yeah, it's a fun little tidbit there for you. From whenever this was modified, it still retains the multi-body physics system of NASCAR Racing 2003, as well as some of the track's presentation and multi-user packet code. But everything else has been changed. Riding on board still here with Otmar from the WS Racing Esports car. Just coming around the Tosa hairpin now, coming up the hill to Piratella, passing T8 now and into T9.
Is there a car that you'd like to see, Riley? I'm kind of looking through. There's not a lot of close battles at the moment.
I would like to see a car that is cool. Find me the coolest livery car, and I want to ride it. While you do that, there has been an incident between the number 71 Vector by RSI LMP2 and the number 145 Centurion Racing Team. The penalty was to the 145 Centurion Racing Team for a drive-through penalty for no reason, apparently. They might have just omitted that for some reason. Might have been an accident. Anyway, back to the racing. Running on board with the .exe esports car. I just love that onboard so much. It looks like you guys have changed some of the exposure settings as well, because like that looks a lot more richer and a lot more deeper than what iRacing usually looks like. Is that the case?
I have a little color effect going over, so there is a little bit of stream post effect that most drivers obviously won't see. So that could be it. Obviously, just making the stream as nice as possible.
Well, definitely is paying off. That does look very, very nice. As we're watching the .exe car go around for another lap here at Imola, with 2 hours and 26 minutes to go here. The traffic has sort of split up a bit in the packs. There's a fight in GT Pro between Backmarker Racing and Orion Racing, the number 123 and the 144, if you want to cut to that. I believe that's the Verve Racing and the FTR esports car. No, hang on, that's two fights. There's two fights going on. Racing and Orion Racing, the number 123 and the 144. JR? I think they're working. I think they're doing administration stuff, which is okay. Yeah, you can just see the speed difference between the P2 and especially in that shot there, the speed difference between the P2 and the GT class. You just gained so much time on the GT there through Aqua Minerale and just caught him and just got him on the outside and just got the job done straight around the outside. It's just impressive to see the different technological abilities of each car. Of course, each car they're the best they can be, because they're developed by some of the best car manufacturers that build race cars, because obviously you're not going to be building a race car if you build bad race cars, because you're not going to have any customers. But the likes of Porsche and the likes of BMW and the likes of Ferrari, they make good cars and they make fast cars. That's why they make race cars. You don't see Subaru making road racing cars. They mainly sort of rally, which that form factor isn't really suited for a road circuit. Anyway, and it's just really, I really love the difference between the two. Yes, they are the best they can be, but then they're just in different leagues of each other, and that is what I love about multi-class racing. That and the fact that there are multiple races happening at the same time in the race. So there's one overall race, obviously, which is the overall race of get to the finish line first, which is being ran by the LMPs, or the LMP1, and then there's a race with just the LMP2s, and then there's a race with just the GT Pros, and then a race with just the GT AMs. But the GT AMs can also make a difference in the GT Pros if the AM scores P1 in the Pro class, they get both P1 AM and P1 Pro points. So that is something to consider, and they can really upset the status quo in the class, as we've got two very high-speed BMWs coming together through, and again, Alexander Kingman making the replay again.
Oh, a lot of netcode. That's unfortunate. You can really see
Yeah.
in that last camera angle. Let's.
Yeah. Get a replay of that. We can see comes up.
Yeah, a
bonk,
ton of netcode.
and then the car whips back, straightens back up, and just upsets the other blue beamer there. It was very unfortunate that coming together. But they seem to be fine now, so that should be okay. So just 2 hours and 21 minutes left. I repent another yawn because it is currently 1:44 a.m. in my local time zone, which is ADST, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Oh yeah, timing is warped because between clients. I think we should swap to the number 144 and the 145 car, JR, I think, because there's a battle pack for 3 cars in that class.
Oh, yep. You're right.
So we've got Backmarker Racing, Orion Racing, and Centurion Racing all battling for, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... No, 6, 7, 8th for 8th. They're battling for 8th here. So 8th, 9th, and 10th in class are all battling for 8th place here. And they're all within 2 seconds of each other.
You got a bit of LMP traffic coming through too to break them up. That Porsche closing the door on the LMP1 there. Very late. Oh, and the GT cars. His hand is forced to try and go up the inside of the LMP1. And he actually did get it through. So a very patient LMP1 driver there, I must say.
Made it stick. What a legend. He's probably not too impressed with that move, but move has been made and he can just go around the outside of the next corner. But really, that's not the point of that. That coming together, the fact that that even happened in the first place would probably piss him off. Anyway. I could go on for years about that LMP1 passing rules and what is good and what isn't good. But anyway, back to it now. We still are within like 2/10. What is that? They're within 1/10 of each other. Coming down to Variante Tamburello. I think he makes the move. He gets the move done, I think. I wasn't watching, I was looking at the map. Anyway, they're still very close there on his gearbox there. Travis is on Steven's gearbox. I believe Steven actually did get past. So that is beneficial for Steven. As he will now drive off into the night. We just see he's just pulling away from that Porsche there. Porsche having a, I mean, it's not basic, but in comparison to the other vehicles, like a very flat steering wheel. It's very like 2-dimensional, whereas the, like the Ferrari or the Porsche, no, Porsche is what I'm talking about. The BMW, for example, the layout of their wheels, it's all, dare I say it, 3-dimensional, because you've got the wheel in your hand and then you've got the dash that's separate to everything else. And even then, on the Dallara and on the Audi, yeah, the screen's on the same one, on the same plane, but everything is just smaller, whereas the Porsche's wheel, it's a really tall wheel compared to, you know, the Audi or the Dallara wheel, which I don't know if it makes a difference, but it certainly looks weird to me. I don't know. JR, if you had to have any steering wheel from any race car mounted on your wall, what would it be?
That's a good question. That's tough because I'm not sure I would want to do like, would I want to do a modern wheel or would I want to do something a bit more historic?
It's up to you. It's your wall. It's your piece of drywall. You can do whatever you want with it.
I don't know. I do like the LMP2 wheel. I know that's like a pretty basic answer, I feel like. But the LMP2 wheel does look nice. Some of those old like McLaren F1 wheels are really nice looking, but at the same time, those like mid 2000 wheels in F1 kind of look weird to me because it was at the point where they like fully integrated technology and computers into the cars, but like there just wasn't the quality of life creature comforts that you see nowadays. I don't know, Riley. I really don't. I mean, an old classic Ferrari wheel from like the 60s comes to mind. I don't know. What about you?
I am a sucker for Porsche, so I would really love a Porsche 919 rim on my wall. That would be awesome. I would also like one in Lego, but they don't do a Lego Technic 919. They only do a Lego Technic 911 RSR, which I do have. So call me a Porsche sucker, but they're cool, and I like boxer engines. So. Anyway, back to the action here. Are there any battles? There is still a battle between Backmarker Racing and Centurion Racing, the 123 and the 145. If we want to swap to that real quick, there's also a
cut to a replay first.
That is a good idea. There's also
Flavio. I'm gonna guess what happens here. Comes over the curves.
Now. Whoa, that is very quick through Variante Alta. Yeah, there is no way you are getting through that alive. I mean, alive as in like getting through to the other side without spinning. I'm burping that. Anyway, there is a fight at the start of the GTE category between Aquila Racing Aqua and the .exe car. There is also a fight between Centurion Racing, Hashtag Racing, and Backmarker Racing as well. So we're going to be looking at the .exe and the Aquila Racing fight at the moment, and we're also going to be swapping back to the other one. A lot of fights going on at the moment with still 2 hours 14 minutes to go. We everyone's sort of grouping back up again. I didn't really expect this, but everyone's sort of grouping back up towards the end of the race. Again, we're over halfway in. We're, I dare say, 2/3 of the way through the race. I believe we are. I was never good at mathematics, so I'm not sure. But
just short of 2/3.
There we go. So drivers are going to be starting to think about how they're going to handle their last couple of fuel stints, and they're going to figure out how much fuel they need to lose and then gain again so they can make it to the end of the race without having to do a splash and dash, because splash and dashes cost so much time.
Oh man, wow, getting real wide to Variante Alta there. Elbows out.
It was a very, very risque move, and it didn't really pan out, I don't think, with the drivers had in mind. Passing at Variante Alta is very, very impossible. Very dangerous, if not impossible, to do safely. just because of how much the track narrows up at the apex of 14 versus the apex of 15. And also, you get the line that you need to take as well. You can't take that too wide. You gotta go single file. Otherwise, you'll either clip the curbing on the outside and spin out, clip the curbing on the inside and spin out, or you will get floor damage and either lose top end speed, or if you're in a Dallara, you'll lose your cooling with your engine, and then you have terminal damage to your engine. So, just take it chill. Go through the single file. You got the draft on the way down, so just use the draft. So, yeah, it's my best advice.
Quite the battle here. They just had to deal with some traffic, some LMP traffic. So between here and the 145 car, the 123 car, and the 111 car, all within just about a second of each other. So really close here. Another LMP2 trying to make its way through.
Again, still some, as mentioned, really tight racing. Just all their single file through there, through Variante Tamburello. It's just very nice. And look, Flavio taking as much curb on the outside of that, of 4 as possible, just to try and get as much speed, much overall speed compared to the other two as possible. Not really working out for him. He's still behind and still losing a little bit of speed to the backmarker racing team. However, it is looking very, very good for these three to be battling this late into the race. It's very good for us because we get to talk about stuff that's actually relevant. Whereas, we just normally talk about irrelevant things like McDonald's or mounting wheels on walls. But this is interesting stuff, so I'm more than happy to talk about it. Coming through Variante Alta, everyone just bouncing through the curbs, and you just see how much curbing the LMP takes compared to the Porsche there. The Porsche very much getting up on 2 wheels. I reckon you could probably flip the car if you tried hard enough. I reckon if you get a Jetta, the VW Jetta that Jimmy uses for his charity streams.
That thing bounces.
Oh, it is such a hoot. It sucks to drive, but it's such a hoot to drive.
It bounces. He's looking up the inside. Flavio here's looking up the inside.
Looking up the inside. Into the braking zone. Looks like he's got the move done there. That Porsche is behind him. Getting it wide onto the curbing there and using every inch, but he's got traffic coming up through. So it's going to slow him up there just a little bit. The traffic filing through now. He's not really impressed with that pass there, as you can see the angry flash there. I've got a replay of Flavio. I think that was a bit too far back. We'll come onto the straight. The LMP last second pulling out, getting all of the suck and then some, as I like to call it. As Flavio is sort of in between a rock and a hard place at the moment. On board now with Travis looking at him, and he's very blacked out and fogged up, no doubt. Helmet there. Pulling 240 k's an hour for hitting on the anchors into the braking zone through Rivasa. And coming up onto the Variante Bussa straight again for the nth time. I'm not sure how many laps they've currently done at the moment. I'm sure you can probably tell me, JR, but they've done a number of laps, and they've done a lot of them, and I've seen all of them.
LMP1 leader has done 157. LMP2 leader has done 145. GTE leader has done 135.
Nice. Very, very respectful from everyone. 2 hours, 7 minutes to go.
I think we'll take this opportunity to take a short little break and we'll be right back with you.
ISREC Championship. It was redundant. I said championship twice technically. This is round 2 at Imola, or as better known as the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo de Dino Ferrari. I think I still butchered that somehow. I'm Riley Hayes. You're in the commentary booth. Well, in the commentary booth with me here is JR and Spencer, although Spencer will be dipping in just a second. Just under 2 hours to go here at Imola here. JR, I don't know if you have control yet, but do you want to take me through the top 3 of each?
Yeah, we can in just a moment. Yep, I have control now, it looks like.
Cool. So, P1 overall, currently we have Loic from the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car. Again, if there's any Sapphire SimSport Alpha guys, I'd love to have a chat with you guys. Please get in contact with me. I want to have a chat. P2 is the Fuji SimSports LMP1 car, currently piloted by Rick Verbstein. I wrote this for staff at one point. I don't know why. Again, making an excellent comeback there. Only a minute 22 down from P1. And P3 is the Team Racing Black car piloted by Lars Meyer. Unfortunately, still 7 laps down. I'm not sure if it's recoverable at this point. Still gaining the P3 points, but still only a couple of cars in the championship, so it's a big loss for them for this one at the moment. P1 in the LMP2 category is still the Fuji SimSports LMP2 car, piloted by Luke Pennington. Still out ahead. Ahead of Vector by RSR, the LMP2 car piloted by David Dino, who I believe just went into the pits. I'm not too sure. Oh, never mind, he's still out. And P3 is the Verve Racing Team Black, piloted by Jacob Money, who is a minute 27 down from P2. Or is that? No, he's a minute 27 down from P1. P1 of the GT Pro class is .exe Esports, piloted by Elbrecht, I think.
We'll find out later.
Yeah, we'll find out later. If you're him, have a chat to me after. I want to talk to you. P2 is the Fuji SimSports GT, piloted by Mike. I'm going to go Mike, because that's what he'll say at Starbucks. And P3 is is the Aventus Racing number 117, piloted by Wouter Surgers. I'm going to go with that. P1 in the GT-AM class is the Aquila Racing Cyan, still piloted by Jeremiah W. Kellum. P2 of the GT-M class is Thomas Jensen, which is he is piloting the Platinum Racing Team car. And P3 is the Chicane Online Racing car, piloted by Callum Roby, who's currently trundling down the pit lane at that whopping 85 kilometers per hour. So those are your top 3 of each class. We currently have a battle unfolding in still in GT Pro.
This is for P 10/11 in GT in GT overall, but yes, and also GT Pro.
Yeah, GT Pro, yeah. There's this fight, and there's also one for P5 between Aquila and Orion as well. But we'll focus on this one for the time being. I still find it very impressive that these guys are so close to each other, and we've got an hour and 55 left. We are well over the 2/3 mark here. We've had 4 hours and 7 minutes elapsed. And I've been sitting here for every single second of it, and my throat is begging for mercy. I can tell you that much. But again, these guys are just impressive. The amount of laps and the amount of consistent laps these guys can put out, and just amazed. Again, this is only a 6-hour. This is not the 12-hour that we had last time at Road America, where fatigue would play a huge factor. So anything 12 hours and over, you start to have an effect with fatigue and fatigue management with the guys.
Yeah, this is a sprint race, right?
Yeah, totally.
It feels like a comparison sometimes. It does.
Don't worry, JR. I have Coke with me. that is my water. But yeah, fatigue management is definitely a big part of it. Not so much with this, but again,
Ooh,
for the
and the Benelux car spins on the exit of Tamburello.
There was the backmarker racing yellow car being turned, and almost collecting an LMP2 there. Being turned by, I believe that was the Aquila Racing Aqua car who turned him. I'm not going to point fingers. I'm not sure if that was actually correct or not, but still, just very close racing. Got a little bit too close and too personal, and unfortunately did get turned there at just coming out of Valiante Tamburello. So it's a little bit of a setback for the back market team. However, there's still an hour and 53 left in the session, so they definitely can make some ground back, like Fuja has shown us at the start. They did qualify P1, but in the first lap, they did lose some ground as they spun out and kissed the barrier through Variante Villeneuve. But have made it back up to P2, and if they wanted to, they are in the lead at the moment. So also joining me in the commentary booth is Amber, who is our other commentator as well. Whenever she unmutes, she can speak. How are you going?
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. There's been some really close racing here, so it's been it's been a hoot to commentate. So, on board with the Aventus racing car now, who are 6 seconds ahead of anyone else in their category. Just absolutely driving the wheels off of that Porsche, just trying to get as much distance between him and Fuja, who you can see they're just in shot there when they go around Piratella. He's trying to put as much distance between him and Fuja as possible, as he doesn't want to fight, because fighting as in P1, fighting still does slow down. He just jumps it over the curbing there at Variante Alta like a rallycross car. Is very impressive that these cars can still handle that much impact and not have any damage to the vehicle. So, Amber, just coming into this now, I've been asking the drivers a lot, and I asked one of the head organizers. So I'm going to ask you, because I've actually never spoken to you before. What is your favorite meal from McDonald's?
My favorite meal from McDonald's.
Your favorite meal from McDonald's?
You come into a broadcast and that's not one of the questions you're expecting. That is I gotta be basic. I gotta go chicken McNuggets, man.
That is being the dare I say the overwhelming response from everyone. There has been some.
It's when you go to McDonald's, you want fast food. You just want the quick option. Like, it's just the best.
To be fair, I had to wait like 6 minutes for 10 nuggets the other day.
Okay, that is. I could see why that would skew your opinion of the nuggets.
Yeah, and plus, I personally, anyway, I'm not sure if American KFC has nuggets, but Australian KFC nuggets are phenomenally good.
Oh, I would love to try an Australian KFC.
It's just out of this world. I used to work at McDonald's and just KFC all day. Anyway, back to the racing. On board with Fuja here, who are 4 seconds down from Aventus, who are wanting to close the gap to Aventus so I can get those sweet championship points. However, Aventus again are trying to do as much as they can to put as much distance between him and Fuja as possible. The thing is with the GT class, you can't really put traffic between you and the guy behind you like you can with the prototypes, because you are the traffic. So you kind of have to just pray that the prototypes not get in their way, but be annoying enough so that you have to lift and coast and go through corners weirdly. As we definitely have seen that throughout the broadcast today, so... Sorry, my throat is dying.
Yeah, I hate that I'm getting into this race so late, because just looking at these gaps now, I expected quite a bit more of a gap between everybody, 5 hours into this race.
You
I
know,
gotta think
I'm
just to have some of these fights down to, I mean, that's, what, a couple seconds between P1 and P2 here? And after 5 hours of racing,
so
that's pretty darn close.
yeah, there is easily, so that's 4 seconds between P1 and P2, who are currently running with at the moment, and then 13 seconds back to P3, and then another 6 back to P4, and then there's a minute back to P5. But still, yeah, very close for 4.25 hours into a 6-hour race. I honestly expected it to branch out a little bit more, but just from I'm burping now, dude. Just from qualifying, all of the GT Pro cars were within 2 or 3 tenths of each other. So it was like you improved by like half a tenth and you gained like 3 positions. It was that close. And it was riveting stuff to watch. The GTs go around and settle their fastest times.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go back and look at that qualifying then. I love me a close qualifying like that.
Yeah, no, I was talking with Spence during qualifying, and I believe we came to the conclusion that qualifying is probably one of the most important things for any racing categories. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, qualifying, whether or not you want to be the team that starts at the front or starts at the back, especially at a track like this, I mean, qualifying is going to be everything, especially, I mean, looking at this now, 4 hours in, excuse me, not 5, as I said earlier, to have the 3-second gap between P1 and P2, that's extremely tight. I mean, these guys need all that qualifying that they can get just to try and give themselves the best possible chance, because as you said a moment ago, I mean, the GTEs are the traffic around here. So while you may be able to get away with like a slower qualifying in one of the top classes, it's always your best chance just to start at the front. I mean, Imola is a pretty tough place to overtake. Having been the slower traffic around this place, I can tell you it's not the best sometimes, but that is the trade-off of multi-class racing, is that sometimes you just got to deal with the faster cars going by and accept that your car is slower.
That's exactly right. And yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, especially at Imola here with it's quite a narrow track in comparison to, both a narrow and a complex track compared to somewhere like Road America, like we were the other week, where while Road America is a little bit wider, it's a lot less technical. So there's a lot more straights that you can use to pass opposing traffic. And you've only got really the middle sector that actually is technical, that you have to sort of be wary with traffic for. Again, whereas this, it's just all technical, especially Aqua Minerale like we are now, and at Variante Alta, which we're coming up to in a second here while we're running on board with Mike. Yeah, definitely, as coming from a prototype driver, while I mean I haven't driven in probably 3 or 4 months. It's been a while since I've driven now, but it's yeah, at one of these tracks, it's definitely challenging to pass traffic, and that's something that you can play to your advantage as well. Again, me mentioning before that, yeah, the guys at the front, or the guys who are fighting for positions, which there really isn't any fighting at the moment. Not sure who's the primary at the moment, but yeah, with the P2s and the P1s, you can use the slower traffic to your advantage. If you time it perfectly, you can pass an LMP2, or you can pass a GTE, but not have enough time between you passing them and the guy behind you passing them. So they've got to slow way down to get around the corner, and then they can pass the GT. Whereas then, because they've had to wait up for so long, you're now like 3 seconds ahead, and they're out of the tow. So that's something you can definitely do in a track like this. You can play to your advantage. I believe that's what Alpha has also done to increase their lead. As I've just noticed, Fuja Simsports dropping off our timing sheet on the stream. Not sure if that's an issue that JR is working. I believe it is. I know they're working on some issue. While they're working on stuff, because camera isn't being controlled at the moment, I'm going to read some stewards announcements, if you don't mind, Amber. I think I've got a few to read through, so got to remember where I am.
Yeah, I think I see the ones you are talking about coming in just now.
Yeah, so I believe I'm up to number 39, which is actually quite a little bit to go, because we've had a few breaks between then and now. So between the 101 Fuji Simsports GT and the 155 RSR by G Performance, there was no further action involved with that incident. Again, I'm not sure what that incident was about. That was reported almost half an hour ago now. The number 268 Chicane Online Racing and the number 1 Fuja LMP1 car, there was no further action required with that incident either. Again, no further action with the incident between the 118 27 Motorsports and the 266 FTR Esports. There was a penalty dished to the number 55 Polder Racing. That was between themselves and the number 233 JD Sim Racing team for causing a collision, and there was a drive-through penalty. And they're currently under investigation with an incident between the 155 RSR by G Performance and the 215 Platinum Racing team. So they're currently in talks with that at the moment.
We're going to jump to some replays now that we have them. Sorry to interrupt you, Riley.
That's okay. I was finished my talking anyway. So we've got Maxilium here coming through the Villeneuve chicane and getting all sorts of wrong on the exit there. Fortunately, I'm not sure if he actually hit the wall or not. Did he kiss the wall?
I don't think
he did. It was close though.
Well, that was great car control on the gravel by him.
See you again. He might have.
Oh no! He could have picked up 4 damage from that from the transition, but I'm not sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, just hitting the inside there of turn 6.
I don't think he did.
No.
So.
No,
yeah, excellent car control.
Keep that off the wall.
Oh yeah. Got Martin Jackson. We've seen a lot of drivers be caught out there, and luckily he caught it, but he just slid it through the corner and managed to keep it in one piece, but unfortunately would have picked up a slowdown penalty from that, because obviously you can't run it that wide because the track isn't there. The track's further to the left, so. Amber, if at any point you want to say something, cut in. I don't care.
I'm still just trying to get up to speed myself here. Just watching some of the precision of these GTEs around here. And I gotta say, I'm quite jealous. This is a track that I've struggled with, and I love watching people that can actually drive it.
Jacob Money seems to be one of those people that can't drive it, as he runs wide on the exit of 18 and just catches like an inch of the gravel there and just spins it.
Just all it takes with those LFPs sometimes. A single blade of grass.
Let's keep the roasting to Alex if we can. I don't want to roast the drivers too much.
Speaking of roasting, if any drivers want to come and roast me, shoot me a message. I can make it happen. So, or if you guys want to come talk to me, if you guys want to come talk to us at all, and if you're in the stream, all 14 of you on YouTube anyway, shoot any of us a message, and we're more than happy to talk to you. I want to ask everyone what their favorite meal from McDonald's is. One day I might transition to I was going to say Hungry Jack's, but you guys don't have Hungry Jack's. You guys have Burger King. So anyway.
It's close enough, isn't it?
Burger King tried to move to Australia, but there was a store in Adelaide that was also called Burger King, and Burger King America tried to sue them for having the same name, but the Australian government was like, lol, no, they were here first. So they then called themselves Hungry Jack's.
That might actually be the most American thing I've ever heard. Speaking as an American.
It's like the same logo and like the same meals and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, still riding on board here with Mike, with this Fuji Sim Sport car in the GT Pro class here. He's currently just half a car length away from P1 in class here, which if he gets the position, that's top tier points for the GT Pro class. He's 3/10 back and falling because he is in the tow. Does look to the inside, however, he's too far back to actually make anything work. So he's just going to tuck back in and just compress up through Eliante Tamburello, and on his way up to the Villeneuve chicane. I think this is the Villeneuve chicane. I might be calling it wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure you're right there.
Because on my track map it says Variante Villeneuve, but it's a chicane, so I don't know. It's a thing. Anyway,
I will not claim to be the best with corner names, but no, you are definitely right. That is the Villeneuve chicane.
Cool. So the guy on Wikipedia who made a map himself called it. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I think this is, personally speaking, I think this is one of the very few tracks where I know every corner name. So I love this place. I really do. I think it's a lot of fun. I used to hate it, to be honest, but
we've got. Sorry, I'm just going to cut in here as we had another. I believe it was a Porsche off at Variante Alta. As we're going to chop to a replay here. Here we go. Albrecht, I think, is his name. If you have a funny name, get in contact with me. I want to talk to you. Catching a little bit too much curb there on the inside of Variante Alta, which was turn 14 in his case, and just jumped to the car and got unsettled, and not a happy camper he is. Again, that was even beforehand.
Broke the back end out under braking with there.
Yeah, just too hot into the corner, and also the clipping of the curb didn't help too much either. So we're back on board with Mike here in the Fuji Sim Sport GT car. He's fallen back a bit to 0.7 of a second as we're on board now with Saba running a bit wide.
It's so easy to do there at Ravezza 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's downhill. So yeah, if you miss your mark by like even 5 meters, you can be 20 meters out, just because of the downhill nature of that section of the track. Which is fine if it's uphill if you miss your mark, because you're going uphill, you're slowing down, but downhill, yeah, it just messes you up big time. Anyway, in that short time of us viewing the replay, Mike made up the time again. He's now 3/10 from Aventus Racing. He's pretty much on his bumper. We're going to follow him coming down to the Ravassa sequence here. Trying to sneak it down on the inside, not working, however. To sneak back behind him.
On the straight.
Yeah, the toe is a major thing down the Variante Bassa straight.
Porsche also has a toe, though. It's worth mentioning, so it's not going to be quite the advantage for the Fuji car as it normally would.
That is very true. He does look to the inside, but thinks better of it, as he's too far back to make anything stick, and slips back into there for another lap around, looking at that Porsche's rear end. As we've still got the LMP2 traffic. LMP2s are still a thing in this race. The LMP2s, look how close he's getting to the bumper of the Aventus car. You know these guys have high IRs.
Now they're next to each other.
They're too wide. Didn't make it stick, unfortunately. The Porsche just got the better run out of the Tosa hairpin, coming into Piratella now. Going through 9 and through 10. And coming through Aqua Minerale, really not a place you want to pass if you're any class, really, as the track kind of narrows up with in regards to the racing line that you've got to take. You can't really go too wide there, and especially here, you can't go too wide here either. You are writing a check that your body can't cash if you go too wide through there. As again, coming back down to
the 117 covering off the inside there.
He's doing a good job there, trying to do everything he can to not let that big-ass beamer through. Coming back onto the Variante Bassa straight. The LMP2 behind him just decides to pit. No, sorry, that's an LMP1. My bad, that was the Team Racing black car.
We got some traffic to deal with now, too. Some GT traffic, so let's see how this either breaks it up or makes it interesting.
And they seem to be both passed just fine, so that is no worry at the moment, but they've still got another car in front of them to pass. He has seemed to have lost a bit of time, though, as he was actually a bit offline into T2, so obviously he's going to be compromising his exit speed if he's off angle. We see that in the distance, the LMPs, who are again filing through to lap them once again. It's the Lara there just gaps him coming up to his bumper. He leaves the inside open for the LMP. The second LMP decides to jump to the inside, but thinks better of the interaction at the last second, that decides to get him up the hill, up on the way to Variante Alta.
And that BMW in front of the Porsche there has been there for quite some time. So, honestly, if I'm that Porsche, I think that I'm kind of happy he's there. He's kind of pulling me along, but we'll kind of see how that shapes out. As we're going to cut to a replay that we just saw off screen there.
Yeah, I was going to say there's an LMP2 that went the wrong way. Yeah, here we go.
Oh.
Then number 99. Fortunately, he doesn't put it in the pole. That's his last name. Didn't put it in the wall. But did have to wait for some traffic to get past so he can get back going in. So he would have lost quite a few seconds there, unfortunately. However, he's back going again. So worst things he could have done is damage the floor of his vehicle, which again,
Here we go. A good run for the inside here.
And he lets him by.
Yep.
Well, I say lets him by, but decides maybe not to fight it as hard as he could for the moment, because they still got an hour and a half left. There's still plenty of time. Kind of looking back, let's see what the pit difference is on them.
Do we have that graphic ready?
Not at the moment. We'd have to go to... I had to reload the overlay, so I've kind of lost some of the information. But yeah, we'll have to kind of see how pit strategy plays out, see which one comes ahead in the end. With an hour and a half to go, most of these cars should one full stop, and hopefully you could avoid the splash and dash for these GT cars. For the prototypes, probably another 2.5 stops remaining.
I reckon at least 2 stops to go for at least the LMP2s. I know that the LMP1s can go for about 40 minutes at Le Mans, I think, from memory, from what I used to run at Le Mans. So, obviously, transferring it to a track like this is severely different because the gearing and the downforce and whatever is different. But I reckon we're looking around the same time frame for pit windows. So, as Mike has gained the lead now at the start of the lap, he's looking to get it and run. He's 3/10 up currently on the Aventus car that he passed not 1 lap ago. However, Aventus is looking to get that position back. He's not going to dive it on the inside this time around. He's too far back to make anything happen. However, he's going to stick into I can't speak. He's going to stay in his toe, in his little slipstream there, and he's going to try and bunch back up and potentially pass him as well. But the Fuja car does have a tow as well from the Beamer in front, which really is helping out Mike a lot in his Beamer.
So backing up a little bit, the 101, the Fuji car, pitted on lap 142. They're working lap 158 now, and the 117 car, the Aventus Racing, pitted 136. So that's still quite the difference in pit. But I think it's looking good for the Fuji Sport car. Typically at this stage in the race, the later you can move your second to last pit, typically the better. Because at this point, regardless of what they're going to do, they're going to have to take another stop. And so I would say the Fuji car probably has the upper advantage right now. They're in GT Pro.
Definitely, they do have the upper hand there, I do believe anyway. They also have the ability to either set the pit window for Aventus, because I guarantee you that if Fuji pit now to avoid having a splash and dash, hang on, did I just see a P2 go off into T2? Because there was an LMP2 that went left and then has now gone. I don't know where he went. Was he going to jump to a replay?
A different replay. We'll work through them. We missed a few kind of during that battle, so.
All right, no problem. So coming through Villeneuve, full Formula drift out there, and that's one of the downfalls of having a rear-engine car, as I've previously mentioned. Just the back will just walk out if you're not careful. And here we go. Here's that LMP2 diving into the grass, trying to pass on the outside, not working at all. Melvin again off track, not having a good time out there. It seems that is okay.
Taking that George Russell line around the outside.
Hey, it wasn't George Russell. He didn't crash into anyone. Knock on wood.
Yeah, I don't want to get into like whose fault that was, but I have a pretty clear philosophy about whose fault it should be, but yeah, just trying that George Russell line on the outside, and as we saw in real life, it can go wrong sometimes. Just with the nature of the track, since turn 1 really isn't. Turn 2 is the real turn 1 at this place, and turn 1 is just a little slight left-hander. And like if you're just caught going straight at turn 1, and you just don't, even turn in the slightest, you just all of a sudden drift out so wide, and it's so easy to get on that grass. It's just again with the nature of how this track kind of moves to the left as you approach turn 2.
Also helps that there's no rain in iRacing yet, so you can't really pull George Russell.
Yet.
I'm hoping that they bring weather. I want weather. It's the one thing I like about ACC.
Hopefully it's restricted to A-class.
They can keep it to ACC all they want for me.
Just keep it to A class and maybe B class. I don't think any of the lower classes. I think you'd be running a bit of a risk there.
Just imagine rookie Mazdas and it's thundering.
I was just about to say. Now that might make for an interesting Mazda race in the rookies.
Some Formula V
my
action in the rain.
Oh my.
Week 13 stock cars, LMP1s, and trophy trucks. And it's blistering rain.
Figure 8 in the rain.
Oh, God. Oh. I wonder how they would work it into Rallycross. If it would make more ruts to get better line. Anyway, as I digress,
Thomas goes off here. Ravazza won.
It's a lot. We've seen that a lot here today. Again, it's a very easy mistake to make, as you can really gain a lot of speed. You can gain a lot of unexpected speed down that hill down to Ravazza 1, or turn 17 as I like to call it. Still on board with Mike here. He's taken P1 and he has driven away with it. Currently 1.1 to Aventus behind him. So he's got a pretty... It's not a safety net, but it's a nice gap to just forget about for a bit. On board with Ryan, getting it wrong through Variante Alta. I think we're going to have a bit on it. That was that off track.
Is him coming back on? Oh,
that's him off.
I don't know why I just
iRacing. It was probably out of the view of the stream computer.
Anyways, moving on.
Still on board with Mike here. Again, yeah, as I mentioned before, I was really interrupted by the replay. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's taken that lead and he is running with it. He does not want to have anything to do with Aventus Racing. He wants to have a safety net would be, I'd say, about 5-6 seconds, because you can make a mistake and you can recover from it and you can still be within a second or two of the guy behind, or you can be directly behind, which is fine in some situations. But 1 second, you really can't sort of let your guard down. You still got to be mindful that he's back there behind you, and that he does exist. So, but coming through Tamburello, coming up to Villeneuve now, he's looking very, very good there for a P1 finish. Fingers crossed. We're just 1 hour 21 left in the race here. We have a battle for, what is that, first, second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh, 8th and 9th here between .exe and Orion race team, between the 168 and the 144. 3/10 between them. Mr. Camera Operator, can we get a swap to the 144, please?
But of course.
Well, thank you, Mr. Camera Operator. Here we go here. Got the LMP2 just splitting them up perfectly. And we've now got some racing now. Again, 3/10. Sorry, 5/10 between them. There is a fight a little bit further back there. That is 1/10. There's between the Backmarker Racing and the RSR by G Performance as well. But I'm just going to stick with these guys at the moment. They are battling traffic a little bit as well. I mean, they're not directly battling, but they have to contend with it. So it is really easy to lose time through traffic, because again, you get held up through traffic. Even with the faster guys, well, even when you're a slower guy, and I think Amber, you can relate to this as well. When you get passed by a group of a couple of a couple of LMPs, you still get affected by having to slow down for them. Am I correct in saying that?
Oh, absolutely, definitely. And as you said, I can definitely relate to that as a slower driver out on track. It's all, I mean, just a little spin on the power.
I think you took a little bit too much curve there.
Yep, that chicane is my mortal enemy.
I think it's Yuki Tsunoda's as well. How do you say his name?
Tsunoda, yeah. That's right.
Tsunoda, there we go, yeah.
Ooh, as
Mike
looking up the inside,
looking to make the move down into Ravazza 1. Will he get it done? Yes, he does. Gets it done, sends it up the inside, licks the stamp, and sends it, my friend. And he's going to take that, and he's going to run, but the .exe is not far behind him. He's still a 10th behind him. He's going to jump to the
move.
He's going to jump to the outside. And it's going to be neck and neck down to T2. And the LMP is like, what the hell, man? Ooh. I just want to get past.
Bit of a hip check.
A bit of a hip and shoulder. Catches air. I'm impressed that the Porsche caught air getting back on the track. That's cool. Unfortunately, though, he did lose a lot of time from that. We're going to get a replay of that, the hip and shoulder here. Just bang. Was that a hip and shoulder? Can we get a chase cam of that?
I was going to say,
a helicopter cam?
I don't think that was contact. Just from that angle there, we'd have to see from behind. But from that right there, it didn't look like there was any contact made. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, that's not going to be good.
Oh, it was perfect until it swapped. I think it could have been definitely could have been netcode. That could have been a factor of it. But anyway, that is in the past. They will probably contest that. I'm not too sure.
One more time. Let's watch one more replay from the driver. From
hard to say. It could have been netcode. Could have just been. Let's see.
Oh, I look like contact there on the driver's eye.
Yeah, from the gyro cam, it definitely looked like they did collide.
Mm-hmm.
I think their front end may have collided. Anyway, it's really colliding now compared to what it was like 2 seconds ago. Anyway, steward's announcement number 45. The teams involved in this incident were the number 99 Antagonist Racing by Team Orange and the number 155 RSR by G Performance. The 155 car, was penalized. Well, no, sorry, they weren't penalized. They were given a warning for not respecting blue flags. Now, we did hear from Martin just a little bit ago saying that the blue flags aren't Formula One style, so you don't have to fully concede the position like you have to do in Formula One, but it is both work of the passing driver and the driver being passed to facilitate a safe pass, and clearly that didn't happen between the LMP2 and the GTE.
Another Ravazza 1 incident. Oh, but the LMP2, sorry, decided that he wanted the Apex. More than Michael here.
Just shoehorned his way into the corner. Was like, yep, that's my corner now. No doubt there will be a contest there from those drivers. Again, another replay here from Stacy. Just running wide, getting a little bit spooked by that LMP2 and just going straight on through the Tamburello sequence there at the start, blending beautifully back into traffic. but
take-
still going.
Trying to take the old line through Tamburello.
And once upon a time, that was never a chicane. It was just a left-hander. But I was
Very-
not around for those days, so
Very
I didn't-
fast left-hander at that. Yeah, well, I was gonna say one of the things I noticed when I was trying to help Spencer create the hype video for this series is when I was doing the camera shots for this track. This track has so much work, so much character. There's so many little things. Obviously, there's Senna's statue. There's flags on the wall, on the fence. There's pictures of other race car drivers. This track honestly just has so much character. It's so fun to explore. And if anyone has time, I would recommend just go into replay and then just fly around the track and just look around. It is an awesome track just to see all the little details that iRacing put in for this place that oftentimes get missed.
They definitely would get missed. But I think the Senna one is in the pits behind pit walls.
The statue or the picture? The statue is in between. It's on the infield between Tamburello and Villeneuve.
Yeah, it might be just the pictures then that are in pit lane. But yeah,
And
it's
then, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think those are just the pictures that are in pit lane. I believe there's also isn't there a Villeneuve shrine here too?
I wouldn't be surprised. You just saw it on screen on the exit of Tamburello, though. There's some Brazilian flags along with some other flags there at the exit, on the outside of the corner, too. Again, just all the little things that they put in this track is just really cool to see.
And the design isn't just limited to this track. It's pretty much every track that there's some character and some special stuff added to. Like, for example, the around Bathurst. If you're not aware of what Bathurst is, first off, what are you doing? Second of all, it's really cool. There's you have to go into free camp for this, which is mainly for these Easter eggs. But if you go up past the cutting, past what I call it's not official, but it's what I call the Fujitsu bend, because there's a Fujitsu sign, like a Fujitsu sign on top. If you go past that and you go over the rise into the compression, on the infield, so on the left hand side behind a tree, there's a Ford badge that's been like pushed into the tree, and I think for the longest time, if not, it's still there now. There is a Ford badge in the tree, and there are like kookaburras that sit up in the trees and like do calls and whatnot, I think, as well. Especially with the new sound engine as well that they released a while ago. It's not new anymore, but the sound engine they released, I believe that there are like kookaburras and whatever that up there that do like their mating calls and whatnot, which is very cool. But yeah, if you ever get a second, definitely go free camera range your favorite track in iRacing to see the different Easter eggs. And also, if you have a free second, come and talk to us. I want to talk with people. Not that I don't want to talk with you guys, but I want to talk with drivers.
I gotta say, I would be really interested to talk to some GTE drivers and see how they're handling the changes.
I will see if I can assemble some GTE drivers. Give me 2
Especially
seconds.
with just such a short notice or not short notice, but a short time between the deployment of the new patch and this season. I've had to go in some of the GTEs, and I gotta say, maybe this is my lack of experience in the GTE showing through, but they definitely feel quite a bit different than how they did last time out. There's the beautiful lines through that chicane there. I'm quite jealous of these guys now.
Oh wow. Oh wow, they got all out of shape in the first part of Tamburello there. That really hindered Mike Dam more than it did anybody else.
Just out of shape from the beginning, but oh, great job from Mike to react to that and keep it out of the other car.
Got to a different replay real quick, just up the road from what you just saw. Oh wow, that's
that is not what you want to see. You do not want to see the underside of any race car for that matter.
Oh yeah, rustling that. Hopefully they didn't pick up too much damage there. Well, hopefully not any damage, but yeah, that's quite unfortunate for them because they're just innocent bystander in that.
Yeah.
For the most part, the car in front just got on the gravel and then spun right into them.
It was just collateral damage, unfortunately. That was a Fujisim spot. I didn't realize it was a Fujisim spot one that got caught up in that. Just unfortunate because I think they were in the lead. Aren't they?
I believe so.
They're in second place.
No, they're in P1.
Oh, they're in
Wait,
P1?
no, wait, sorry.
I have P2.
They're in P1 on Spencer's one. Anyway, we have an interview ready from the Chicane Online Racing Purple GTM. So I'll drag them in right now. And Callum, welcome to the commentary booth. How has your race transpired at the moment?
It's a bit of an interesting one. Ups and downs is definitely the story. We're currently
walk us through.
So we started off at the back because we had a struggle in qualifying. We sort of ended up a bit of traffic, forced wide a bit. We only managed to get one lap in the end, so we started about as far back as we could get. Worked our way up quite well at the start to be sat where we still are now in P4, and then from there we've sort of had our fair share of traffic issues, struggles, and just still getting to grips with the car since the changes. But at the moment we're sat not too badly to say how the race could have gone. So
that is good to hear. What strategies have you guys? I mean, I'm not sure if you want to announce what strategy you've got, but if you want to, what strategy have you been working on throughout the race, and do you think it's working in your favor at the moment?
I think our main goal really was because with Imola and just how tight it is in general, it was sort of just come in, keep the car on track, keep it alive, keep it going, and we'll do all right. Which we've managed for the most part, in that the car's still moving. So, but we have had a fair share of collisions and incidents with people. But other than that, yeah, that's all we were going for really. And I think pit strategy as well. I think we've got one stop less than everyone else, which has worked quite nicely for us.
Yeah, I believe correct me if I'm wrong because I don't really drive GT that much, but the Ferrari is pretty easy on fuel compared to the rest of the cars, so that would definitely play a factor into your pit strategy if that was the case. Have you guys been double stinting, triple stinting tires? I know the track is pretty hot at the moment, 39C, but early on were you triple stinting at all, or?
No, we end up going against triple stinting because we're only a small team compared to other teams. Because I know there's a lot of like 5- and 6-man teams, but we're only a 4-man. So we've come in with only myself and Ingmar, just 2 of us available. So we've just double stinted because then it means we can double all the way through. Because there's only the 2 of us. So we've been sat double stint ties, but even now they're more than happy on the double.
That was good to hear. Amber, did you have a question for one of your fellow GTE drivers?
Yeah, my main question is just, did you guys notice any significant changes to the Ferrari over the week? And if so, I mean, how have you guys coped with that with the new update coming out?
Yeah, well, with the update, we've noticed the obvious lack of pace that we've now got due to the extra or the extra weight and loss of it was less weight and more drag even other way around. But because we've lost the downforce as much now, we've lost a second or so in time. But we also ended up just completely reworking the setup because brakes all felt weird and just everything felt a little bit off. So we had quite a nice set, which we then had to go in and just completely fix with like 2 days to relearn. So we struggled at first, but we sort of got to grips with it before the race, and it's not been awful. So
That's good to hear, honestly. I've struggled greatly trying to drive these things around, so I applaud you guys for getting used to that within just a couple days of practice like that.
yeah, I think we did about 200 laps in the free practice sessions, so
Oh, wow.
we definitely put the work in. But yeah.
Hey, that is hats off to you for that amount of laps. Jared, do you have any questions for Callum before I ask my inaugural question?
No, go right ahead, Riley.
Callum, what is your okay? I'll preface this, but I've been asking all the drivers this question and all the other guys as well who run this. I'm not sure if you've been following the stream, but what is your favorite meal from McDonald's? Go.
Ooh. I think a fan of what I was. It's gone now, but the Big Tasty with bacon was always a good shout. And then I'd have a large fries and just a Coke or occasionally milkshake if I felt like it. And then I'd just top it off with 9 nuggets because I am fat, I guess.
9 nuggets? Do they not do 10 nuggets?
No, we just get 9 here. We get 4, 6, 9, and 20 over in the UK.
That is blasphemy.
That is strange because coming from a McDonald's employee, they come in bags of 24, so you can get 24 nugs, which is a bag, and then just work back from there. So that is very strange.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, we get the 4, 6, 9, 20. That's where it is. But yeah, we'll just whack a burger, a few nuggets, and then just fries and a drink.
No, respectable, very respectable. Anyway, have a good rest of your race. I believe you're P3 currently in class at the moment. You're P4.
We're looking. Yeah, we're P4, but we're 1 stop less than FTR, so we're hoping his strategy can get us a cheeky podium.
Well, hopefully that plays into your favour. That'll be very interesting to see how that transpires over the last hour or so of the race. So good luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you for having me.
That's all right. See ya.
Bye.
So again, that was one of the drivers from the 268 Chicane Online Racing purple car, who is an AM who is in the GT AM class. My apologies. Just over an hour to go. JR, do you want to run me through the top 3 again?
Of course. We're already on the P1.
Well, we are already on the leader. So, overall P1 currently at the moment is still piloted by Loic in the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, who's been looking really good all race at the moment, even though I believe they had some issues at the start, but looking fine now. In P2 is the Fuji SimSports LMP1 car piloted by Rick. I'm not going to try and pronounce that last name. Again, still trying to recover from that first lap incident and the subsequent penalties I think they had as well. P3 is the Team Racing Black car piloted by Benedict at the moment. Still, unfortunately, they're 7 laps down at the moment. They have made up a lap since we've last checked in on them, but they're still 7 laps down. P1 of the LMP2 is the Vector by RSR car, piloted by Stacy at the moment. They've been out ahead for a while, and it's looking really good for them. In P2 currently in the LMP2 category is the Sapphire SimSport Bravo car, piloted by Tom Johnson at the moment. 55 seconds down from the leader. A minute back is the FTR Esports Red car, who is piloted by Jackson Lowry at the moment. FTR, I believe I actually had a chat from them before, I'm not sure. P1 of the GT Pro class, is the Fuji SimSports GT car piloted by Mike. I'm not going to try. Mike, if you're watching, or if anyone from your team is watching, I'd like to have a chat with you afterwards. P2 of the GT Pro class is the Aquila Racing Aqua car.
I switched it on you. Pit stops happen.
pit stops have happened. It is the Aventus Racing number 116 in P2, piloted by Raymond Sheffers. And P3 is the Equiva Racing Aqua, piloted by Saba. I also want to have a chat to you as well. You sound pretty cool. P1 in the GTM class is Martin, piloting the Aquila Racing Stein car. And P2 is the Platinum Racing Team car, piloted by Thomas Jensen. And P3 is the FTR Esports White car, piloted by Alex Treber, who's also a commentator as well, although I don't think he's a commentator here. No, he's not. But he's still in the True Ravens TV Discord, so which you can join. Have a look at the links on our website. I think you can join our Discord, and you can bully me, and you can bully me. Like I probably bully everyone. I don't mean to bully everyone. Anyway, into a replay here. Tiago here, coming down the inside. It is the first Ravazza there, coming together with some of the other drivers there. That was just a very awkward interaction with everyone. It was like 2 by 2 through there. Not something you want to do into a low speed corner.
And the GTEs into that braking zone together, that just creates a massive cluster into its corner like that.
Yeah, it is not for you. Do not want to be there. In fact, with 58 minutes to go, I might head to bed because I'm very tired. So
I think we'll take this opportunity to take a quick break then, and we'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back from our very quick break. We're going to quickly bring Isaac in here, one of the organizers here. Hello, Isaac. How's it going out there?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm doing very well, thanks.
You guys look like you've been busy for a 6-hour race. That's all. Was it incident number? I don't even know what incident you're up to anymore. 44 now.
I think I just counted this for actually. We're on 46, so 46. It's been fairly hectic. Yeah, I mean, the majority of those incidents were in the first 2 hours, like the first 33 of them, and I came. Pardon me. I missed the first couple hours of the race, and then I came along after 2 hours. And since I came down, everyone's driving brilliantly. Just know that I'm watching over them, and I'll DQ them if I see them doing anything wrong. So, but yeah, no, it's chilled out a little bit now, and yeah, everybody seems to be all the races seem to be coming together, and it's some cracking battles out there.
So I remember the last time I talked to you that you said that if they announced Austria, that would be the go-to for that TBA round. Is that going to be the case?
Oh God,
I don't know yet. Still,
stand by what I said. But there's an admin meeting happening on Wednesday night, so TBA. It's still TBA, but there's an admin meeting on Wednesday night, which
okay, all right.
Yeah.
I won't hold you. I won't hold you to anything you said. Don't worry. But it is a beautiful track. I drove it the other day, and it's stunning.
It really is. I did some laps in it, and in the new Porsche that just got added as well, the GT3R, and oh, that's amazing. The car track combination is insane. I can only imagine that once you throw a full multi-class of cars onto there, it's going to be just incredible stuff. And I can't wait for leagues to start racing there. I think it'll be awesome.
Yeah, I think what most like stood out to me is the moment I came out of the pit on the pit exit. It's just that big mountain just staring you right in front of your face, and then you just had that run up to, I think that's technically turn 3.
Yeah.
Oh, it's stunning. And actually, in my opinion, it might be the best looking track on the service right now.
I'd agree.
I
think it's one of the best looking tracks, and don't know about the only other game that's got a laser scanned version of the track's Assetto Corsa, and that's 14 years old now, and not 14 years old now. That came out in 2014. That'd be 7 years old now. And yeah, it's insane. I know that when you do it in Assetto Corsa or F1, there's no real elevation change, it feels like, and then you get into iRacing and I'm just like, I'm driving up a mountain here. This is awesome. Yeah, no, I absolutely love it. And yeah, keep your eye on the Discord. Hopefully some fun things will be coming about the track in the future, and we're looking into a new sprint series as well, and you never know, it might be able to weasel its way into the calendar on there as well.
Yeah. Well, on a personal note, I hope you guys go there because it'll be fun. How long is the TBA race? Is that still the TBA or?
It is 6 hours of TBA. I'm gonna double check that. Yep. So it'll be a 6-hour long race. One of 3 6 hours we're planning on hosting here, and then a month after that we'll be venturing out to Spa for another 6-hour long race as well, which should be good fun.
With some new track limits, which I've had a chance to fool around with too, and I don't mind them. I don't mind them relaxing a little bit.
I'll be honest with you, I wasn't aware that they updated the track limits, but I'm glad that they did. I think Spa's one of those circuits where they're just slightly too tight when you look at real life racing, and or even you look at the real Spa 24, and they're practically running out to the walls, out some of the corners, and in iRacing you look at a curb and you got an off track, but it's good to see they're updating it.
The main parts are you can cut Eau Rouge just a little bit more at the top. You can extend Eau Rouge on the outside a little bit more, and then whatever that chicane is just after the Camel Straight, and Puhan and No Name are the main part. Honestly, the spot that I would hope they would have done the most would have been Stavlo, that double right-hander at the bottom of the track. But nope, that's still the old way. That's the one I struggled with the most, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I always struggled up with No Name Corner, or what's it the other call it? Commentator's Corner. That's where I normally struggle. But it's good to hear that they are slowly making things a bit easier for us as drivers, which is nice. But not only has iRacing, from the sound of things, been changing all the track limits and adding new cars and tracks, but this new 24-hour series that's going on. What's going on here?
Yeah, I noticed that too, and they haven't even said anything about it, like on their Twitter or any sort of announcement whatsoever. So there's a 24 hours Le Mans event on it, which I thought was interesting. There's going to be 3 different times, I believe, which again, interesting. Maybe that's their way around the ACO for doing what they do, is they're just going to run it and then call it something completely different, make it part of a series. I don't know.
I think the contract says that it's not allowed to be a special event around Le Mans, and if it's in part of a series, then it's not a special event.
Yeah,
technically, because it's the end of this. There'll be 5 other tracks that will be hosting these special events, and if it is true, and iRacing will be adding it in, which is still yet to be 100% confirmed, I think. Then it would the event would clash with the ISRC 8 hours of Daytona, which we will be looking into again on this upcoming this upcoming Wednesday in the stewards meeting room. But that'll be really cool. 24 hours of Le Mans with 8 cars on track as well. So that'll be really nice.
Yeah. Do you know off the top of your head what the other tracks were on that series?
Yes, it was. You start off with Hockenheim before you go to Le Mans. Then you've got Circuit of the Americas, Monza, Silverstone, Daytona. So yeah, a fairly, I don't know, bit of a pick and mix there. Some interesting
Yeah.
ones in there, like Kota and Hockenheim, but the others all should be fairly fun.
Yeah, those look good. That Monza would be good. I just all I can think about is how tired my right foot would be. Holding down the throttle for hours on end at Monza.
And then the second Daytona 24-hour of the year as well. Only just this time it'll be with P1s instead of the GT3s. So I reckon that'll be a really good laugh as well to get involved in. But yeah, no, a lot of exciting things going through in iRacing, and a lot of this will be translating over into ISRC, which we're really excited about for you guys and the things it'll allow us to do. And yeah, we're really looking forward to what we've got planned in the future.
And you still guys going to do the you're going to add the Ford, is that correct, as an option for teams? Is that still the plan?
It's still to be. So this is another thing which will be discussed in this admins meeting, but it's definitely something we're going to be looking into, seeing if we can get the competitors to be driving the Ford. Obviously, we'd have to see how we're going to give drivers a chance to change over to the Ford, because at the moment, if you make a car change, it would be counted as a new entry, so you'd lose all your current points. So we'd have to have a look at that and how we'd tackle that situation. But we would like to get 8 cars out on track, and the Ford is most definitely the most viable option for us to do that.
Well, thank you, Isaac, for joining us. I'm not sure if you have any other things you want to talk about, but I got through what I wanted to say with you. But thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Michael, and Amber, and all you guys over here at Two Ravens TV for hosting this event. It's been really good fun to watch, and yeah, keep up the good work.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that announcement. Hopefully this week, right?
Hopefully this week. Awesome. Right, we'll catch you guys in a bit. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. That was Isaac, one of the organizers there at ISRC. Kind of going over that TBA race on the calendar. Again, I hope it's Austria. I hope that's what they decide on, because that is a very pretty track and a very fun one to drive. So I think the drivers and the viewers and the commentators will have fun with that one. It's kind of one of those. 6 hours might be a little short.
I would love to see some good LMP1 drivers around Austria there.
Let's kind of like run through some incidents real quick. Just some off tracks here and there. Nothing too big.
Hopefully no bottoms of LMPs showing again. Just a little wide. Good
Well kept, though.
Stop that car from going around for sure.
Now we got Meek. I'm going to go with Meek. I know Riley said Mike. I'm going with Meek. Oh, with the Villeneuve chicane, then it cuts out. Ignacio. Spun on the exit of Variante Alta. It's so easy there, the car getting upset that if you get on the power a little bit too early, which I'm willing to bet it was the case. You can kind of rewind a little bit. Yeah, got upset and then just tried to get on the power. Over here, Philippe, that I'm not. Just went off at Tamburello. And then last one, Albrecht. Yeah, just going a little bit wide there at Aqua Minerale. Not too punishing, fortunately for them. Kind of going through our battles. Things have spread out quite a little bit here and there. 6 seconds separate P1 and P2 in GTE Pro. Looking at LMP, good, fairly spread out overall. Your closest gap being 12 seconds. Only 3 cars on the lead lap for LMP2. But that's always a good place to be, at least be on the lead lap. with about 45 minutes to go, I would hope that most of the GT cars have finished their final stop. Mike Dam in the 144 car is the last one to stop. He last pitted 158. They're working 183 right now. All the other GT cars have in and around lap 175, 170. So about 10 or so laps to go for most of them. It'll be tight to the end. I think some of them will have to make at least one more stop before they meet the checkered. We'll take this moment to take one quick last break before we'll finish out the coverage. So we will be back very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the last 30 minutes of the ISREC round 2 here at Imola. Position-wise, not much has changed in their short little break. We have a few replays we can go over. Starting with Stefan. Oh, yeah, it just gets dips one wheel on the gravel there at Ravatza 2.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Carlos coming into Ravatza 1. LMP2 looking up the inside. I think just
Looks like the back end stepped out trying to let the LMP through. Unless there's something I'm not seeing.
No, it's just got into the clag there. Not really sure what happened there at the entrance to Tamburello for Philippe. iRacing didn't catch it. That's all right. And again, just another spin at Tamburello. Those sausage curbs, they're just. I will say that is probably my least favorite part of the track is just any of those sausage curbs. Or really any sausage curb on any track anywhere. I have nightmares about the ones at Charlotte. I don't like those. Those are terrible.
Oh, do you mean in the final chicanes for Charlotte?
Yeah, on the Charlotte Roval. Yeah.
Yep. Oh my god.
Or like the NASCAR Daytona layout.
Oh, we don't even speak of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope. No, thank you. Here's Maximilian Beanin, kind of scenic, which means we don't have him yet. Oh, just it's inside of Variante Alta. Yeah, we're just slowly moving through replays here. Here's Dion. Let me go with Dion. Looking up the inside on a GT car. Oh, yeah. That's just a really tough spot for LMPs. It gets so unbalanced, especially when they can't take the preferred line through the corner. Looks like he's being responsible though, waiting for cars to go by and waiting for a gap. That's the important part. Here's Ryan Smith. Not entirely sure. Oh wow!
Oh goodness!
Is that the FTR Esports white car? Just unsuspected. Did not see that GT car just sitting there. Yep, that was Alex Trevor in the Esports white car. Unfortunately, just sitting there on the preferred line through the corner. He was trying to get out of there, but unfortunate.
Yeah.
The LMP2 didn't have the opportunity to get out of the way.
Yeah, the speed those LMP2 carry. Excuse me, the P2s carried through there probably couldn't have seen him until the last possible second. Oh, we've got a tight one
Very
here.
busy. Yep.
Ah.
I'm not gonna say it's always gonna happen, but it's always gonna happen when there's just that many cars in such a very tight amount of space. And now we're gonna cut back live. We're on board with the car that's running P2 a minute and 14 seconds behind the leader in Sapphire Simsport and overall in LMP1. This is our closest battle at the moment here for P6 and P7 in GT Pro. Kind of looking at the timing in front of them, it's a mix of some traffic and some other cars on the same lap as them, so there's definitely be opportunities for them. But the main focus right now for Carlos here is the 169 car of the Chicane Online Racing Red. A JD car is lap traffic for him, so he's probably going to want to dispatch of him as quickly as possible and try and catch up to Jacob once again. other than that, let's see. I know before we cut to the incidents, the Fuga car pitted, but they're still in about the same strategy. So I don't think there's going to be much opportunity this late in the race for the Fuga car to make up any meaningful amount of ground on the Sapphire car. Have you had the chance to drive Austria? Well, we've talked about this, right, Amber?
Oh, Austria. Yeah. So far, I've ran it in the new Porsche, and I ran a couple laps in the 919 as well. And I gotta say, I absolutely love the track, but I would love to see someone who is more capable of throwing an LMP1 around there than I am.
I think I would have preferred. I think I would just like to have a set that isn't, just some set made for another track on that occasion.
Very true.
Because I think I was running around with like a. What did I say? Watkins Glen, I think is what I said.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably suboptimal.
That surprised me. Sorry, I used a Silverstone set, and it felt nice, but it just didn't have the same. At least with the 919, I felt like I couldn't get it into 7th gear often enough. So I really do look forward to some good sets coming out of there and seeing what we can do with it.
I didn't feel like at least in the Porsche, I don't drive the Audi enough to make this sort of judgment. That you ran out of boost pretty quick there, like the amount of boost allotment that is. So I kind of have to see how some of these guys, if that ends up being the case for the TBA round, to see their boost strategy work out for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I kind of struggled with there too, was not so much the boosting out of the long straights, but trying to figure out where and if I should boost in some of the slower high-speed corners, or coming out of those, I should say.
Working with a little bit less than 25 minutes to go. Like I said, I mean, most everyone hopefully has made their stop by now, because if they don't, Splash and Dash is going to be really time consuming, as well we see the Vector RSR car go in for a Splash and Dash. Actually, about 25 minutes left. It should be close to a full tank. Not quite, but close.
I think an LMP2 can run, somewhere around 35 minutes on a full tank?
Yeah, 35 to 40 minutes, depending on draft and where you're at, what kind of track. Not a long time in comparison to the GT cars that push close to, if not over, an hour at times. Looking at GT overall, your latest two that pitted would be the 169 and 145 cars. So they could still make up a few more spots if the others end up making very late slash and dashes. So we'll kind of see how they end up doing. As we see the hashtag and RSR cars fighting over P7 and P8. Again, not much between them, only 0.2 of a second. Looking at lap times, the last lap for the RSR car was about 0.8 of a second, 5-6 of a second and around there quicker. So he's definitely got the pace to catch up, and he's real close coming onto the start-finish straight. This late in the race, you're gonna hopefully you see some good fighting here. You can try and hold on to every position you can. So let's see which way the hashtag racing car picks. He picks the outside. Oh, but he's well past him by the time he gets to turn 2.
Nice clean move there.
Yeah, the front of that car, the hashtag, looks a little bit beaten up.
Could be
Makes you wonder if
costing
they're
him
losing some.
there.
Yeah, that's how I was wondering. It looked almost a little too easy. So makes you wonder. He's got 5 seconds up on the road to Chicane Online Racing. We can again go back and look at last times. He was quicker still than them, almost 1.2 seconds. So it's not out of the woods that RSR car there can make up another position this late in the race. With 20 minutes to go, you got to get your hustle on. The replay of Palm in the LMP2 gets a little loose on the entry to Ravazza 2 and then just runs a little wide. Nothing lost but time though. It's all good. The hashtag racing car though, staying with the RSR car at the moment. So again, we'll kind of see how this plays out. Maybe the RSR car won't have the luxury of being able to look up the road as far as they might want to. They might have to keep their eyes rearward for the moment, as they have a what is that? LMP2, LMP1. Sorry. Those things are. They're mega quick. They really are.
Yeah, I don't think I'm looking forward to learning this for what is it, ESS this season?
Oh, Imola?
Yeah, I think I was terrified enough trying to get an LMP2 around here, and I'm gonna really push myself with what I'm capable of in the LMP1. So I gotta hand it to these guys. I mean, just looking at the lap times there, that's wow. It's so impressive just to watch these guys wrestle through the traffic here and still fight on Enzo.
Despite being a big pet peeve of mine when commentators talk about their own racing careers, I have 2 wins in the LMP2, both of them here. So I love this place.
I give you all the props for that one, man.
I'm really looking forward to that the prototype challenge, little sprint races. Oh, that would be a lot of fun.
Great races.
You know, the RSR car opened up just enough, just a bit more of a gap now. We'll cut to a few replays. Jacob taking the short route through Tamburello. That's all good.
Staying off the sausage curbs.
Again, Alex taking the short route through Ferrari Alta. You'll have to service slow down, but that's okay. I don't know what happened here. It cut pretty late. They just went a little wide. Try to get the power down out there on the marbles, and car said, "Nope, I don't like that."
Car said, "Not happening today. Not at this corner."
And the rear said, "I want to go faster than the front." Boris in the RSR count now, cutting down the lead ahead to just 3.6 seconds. So again, we'll kind of see how that shapes out for them. I look at the things. They should be fine on pit stops. Trying to do the mental math in my head. They're doing about 1 minute 30s, 40s, and around there. Yeah, they should be good for pit. So it's looks like it's gonna be a straight fight for P6 and P7 there in GT Pro. Looking back a little bit further, GTM. About pretty uncontested for P1 and P2. About a lap and a half between them. It kind of maintains that gap all the way back, all the way. Alex Trevor Slow is only 9 seconds behind Ingmar, who we talked to their teammate earlier. So were able to grab P3 from the 266 car.
Speaking of the 266, we just had the Stewart's incident number 49 between the 55 of Polder Racing and the 266 of FTR Esport White via drive-through for an FTR for an unsafe rejoin.
Wonder how much that's going to cost them. Kind of looking back again. It's not going to cost them a lot. They got a 2-lap lead over the car behind them. That's about a lap and a half. But still, I don't think it was going to cost them any meaningful amount of position. Nonetheless.
No, and I'm not sure.
Still just unfortunate overall. But again, it didn't seem like... I saw that Alex went into the pit right after that incident, so I'm going to assume that their car is fine. They just have the penalty now.
Mm-hmm.
In the grand scheme of things, it looked like a pretty soft impact by iRacing standards. In real life, that probably would have caused a lot more damage. But iRacing's getting there. We don't get to see that. Oh, just spinning at the entry to Variante Alta. Cutting here to Melvin, sorry. Bit of an awkward incident, honestly. They're just running a little wide at the second part of Aqua Minerale. And then, again, the rear tire saying they want to go faster than the front.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if this is just a tire wear issue with these LMP2s now, or if it's just...
It very well could be. Because it's easy to double stint these tires for the most part in in LMP2. Triple and quad is pretty far out of reach, but double stinting is pretty straightforward under most circumstances. I will say this. This isn't an IMSA series, but in IMSA you can change tires and refuel. I really wish iRacing would implement that so we could just take fresh tires every time during the IMSA races. So we don't have to worry about tripling quad tires. Quality of life thing. You see Ryan here again taking the short route through Tamburello. Again, just have to serve a slow down, not a big deal. Nothing lost but a little bit of time. That's all. It's all straightforward. I believe Spencer's back in here with us. Spencer, I'm not sure how much you've been able to pay attention over the last hour, but what are you looking at for the end of the race?
Honestly, just some good, interesting battles throughout the field. I haven't been able to keep too much close attention, but you see hashtag racing there in the mix. Aquila Racing Aqua. Just good mixes there in the GTE field specifically. A shame from FTR Esports White to get kind of caught up there and catch that P2, but great racing all around everywhere. It's been a blast to watch.
Yeah, I feel like the wheel-to-wheel racing we have seen has been very clean. We had that one like hit check, probably about an hour and a half ago. But even that's racing. There was nothing overly foul about it, but yeah, like you said, I think the racing's been really good here. Very clean, very straightforward. I think it's just the nature of the track. I think Imola just provides really good racing. It's not terribly hard to follow. It's easy to catch up, and just the nature of the track. Especially in like turn 2, Tamburello, where you can make the inside or the outside work, depending on how brave you want to be.
Yeah.
And again, like we've seen that in real life, where it's the outside and the inside works there. It just depends again how much curb you're willing to take, and yeah, I do love this place. It's great fun to watch. The RSR car has fallen back a little bit from the Chicane Online Racing red car. They were about 3 seconds back. Now they're about 4.5. Maybe traffic played into that a little bit. Don't know. Looking at times. Yeah, last lap was 7/10 slower for the RSR car. Got 8 minutes 30 seconds left. I think it's going to be probably 5 or 6 laps for the LMP ones. Honestly, probably about the same for the LMP2s. Maybe 1 lap further. 1 lap shorter, actually. But yeah, they're definitely in the final stages here. And everything kind of seems like it's settled in. There isn't a lot of terribly close things going on track at the moment. There's this battle for 24th and 25th between the JD Sim Racing car and the 27 Motorsports car. They're about the closest thing on track at the moment.
kind of a weird moment here where there's kind of a lull in the racing, but it's where the drama kind of heats up and everything's coming down to a finish.
Yeah, everyone's pretty much done squabbling for places. They're just trying to hold on to what they have, keep it clean. And just, again, hold on to their position. It's good to see that Sapphire was able to take the fight to Fuga in LMP1 after a very dominant performance at the 12-hour last time round at Road America. So we'll kind of see how that championship takes place. We had 2 other LMP1s taken out very early on in the race, it looks like. Spencer?
Sorry, say that again?
It looks like there's 2 other LMP1s that got taken out very early on in the race.
Indeed, it was within about the first probably 2 hours, maybe hour even. Things got a little bit heated. I know one of them was probably that one that kind of caught the Beamer by surprise, and that was kind of more midway. I don't know.
Did they like hit the bottom of their floor and that would cause like floor damage, or it's just...
No, I did think there was one
shunt?
LMP2 that had one of those early on, but there were probably a few early shunts. With I think mostly from traffic. They met traffic very early, lap 2 or 3 or 4 even. So.
Yeah, when you catch that early traffic too, it's all still very bunched up. You're not gonna get any breath while we're moving through it. So it's not hard to clip somebody else's door in the process.
Absolutely.
I think we'll jump on board with the Sapphire Simsport car for like the last few minutes, since they will no doubt be the first to cross the line at this point. My best guess would be 3 laps remaining once they pass the start-finish line again. With about 1 minute 27 laps, I'd say about 3 laps. And then they'll be they can wrap up their day, assuming everything goes correctly for them. The Fuga car is they're a minute 52 behind, which is about a lap and some change. So there's unfortunately not much they can do there. They would hope for something foul to happen at this point to make up that position, but it just seems very unlikely at this point.
I gotta say, I love that camera angle from the front of the Audi there.
Yeah. It's just so unmistakably the Audi. It's really, it's funny to me.
Ooh.
Did that cost them the position for P1?
That is... I think timing, I'm still showing them in P1 right now.
Okay. Oh, yep, they are. It switched for me for a split second, but no, they're only 8 seconds back now, so not a ton of breathing room, but still. Not mistakes you don't want to make that late in the race.
Yeah, I think the closest gap I'm seeing now is between the 76 and the 90, between Sapphire and Fuga LMP2. Coming down to the last couple minutes.
Yeah, it's just so unmistakably Audi. It's just I mean, there's no Porsches in this that I saw in this championship, but the Porsche LMP windows, you can easily tell it's that, and this one again, you can just tell by contrast it's the Audi. I like it. I like that camera angle. I would suspect the white flag buy for next time for Sapphire Sim Sport.
I think you might be right coming to it right here, possibly.
Yeah, there's only a minute remaining. They're coming out of the Ravazza 1, working Ravazza 2. Yep, I see the white flag waving, so only one to go for them. Now working Piratella, and then on their way down to Aqua Minerale one last time. Congratulations to them for taking the overall victory. It'll be Fuga, Super GT, taking P2, and Arvensis 117. A double podium for Arvensis and GTE Pro. Nice job for them. I think pretty much everyone has crossed the line. So moving through, just quick standings real quick. The Sapphire Sport took the overall win in LMP1, the Vector RSR in LMP2, the Arvensis 116 in GTE Pro, and the 245 car. Aquila Racing Cyan will take the win in GTE AM.
Fantastic racing for all these teams over that significant period, 6 hours. Consistency all around the board. You don't mind hiding that?
All right, welcome back. As you saw, the end of the ISREC round 2 here at Imola. We're gonna bring in EJ here for an interview. Was in the number 71 Vector by RSR LMP2. Welcome, EJ.
Hey guys.
How was that for you?
Wonderful. We ended up winning the thing, so we're really
Yeah,
excited.
you always love to see the checkered flag first. What was the difference maker today for you guys?
Really just keeping ourselves clean. There were a lot of incidents out there. Traffic's always hard around Imola for for us, for the P1s, for the slower guys on the GTEs. Like it's difficult to manage. So really try to keep our nose clean. We did have a couple incidents out there, but overall we're able to keep it clean and bring it home safely for the P1 for Vector.
Yeah, you guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw Stacy had that late incident in Aqua Minerale.
Yeah, he did. It was definitely a frightening one. Fuga they threw it up the inside, and Stacy, took his line normally because they had cleared him by the apex, and they were slow at apex, but it was one that we maybe should have seen coming, but it was okay. So it turned out all right, thankfully.
Was there any specific strategy that you guys had going into this, or was it just all whatever, like
We
by the seat of your pants?
Yeah, no, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to triple stint off the start, so that was kind of a game time decision. But from there, it was kind of we had a lead, so we decided to take the little more conservative strategy and just double stint everything from there. The damage that we had at the beginning of the race ended up hurting us on fuel strategy, which is why it ended up being so close. We had a 50-second lead that turned into 16 seconds when we had to make our pit stop for a splash and dash. So we were fortunate to have built a lead early, and it worked out in our favor on this one.
Was there any strategy kind of with qualifying to help build that lead early and kind of get ahead of any craziness, or
Coming out of qualifying, I knew that we were quicker, at least than one or two of the guys. We didn't have draft down the front stretch, and that draft in the P2 on this track makes up about 2/10 of a second. So we were 2/10 off pole. We knew that the pole sitters had a good draft and P2 had a good draft. So that we knew going into it that we had the pace to kind of be able to manage it. And then had a really good start and a good first stint, and we just kind of built on it from there.
beautiful? Any other questions from the crew?
Looking forward. How are you feeling about the rest of the schedule? You guys think you can take a few more wins?
Hoping so. I think we definitely have the pace if we keep the setup work up like we've had. We finished P3 at Road America and P1 today, so I think we're probably leading the championship right now in the P2 category. So we're definitely eyes on that first place, and hoping to bring home a few more wins in the next coming rounds.
Do you have anyone you want to thank? Sponsors, teammates, family, whatever?
Just thanks to everybody at RSR. Thanks to you guys at Two Ravens for putting on the broadcast. And then our sponsors, Formula Hypersoft and Butt Kicker for helping us with entry fees and whatnot. So it's been a fun one. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thank you, EJ. Best of luck in the rest of the season. We'll see you around.
See you guys.
Cheers. All right, next up we have Taj Edwards. Howdy, Taj. Great drive today.
Yeah, thanks. My teammate as well, Mike. We did a good job.
Is that Mike Wise Copper?
Sticker.
Okay, I can drag him in as well. We can talk to you both.
Yeah, man. Bro.
Awesome. We got two at once here. So great drive from the team here. Was there any strategy kind of leading up to how it finished?
Yeah, we had our strategy, but unfortunately at the start we got caught up in other person's crashes, so it knocked us to the back of the field, and we had to come back through. But our strategy was really good, and in the end, it was the best, I think.
Absolutely. And kind of was there pre-planning to that, or was it pretty much seat of the pants, take it as you go?
No, it was pre-planned, but you always have variables that you have to deal with in the race. So we made some slight adjustments along the way, but essentially it was the same plan that we had.
Absolutely. Sounds like yeah, you guys in Fuga SimSport handled it well. Any other questions, crew?
How are you guys looking forward? You guys looking forward to the other races? Anything you need to take away from today that you can apply later on for the rest of the championship?
Pretty much we just got to do our own race and stay out of trouble. Unfortunately, in Road America, we also we started from the back, but we had a chance to win as well. But we got caught up in another incident. So as long as we stay out of incidents, we should be good with the championship.
Well, hell of a drive, gentlemen, today. Is there anyone you guys want to thank? Sponsors, teammates, family, whatever?
You wanna go, mate?
Yeah, thanks to Fuga SimSport, my teammates, Dash, Roslyn, Luke, everyone else, Patrick. Yeah, looking forward to the next race.
Well, we'll see you there. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you guys for the broadcast.
Next up we have Lionel. Is that the one that you want to bring in, Spencer?
No, absolutely, go for it.
Welcome, Lionel. How was the race out there today?
Hello.
Got the win overall. I'll bring in
Yeah.
your teammate as well.
Yes.
What was the difference maker today for you guys? How'd it go out there?
Sorry, a bit tired. I didn't understand what you say.
How did it go out there, maker?
That's too slow, please.
Oh, I'll slow down you, of course. How did it go out there? What was the difference maker?
The traffic management and the safety in the driving, because on pure pace, I reckon we were a bit slower than Fuga on this one, even if we had sufficient pace to put them under pressure. But what makes the difference, in my opinion, is that we had only one crash and one spin without any penalties, and they had multiple issues. So that makes the difference.
Was that kind of a strategy going into it, kind of a tortoise in the hare sort of story to it?
Totally. We know Imola is a small track, and the pace difference between GTE and LMP2 and LMP1 is quite big for the size of the track. So our goal in mind was to, don't take a lot of risk, still a bit for not being slow, but not too big, and bring the car home.
Seems like that worked out pretty well for you. This is probably the tightest track of the calendar for the series. So
the difficult part of this race was that we were very close on pace, despite Patrick Pelchat being a bit faster than both of us, but it was still a sprint of 6 hours. Not a single lap to rest or to chill out a bit, apart from the few one at the end when they took their final drive-through.
Yeah, you guys had some breathing room most of the race that I saw, but it wasn't too much. So you guys couldn't rest too much, as you mentioned. But it's good to see someone take the fight to Fuga after their dominant performance at Road America. So hats off to you guys for doing it.
Thank you. And it's kind of like, at least for me, redemption day. If you look at Road America 2 weeks ago, we had the pace at this moment to compete against Fuga, but an early crash ruined our chance, and another ended our race 4 hours after the beginning. So yeah, it feels very good to fight them today and to take the win.
Well, best of luck, you guys, for the rest of the championship. Hopefully, the fight continues on for you guys. They're at the overall top. Is there anyone you want to thank? Sponsors, teammates, family?
Yeah, thanks to my teammate Lionel, who accepted to join the team in a kind of last minute way. And thanks for the Sapphire to believe in us to drive this car, and thanks to the organizer for this championship and the C1 and all the other team. And still, congratulations to Fuga for the P2. Despite all the issue, they drove really well. They are really fast, so the fight will go on to the next round.
Mega drive, guys. Congrats.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys up there again. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
And I believe that's it for all the interviews that we have lined up at the moment. Spencer?
That should, pretty much wrap things up here at Imola. Anything you want to say signing off here, JR?
I want to thank my co-presenters, Amber, Spencer, Riley. I believe Alex was in here earlier too, from what I've been told. Spencer, as always, you do a lot of work for this, and we all appreciate it, and it all comes out really well. Thank you, ISRC, for hosting this event and giving us this opportunity. That's all from us here.
We will see you on the 10th of July for the 8 Hours of Daytona. Until then, goodbye.